You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
Everybody got that?
Hey, look at us. Look at us on a Friday. Here, let's relax. Hey, easy there, Superman. My Superman keeps falling down right here. Those damn McFarlane toys, they just sometimes, he's going to fall down again probably. What's happening, guys? Oh, we made it. Another Friday. Thank God, man, because I've had a week. I had a day today too. I tell you what, I had a day. So much that I already pre-poured. So this is my first one. When I got back, I was rushing because if you guys saw my movie, I wish it was my movie, but if you saw my first reaction to everything, everywhere, all at once, I went and saw that today. And I didn't realize, I thought it was, for some reason, I had in my mind that it was just over 2 hours, but that was Sonic, not this movie. So this movie, longer. And and then of course I was like, all right, I got to get booze, got to get some dinner. So I got a sandwich. And of course you go there and they're making like 3 million sandwiches for like a big party or something like that. So that was fun. All right. So sorry about that, guys. Just doing a little rambling right there. I know. Yep, he's staying for the time being. It's the sad fact of the matter, but what can he do, you know? But the merger is done for. You see the logos and everything. It's pretty interesting. Yeah. Well, his contract runs up soon, so yeah, he is a badass dude. Yeah, Shawn's awesome. Mr. Reeves. It's good stuff. All right, so let's see what's going on, Selena. How's it going? All right, we got Mr. Fear Jason's also here saying hi to people. We got Abel right here. Hello, Lakzu. How you doing? Bad news. We signed a secret new contract. He signed a secretly new contract. Is that what happened? But who knows? What could? Yeah, exactly. Cheers, Jason. Cheers. How's it going? We got Hal Jordan in the house. How we doing? Everything good? All right, we're good. Making sure that the feed's good. The feed is good. And then Mr. Jason McKenzie. Well, we got Lane right here too. Rest in peace. I know, man. I can't believe it feels like it was a little while ago, but it was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago to the I mean, I'll still never get over that feeling that, I mean, you guys could see my reaction to the announcement of his death, man. And it still just hasn't. I hate this timeline we're in. What multiverse? I mean, I'm all multiverse. Like, I got multiverse on my brain right now after the movie I just watched, which you saw my reaction. Great fucking movie. Go see everywhere, everything, everywhere, all at once. I always get the every words mixed up a little bit. Please go see it. Support this movie. It's it's a small movie, but it's so good. It's so good. Man, it's so good. But yes, Mr. McKenzie, thank you for the $5, the $40 super chat right there, sir. Let me pour a drink just for you because you're always helping out the channel, keeping it going, keeping that pirate ship going. You're like my first matey on that pirate ship. So cheers, brother. Good stuff. Oh yeah, and by the way, I'm drinking some Buffalo Trace tonight. I was gonna do vodka, but then I was like, nah. Was feeling bourbon today, so why not? Oh, you're on time. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I think I was slightly late, but yeah, it's been that kind of week. Work was kicking my ass, just kicking my ass, and then of course something happened today where it was just like, what? It was like work was kicking my ass, but I was getting it done. I was getting my work done, and then all of a sudden something happened today. I'm not gonna go in detail, but it was just like, fucking really. And it just put a damper on the whole day. And then of course I had a rush to try to get things done. I was like working a little bit of overtime. And then I had the movie, because usually I'm off at 3, but I worked till almost 4, and I had to go see the movie at 4:30. And I was like, holy shit. So hey there. What's going on, Mr. Patterson? Good to see you. Oh, stop it. I'm also Ray too with some things. Yeah, he's got a grace period. We'll see what happens. We'll definitely see what happens. Saw a photo of one of my faves, Brittany, with Taylor Hawkins. Yeah, I know. There's not. What's great about this? What's great about Taylor Hawkins is the fact that there's not a bad thing that was ever that's not said about him too much. It's I mean, you never hear like a bad thing about him. Everybody praise absolute shit at him, and he is easily one of the best drummers ever. So still can't believe it. Like I said, I hate this timeline that we're in. What's going on, Benham? How you doing? We got Zed here. You made it. You made it home doing some homework. Good for you, man. Been subbed for 5+ years. You see Zach's Vero post, squatting 500 pounds on the Smith machine. Yeah, I saw that. At 5:15 in the morning, the man's a madman. He's a madman. Well, I know, like, I mean, the last time that Zach was on the Vodka stream, he was practically falling asleep. It's kind of funny. I mean, he was like in his, well, he still had his V-neck shirt, but he had like pajama pants on too. And he was just kind of just chilling. And then he started kind of just drifting a little bit. If you watch that last one, when we were talking Army of the Dead, he was kind of drifting. So it's like, yeah, because the motherfucker wakes up at like 4 o'clock in the morning or 4. I think he wakes up at 4:30. I think he told me that. I think he said that on the stream, like he wakes up at 4:30. But yeah, no, guy's a beast too, man. Squatting that much. I'm not even sure how much I've done on that. When I used to go to the gym, it's probably like half, maybe, if that. Probably like not even that. 200 pounds maybe that I've done that. He's the man. He's definitely the man. So I'm trying to decide whether to spend the night at my buddy's house or stay home. Just stay home. Well, I mean, if you're having, if you're going to have some fun with your buddy, then do so. But yeah, guys, it's the merger did happen. So that's why I titled this Vodka stream The Merger. Of course, Mr. Shawn Reeves will be showing up, making his second appearance on the Vodka stream. We'll talk some shop. We'll talk some suits, some bat suits. Hopefully you guys are following him. Good dude. Really like talking to him, and be good to catch up with him for a little bit and see what he thinks about everything that's happened since the last time he was on when it comes to suit reveals and all that kind of stuff, and even the Batman. We'll see what he has to say about that. You're a normal guy. I see the notification on your videos and I click immediately. Nice. From Morocco. Well, thank you for joining there. Hamza edits right there. So cheers, guys. Ooh, buddy's house. Salita says buddy's house. So there you go. So yeah. But yeah, the merger happened fully. So I mean, pretty much business starts on Friday or on Monday, of course. But they of course showed the new logo. which I'm glad they changed up the logo a little bit. This just shows you right there the fact that they changed the logo from that yellow font with like the blue sky to the purpley blue. They basically used the color scheme for HBO Max. And we know that Zaslav is really going to be pushing for content on there and everything. He's got a strategy when it comes to this with HBO Max. So it does not shock me that they went that direction. And not to mention, they brought back that kind of like old time, almost like an old style ish esque kind of logo when it came to the WB logo. So, anyways, I don't know. So, yeah, business starts on Monday. We'll see what happens when it comes to it. But yeah, it's pretty exciting. I saw David Ayer. He posted here. He retweeted, and I think Wayne T. Carr responded to it too. I mean, regardless of what's happened in the past, at least like the people that are still somewhat involved and still would like to continue some things, they're still welcoming this merger and this change. All right, let me go ahead and do this. Sure. Okay. Do that. Oh man, where am I at here? All righty, plugged in. We're good. Okay, let's bring in the guest right here. He has arrived. Let's see. Make sure I got things going. Got the thing. All right, Mr. Shawn Reeves, how's it going, sir?
How's it going?
Oh, it's going, man. How you doing?
Good. You had a day today, huh?
Oh, dude, you don't even know. I don't want to go into details, but daytime work stuff where it just, when you get one of those emails and it kind of stops you in your tracks.
Yep.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. It was one of those. That's all I'll pretty much say, where it's just like, what?
Yeah.
You just you get a little shock and you kind of go, and you just go, what? And you're just like, really? What? Kind of thing. I mean, it's nothing like my job's in jeopardy or anything like that, but just in the world that I am with telecom, it was just an email that I was not expecting to get. But anyways, that's that. So
cheers.
That's why. Cheers, man. Happy Friday. So how's it going today?
It's going good. This California bullshit heat wave,
dude,
can go back where it came from.
No, I know, right? It's just like for a while there, it was nice. I always love it when it comes to like March, April, May. It's always you get that spring weather. Even February, it starts to maybe doing that, and it's like nice 60, 70 degrees. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, I look at the forecast and it goes, oh yeah, the next 3 days is going to be in the 90s.
Yeah,
that's fun.
Heat advisory.
Yeah,
and what that means to me is I'm going to be working slow because no one does anything fast in the heat.
You can't. Yeah, so it's impossible, and it sucks too because I went to the movies right after I got off work, and then I got back home, and I live on the second story, so I walk in and it's 80 degrees in my place. So I'm like, I changed into shorts and everything. I was like, God damn it. So.
And I'm stubborn too. I won't take my AC out of. I have a guest room that I have like one of the little rolling units that you kind of just stick in your window, and I'm like, I'm not putting that in for 3 days because it's going to be gone in 3 days.
Yeah,
fine tomorrow. So what sucks even more is like in the summer we don't get like cold waves. You know what I mean? It's not like
not at all.
Hey, it's going to be unseasonably cold. No,
no. Even if the clouds come rolling in and it rains, it's just it gets humid, and that's what kind of sucks. It'll get humid. Luckily, it doesn't get humid that much. I know, like in some spots, like I used to live in Alabama, and oh Jesus Christ, it was. I mean, it's just sweltering no matter what. It's gross. It's gross. I mean, you could be standing in the shade and you're just like 3 minutes, you're just feeling like, oh man, I got to shower again. I'm just sticky all over. So I'm glad that we have the dry heat, but every now and again though, that humidity does come rolling in during the summer. And that's just
it's not pleasant.
It's not pleasant. I mean, I can handle that dry heat, but my God. Yeah. So Shawn, I wanted to ask because I don't think we've really talked about it. Did you see the Batman?
I did see it. I saw it twice.
You saw it twice. Nice. Enjoyed it?
I thought it was a very good movie.
Okay.
I thought everyone did a really good job. He's not my favorite Batman.
Okay. I remember, I remember before you said that you weren't a fan of the bat suit. Has it grown on you a little bit?
Here, like my main problem with the bat suit, and by the way, I'm going to preface everything what I'm about to say with it just an opinion.
Okay.
I know that it is a beloved movie and it's a beloved suit, and you know what? I'm glad people really are putting it on like a high bar pedestal when it comes to Batman cowls. But what I can't help but see is someone will post a picture of clearly like a comic book image, like of like Neil Adams or some shit, you know, and then they'll put like a profile shot of Pattinson, and they're like, just out of the comics. I'm like, that looks nothing like the fucking comic cowl.
Dude, they do that. They do that with everything, though. Everybody always does that. Everybody will find like a certain shot where you like, oh, that's like
deep dive to find one rando panel that kind of looks like it.
Yeah.
Look, that is my main problem with the suit is the cowl. Like the suit, all right, I guess I get why they made it look all armored out and shit, but I don't know, man. That cowl's just funky.
Well, I mean, looking at it, it just seems like Matt Reeves was really like, I mean, if you compare that to the 66 Batman cowl, there's some similarities right there. And it's like he wanted to make like a, you know, just a, I don't know, bare bone, like not a colorful looking one, of course. But I mean, you could see that there was inspirations from that 66.
Well, if you look at the shape of the nose, off, then you got that stitched crown. Kind of like that, like is like the 66. So I mean, I get it. And by the way, like when I saw the movie, I'm like, I know why he did this. I know why he looks like this. The only thing that I hope is that they burn that fucking suit in the sequel and he gets a better one.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he will. I mean, and it was kind of funny too because there was a lot of rumors that maybe he was going to get a second suit in this one because I remember that there was like a rumor floating around that something happens, an explosion happens, and then he has to get a new suit.
On Reddit, and
I know. Yeah,
one of the things I find about Reddit is there's a lot of bullshit on Reddit.
Oh yeah, it's about 96.7% bullshit.
Oh my god, dude!
Yeah,
you know, if I'm telling you right now, if Reddit came with a smell, it would be bullshit.
Yeah,
because
it would be stinky, humid.
Problem, because sometimes a Reddit post will be on the mark.
Oh yeah,
get some shit right, but they'll get like a lot of it wrong. You know what I mean? So it's like that getting a second suit shit. I kind of knew that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of interesting because I think a lot of somebody just thought so because obviously in the first trailer you saw the explosion. Where he, you know, at the funeral or later after the funeral when Mr. Coulson gets blown up, of course. So everybody thought that it got destroyed and maybe there would be a second suit. And I was kind of like, well, that would be kind of cool, but that doesn't sound right because why would in the first movie, why would they just automatically do that? He just has another suit like on hand. He
clearly has one suit.
Yeah.
And even when he got hit with that fireball, didn't fuck up the suit.
Yeah, didn't mess up the suit that much. Yeah, that suit was pretty durable. I mean, he took a lot of heavy fire in that, which I like that scene because of the way the plumes like lit him up as he was doing it. Man, I mean, it was just like a beast of a shot.
I think that like I don't know if you've seen their show, but the Kevin Smith, Mark Bernardin, Batman Beyond.
Batman Beyond, yeah.
I think Mark Bernardin had a really good take on his like how I felt. I just couldn't articulate it. When I listened to him sort of break the movie down, I was like, yeah, I kind of felt like that. But I did like it. See, the double-edged sword to this is it's like I really liked it, but one of the things that I kept it's hard because you're just going to compare it to other Batmans.
Well, of course, yeah.
Like the beauty of Iron Man was there was nothing else to compare it to.
Oh yeah, that was
nothing else. You went in fresh.
Same with Wolverine. Yeah.
Well, when they eventually recast Wolverine, no matter who they cast, I don't give a fuck how perfect they are in the role. They're just gonna be compared to Hugh. There's gonna be the Hugh fans, and there's gonna be
there's gonna be the not my Wolverine. It's not my Wolverine. Hugh Jackman's my Wolverine. Oh yeah.
But I'm also not this guy. I'm also not like the boycott guy. You know what I mean? Where it's like, it's not my favorite Batman, so fuck that movie. It's like, no, keep making them. Because, again, I've said this before a million times, because I've had this conversation since the Batman movie came out, because everyone's like all my friends are just kind of like, dude, what'd you think? What'd you think? And I'm like, well, I'll tell you. Like with Batman Begins, I remember when it came out, I remember being like, okay, well, this is all right. I didn't not like it, but I just remember going, all right, I can't wait to see the Joker in the next one. And I feel like this kind of like what we're getting with this. And I keep going back to the, like, because there's two camps. There's the people that are like, this is nothing like Nolan. And then there are the people that are like, well, you can't really say that because it's a realistic take. It's like Nolan was the first guy to do sort of like an explain the legacy, explain the mythology, you know, where he got his Batmobile, all that shit. And everything was sort of like it could be explained realistic. And I feel like Matt Reeves sort of borrowed from that idea and just did it in a way more Lee Bermejo kind of.
Oh yeah, big time Bermejo. Yeah. Well, you know what? In that, I didn't watch the full review on Fat Man Beyond, but Kevin Smith, you remember he mentioned that he saw a tweet that I was like, oh, that nailed it. He said Christopher Nolan brought Batman into the real world. Matt Reeves is trying to make Batman's world real. And I thought that was perfect because it's like, yeah, it's grounded, but it's not. When I walked out of there, I went, it's not as grounded as maybe people are saying, or maybe even how they're trying to sell it. Like, and then it was funny because I watched it twice, and then that following weekend, I just went, all right, I'm going to watch Batman Begins and Dark Knight right back to back from each other. And it was funny too, because I made the joke. I'm like, Jesus Christ, we thought this was dark. I'm like, fuck, I have to wear sunglasses with this. I mean, it's got dark moments, but man, the Batman really goes dark.
But with Batman Begins coming off of like the previous, what was it, Batman and Robin? I mean,
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like, it was just, I feel like even the Batman, I felt like captured a mood, whereas Chris Nolan's was like sort of, it looked, it was a little too real world, at least in Nolan's or in I'm sorry, Matt Reeves. He tried to give it like, he tried to make it like dirty. You know what I mean? Like you felt like you needed a tetanus shot when you walked around Gotham City. You know what I mean?
And I felt like I was walking out with pneumonia, maybe. Yeah.
My only gripe was, I mean, other than the cowl looking goofy, is I really would have liked to have seen Pattinson, like do a Bruce Wayne that wasn't like his Batman.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Where like, I get why he did it. I get that he's getting his legs and shit, but he's been Batman for 2 years. You know what I mean? It's like, that's a long time.
I see what you're saying. I know that was a lot of gripes, the duality between Batman and Bruce Wayne.
I mean, you saw it with Selena. She turned it on when she went in the club, and then she fucking turned it on or turned it off when she was like sort of like you know, when she was with Batman.
And being Catwoman. But I think it's just one of those things where like he doesn't know how to be Bruce Wayne yet. And what I'm hoping is like in the next one for sure, I think they're gonna really go, okay, now we gotta start. I mean, even Matt Reeves even said, he's like, well, you know, he's going to start looking at Bruce Wayne as a mask in and of itself. I mean, it's one of those things where when people talk about Batman, it's like, the duality, but I always like the concept that there's 3 versions of him. And I've talked about this with Dr. Drea, Arkham Asylum doc, and me and my buddy Scott, who do, you know, Batman the Fanimated stream. We like we like that idea because it's like you have who he is full on, you know, who Bruce Wayne actually is. Then you got the Bruce Wayne persona, and then you got the Bat, you know? So it's like you got the 3 right there that he's trying to juggle. It's not just 2. It's kind of like it's a 3 thing. So I'm like hoping that I'm pretty sure that with the next one, they're going to really dive more into that. And I would say, you know, I mean, one of the best ways I think they could do that, and I'm probably going to make a full-on video about it, is to introduce a Harvey Dent and have that Harvey Dent not be somebody that he doesn't know, but actually his buddy, like somebody he went to school with or something like that. I think would, and then if they, you know, when they go that Two-Face route, that's one of the best episodes of Batman the Animated Series was Two-Face. And I love the fact that he was so obsessed with trying to help his friend out with his what everything that happened, where he wasn't getting sleep. He was got all these books like about psychology and all this stuff all over the place, and he's obsessing over this. So I'm like, yeah, maybe they could play with something like that in the sequel. Who
I'll
knows?
be really curious to see what villains they choose for the next one,
Yeah.
because I feel like they're gonna save the Joker.
Oh yeah, way better.
We're gonna get Joker teases.
Yes,
Or
and
build.
that would be smart. Have it like that Hannibal Lecter type. Like when they released that scene, it was a great kind of like, okay, I'm gonna ask this psycho about this other psycho and see what he has to say.
I also
like
feel like the Arkham show is going to
Yeah.
be where they start establishing his rogues gallery, which I think is smart, because if they start using him in the movies, we'll already have a sense of the direction that they're going to go with that particular style that they're going to, like, you know, portray. Like we already saw like the leaked I forget the actor's name. Shit. What was it? Barry Keoghan?
Keoghan, yeah.
I don't know. Again, I get like wicked bad fucking Heath Ledger vibes from that Joker makeup. Like where he's scarred.
He's all scarred up, yeah.
Kind of like it's
well, I guess I think what it is, he's actually was born with deformities this time. I think that's what Matt Reeves was saying. He was
really?
born.
I thought that's what it looks like if you really got dipped in acid.
No, I don't know. I from what I gathered, like there was like one interview where Matt Reeves was saying that they were playing with the idea that he was kind of born like with like an elephantitis kind of type of disease or something like that.
If they're doing that, I don't like that. Do it like in the comics. Don't do the Joker was born that way shit. It's like I don't like that. You know what I mean? It's again, and this is another problem I'm having, where it's like there's a generational thing happening. Where like it happened in '89. Like I remember this. Like I remember when the Keaton movie came out, anybody who was a fan of sort of Adam West was pissed. They were like, "What the fuck is this? This isn't my Batman." And then I remember like being like a smart ass teen. I'm like, "Yeah, man, fuck your Batman, Michael Keaton." And then it's sort of like, you know, and then Warner Brothers clearly fucking smashed into the ground with their shitty fucking planning. And then they restarted with Nolan.
Yeah.
You know? And then everybody was sort of like, I think everyone was, I really didn't see anyone criticizing it more so than just being like, well, this was different. You know what I mean? And then when Dark Knight came out, it was just like, then it was like, okay, this is how you make fucking, this is how you do it. But I don't know. Like
What's funny about Dark Knight is, like, you know, just even rewatching it again, that is way more in the real world than Batman Begins, because Batman Begins had some, you know, when it was in the Narrows and it was like dark and it was like in those like, you know, it felt more comic booky. Dark Knight does not feel comic booky really at all. At all. Yeah.
They literally, like, because I also remember when they were going into production on Dark Knight, and then I heard Heath Ledger was going to be Joker, and then I remember being like, how are they going to do this? How are they going to make this realistic? And I love that they never gave him an origin. I love that he just sort of came out of nowhere. I really like the mystery aspect to like how like nothing's explained about him other than he just likes to stir up shit.
That's the way it should stay like that too, to be honest. I mean, I know like 89 gave a little bit of an origin story, and they gave the Jack Napier name, which was adopted by the Batman the Animated Series. They used that, and then it's been in the books too. But I just love the fact that it's like, we don't know. I mean, when you read Killing Joke, you don't even get his name. Yeah, you get a backstory. He was a comedian, whatever the hell, but you didn't get really like who he actually was. You just saw how really he became Joker. But you didn't have his actual name or anything. So I think they should always keep that a mystery.
I agree. I don't want like, I understand they got to stray from the mythology a little bit, but it's like, don't go so far with a villain that clearly has a very established origin. You know what I mean? It's like, it's like also, like when they made the Joker, the killer of Bruce Wayne's parents in '89, that was Tim Burton's idea, by the way.
Oh yeah. I know.
That was not the fucking, like, Sam Hamm has said this. I follow him on Twitter, and he has said this many times. He goes, I talked him out of it so many times, but you know, because I guess it was a writer's strike when they went to go shoot '89. So he did. He didn't want to. He was in the union, so he's just kind of like, well, I'm not gonna fucking, I'm not gonna cross picket lines. So they just, got a dude to go over there and write it, and then, he wasn't there to fight to keep it out. So,
yeah. I mean, when Tim Burton's even said it. I've seen interviews too. Like he was more fascinated on the villains than Batman. I mean, and it's obvious.
Yeah,
it's so obvious because we don't get much of a. We get the of course parents get killed, whatever that, but we don't get much backstory of like Batman. We get total origins of like in those first two movies. You get, and then he went totally fantastical with Penguin and Catwoman too. I mean, literally, you have a scene where she's taking a bath, and she's. It's not the Selena Kyle who's just a cat burglar who puts on a cat costume and that's it. And she has skills. She literally got brought back to life by getting bit up by cats.
I also feel like because I see this a lot because like online, like people try to they'll find these movies now and then they try and apply them to the movies now. It's like
now
people pay more attention to the source material now than they did then.
Oh,
Hollywood's a different place now. You know what I mean? It's like with Batman '89 and just fucking all of the Burton and Schumacher shit. It's like they loosely based it on the comics. I mean, it's like they didn't really they didn't pull comic pages out and be like, we're gonna film this. Like none of that shit was happening until Nolan. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, so whenever I have a conversation with someone, especially about '89, and I'll see on Facebook, so I'm part of like, a lot of nerdy Keaton groups and shit.
Of course.
I fucking love Keaton. It's like they'll ask questions where I'm like, dude, oh, why did Joker kill his parents? I'm like, because it was a decision made to sell the movie. You know what I mean? They gave a shit about the fan base. They gave a shit about making money. You know what I mean? And they tried to make it as cinematic for all the non-comic book people as possible. So they took a lot of liberties.
Yeah, they definitely did. And, going back and watching that, it's like, it's what, but at this, like you said, at the time, no, general audiences were not fascinated about who really killed the Waynes and all this stuff. They just thought, and for the movie itself, if you look at that, I love '89. Obviously, it's it's in my top probably 3 of Batman movies because it just holds a special place in my heart. But it works for the most part for that story. It does work for it, and it's fine and everything like that. So I don't have a problem with it. But now it's like, okay, now obviously Nolan was like, all right, we're going to do the real thing. Chill. That's going to be it. And then now people are like, oh, okay. But you go back to those movies. Yeah, they did not take liberties on any of that stuff. Yeah. I always said, and I think even Kevin Smith said it too. Even about Batman Forever, how much more of an impact of the Graysons dying would that have been if it wasn't Chris O'Donnell and it was a 12-year-old boy? It would have oh my God, that's, but you don't feel as sad when you got like a 23-year-old with an earring in his ear.
Dude, he's riding a fucking motorcycle and shit.
You don't feel as bad. Yeah.
We're gonna make him cool. Fuck out of here. No.
I know it was a little bit much. Nothing against Chris O'Donnell. He did a good job, I always liked that Robin suit that they actually did.
So awesome. I've seen it first. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. I think the costume design of Batman Forever was really well done. My
only problem with those suits, they were too fucking shiny.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say that.
Matted them down a little bit.
Yeah.
I think, especially Batman's suit, just look like they
dipped
it with baby oil.
Yeah, the Panther suit, which it looks gorgeous, but I see what you're saying. It is really shiny. And then of course I like the Sonar suit that has almost like a blue tint to it. That thing, I think that there's just something about that suit that just really pops. And then of course you have.
I feel like, and I could be wrong here because my knowledge on the Schumacher stuff is a little bit limited because they're not my favorite movies, but I believe that the Sonar suit originally was going to be black.
Really?
And I think they changed it so that it could be chromed looking. So that because he called it the prototype in the movie. He's like, well, we have the prototype.
Yeah.
But like all those suits were like beautifully crafted. Like, that's why I was like, I mean, shit, we might as well just talk about it. Keaton's new suit.
Ooh.
Yeah. Like there was some footage on like, what was it, like a month ago? Is it already been like a month, like month and a half ago?
Are you talking about the set photo? Right? Yeah. I think it was actually I think it was a little more than that. It feels like it was like a month ago, but you're talking about, of course, this.
Oh yeah. That's Batgirl's belt too, if people are really, really paying attention.
Oh yeah.
And by the way, it's not black. Everybody relax. It's sort of it's a bronze that they aged.
Okay.
So in that shitty lighting, it looks black. But if you look at the picture of Batgirl standing on the building, the first shot we got, look at how shiny bronze those belt pods are and shit. It's like, and it's essentially the same belt.
Okay, so it's not, because a lot of people were kind of griping that they wanted like the golden or yellow type utility belt. I'm digging the darker belt, to be honest. I like it. I do dig it.
I dig the suit a lot more than the Pattinson suit. But then again, I'm biased because I really like Keaton. I'm really and I'm fucking stoked to see him in it. I'm more excited to see probably what's going to amount to probably maybe less than 15 minutes of fucking Keaton footage in the Flash than I was for just a whole Pattinson movie. I was curious to see it, but with Keaton, dude, that fucking Batmobile's back. They're gonna play that music, shit.
Oh, I know. It's gonna be interesting. Oh yeah, no, I'm all about it too. Yeah. And it's kind of, I mean, we've had, in the past, like, I mean, pretty much not since the 90s, we haven't had the oval in a long time. I'm glad that, I'm glad that the oval's back, I mean, obviously there's something that we talked about this last time, and I love the fact that you said, oh, it was actually feet. I love the 89 logo, just because it's so unique, it's so different, and has the feet in it. And I was kind of hoping they would go that route, but of course they went Batman Returns route with like the longer tail kind of.
Well, the Batman Returns suit is the more refined suit. So they went and they sort of like embellished on that. That's why his boots kind of look like the Batman Returns boots, cowls.
Well, he doesn't have Nikes on. Remember that shit?
The Returns shoes were Jordan 6s, Air Jordan.
Were they?
Yeah. And the 89 boots were based off of the Nike Air Trainer 3s.
Yeah. I remember watching.
They weren't the actual shoe that they made retail. They just took the pattern and modified it so it would be like a boot.
Oh, yeah. I remember watching the behind the scenes. It's just funny that Batman was wearing Nikes.
Yeah, dude. Like, it's weird, too, because the Nike headquarters has them on display, and they're, like, falling apart. They're, like,
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
But yeah, I've seen them close up, like, and underneath the shoe. Like, if you flip the Batman Returns boot, you can see Jordan, the Jordan logo.
No shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
there's even a Nike swoosh on the Batman.
Is there a swoosh on there?
Yep.
Because the boots are different, obviously, from 89 to Returns, and you actually see when he does the dramatic, like, dressing up and grabs like the stuff. You see him grab like a set of boots. Oh yeah. And I don't know if you probably can't see like anything noticeable on there, maybe, but maybe I'll have to like watch
on the Returns boots. Not really, but on the 89, if there's any, I have a bunch of candid shots of the shoes just sitting on a case and shits, and you can kind of see them. But the earlier ones, boots that they did, I think they made like shit. I want to say they made like fucking like 15 pair or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. Dang. Yeah. And so like the new suit, I mean, of course, there's always going to be a discourse about that whole thing. But I mean, when the first off, stunt suit, by the way, I mean, that's always what we always had to establish. Like, yeah, it's a stunt suit.
I'm pretty sure Keaton is going to look a lot better in the suit.
Oh yeah, he's gonna look a lot better in the suit, obviously, and obviously when you have, you're gonna have those in it, and not to mention shots of it. It's gonna look great, proper lighting. It's gonna look good. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see that. I don't know when we're gonna actually get a full reveal of like an actual shot of him, like in a setting of. You
I have a
okay?
theory. In at the end of the month in Vegas is CinemaCon, and that's when
Ooh,
they
that's
have
right.
all the studios like go, hey, we're gonna make this, and here's our first look at this. I am curious if we're gonna get our first look at Keaton in the suit around then, because I don't know about you, but I may or may not have seen Keaton in the suit, and so I know there are images ready.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah, there definitely is.
So and I could say this with all confidence. He looks really good in the suit. Like I'm super stoked. Like the stunt guy, yeah. I mean, and by the way, the suit that the stunt guy's wearing is a suit. You know what I mean? It just it doesn't always look good if you're moving in a certain way or whatever. It's just a testament to how sometimes those suits are put together. I personally think that what I've seen, I think looks good, but I still prefer his previous suits over the new one, but I might change my mind seeing it in action.
Yeah, on the big screen. Yeah,
I'm really, really eager to see some footage of Keaton in the suit.
Yeah,
but what's
so am I.
Is there's been no talk of Affleck in a suit. You know what I mean? Like it's
well,
weird.
It is strange, and it's funny too. And thank you for bringing that up, because what's funny about that is, like, did you see the concept art for it was like from a few years ago, and it was supposed to be for his Batman? What did you think about that?
I'll just say this, okay? Because a lot of people are freaking the fuck out about that picture.
Yeah,
that was never going to get fucking made, man. It was never going to get made. It's concept art. There's tons of people that's just the only dude that posted it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's other shit. Now, I do know this. I do know that because he was going to fight Deathstroke, they wanted sort of an armored kind of deal when he was.
Yeah, makes sense.
Almost like a reimagine of his tactical suit, but without the shitty cowl, and goggles. So
I didn't like the goggles. Really.
I think that when Matt Reeves got involved and Ben was still sort of attached, Matt Reeves loves that Lee Bermejo strappy kind of look.
Yeah.
So that's why that sort of idea carried over to Pattinson. But it's just a concept art. It wasn't final, wasn't approved. And I can tell you right now, I don't think Ben would have fucking approved it.
No.
Ben was all about the Miller life. He liked that Frank Miller look. And I'm sure he probably would have been like, you could tech it out a bit, but no.
He wanted, I know, even like the logo on it was changed, and I'm like, nah. And then that was just ideas, and it was a different logo. And I love the fact that I even tried to do it myself, but some other fan art out there showed like the fat bat like this that was actually on it, and I'm like, yeah, if it had the fat bat, I would like it a little better. It wasn't a terrible suit, but I mean, it wasn't anything that was gonna come to fruition. It was art, and even people were freaking out when that same person released Deathstroke art, and they're like, why would they? I was so funny because I got tagged on somebody who posted that, and then so many people were like, why would they do that when they already have this? And they would show like a GIF or a picture of, and I'm like, yeah, well, this was before that. Okay, this was not gonna really happen. It was concept. Obviously, they went with this, and Deathstroke would have looked like how he looked at the end of Zack Snyder's Justice League in this movie, But I did notice that even with that concept art of Batfleck, and you look at the stunt suit that for the Flash when he's on the bike, I mean, it seems like there was maybe some things that maybe they kind of took. Well, it almost looked like they just needed. And maybe we've had a conversation about this too. Is like maybe Affleck just wanted to be just a little bit more comfortable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because he famously was uncomfortable, and
which every actor is. Yeah.
Well, on BVS, he loved wearing that suit.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. He fucking felt like a.
It was made to fight in. They designed it so that it could be mobile. That's why the neck.
Well, I mean, that's when you watch. Yeah, when you watch like the behind the scenes and with Richard Citrone or even Damon Caro, the stunt suit, it's nothing. It's not even really that different from anything. Like, it seems like it was very mobile it was pretty mobile. It was probably hot as shit, but very mobile.
And in Justice League, he didn't have any really big elaborate fight scenes, so the suit didn't move like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's like fought a couple of.
Yes, it's fucking. This suit sucks. It's fucking tight. Doesn't move.
Oh, I'm sure. I know. I'm sure that tactical suit was probably a even more of a biatch, man.
Especially after those reshoots.
Oh, geez.
Celebratory drinks and shit.
Oh my lord! When he had to fit back into that thing. Oh,
dude. There's in the Justice League version. There's like at the end when he comes walking out and shit.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have the cowl on. He's in the tactical suit.
Yeah.
Dude, like this was like fucking just poofed. It like he was so bloated.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, that must have been very uncomfortable when that happened. But I mean, like, I'm kind of wondering, like when he came back and shot, Zack Snyder's Justice League for the apocalyptic part. Yeah. I mean, that thing almost looked like they needed to the cowl. It looked good on him, but you could tell he was a little thinner, so it didn't fit as well as it did in BVS.
Right. I mean, he clearly lost weight.
Oh yeah,
Ben did, and so he was almost Richard's size when he was wearing the fucking suit.
There you go. Yeah.
So it's like because Richard's like a super lean, like Jack.
Oh yeah.
And Ben's always been sort of like
shoulders and
like jock body. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like one of my problems is that I really, really like Ben as Batman. Yeah. I really do. I think
he's my favorite still. He's still my favorite.
Absolutely, without a doubt. Yeah. And again, it's like I know he's got people, or I know there's Batman fans that are just kind of like, Ben Affleck sucks, and I'm just like, all right, well, if you grew up reading in the era that I did, I don't know if they could have gotten a more perfect Batman.
Oh yeah,
I just don't know. He looked great in the suit. I thought his Bruce Wayne was fucking perfect. I loved his fucking robot Batman voice. I loved all that shit. I got it immediately. And it's just fucking sad that it's like we're going to get we're going to get some Affleck in The Flash. And then all this bullshit where people are just kind of like, he's not dead. He's going to come back. It's like, here's what I think. This is a prediction. This is what I think. I mean, again, it's just an opinion.
Okay.
They clearly want to build to something, right? The Flash, they want to reset, and then they want to build to a new thing, right? So I've been hearing that they want to do Crisis, like what they did for the comics, where it got really confusing in the 80s with like Earth 1 and Earth 2 and shit. They're going to do the same thing with movies. And I think that they're going to kind of clear the landscape with that. And I think that, and I'm saying big if Ben even remotely touches anything Batman, it'll probably be to do something for when they get around to doing Crisis. Same thing with I think that they'll let some time go by. They'll let people adapt to the new way, the new direction they're going. And if they do Crisis, it could be like when they brought Toby and Andrew back for Spider-Man, which was awesome. You know why it was awesome? Because everybody got something from that movie. Everybody got a moment. Everybody, they didn't alienate any fans in that Spider-Man movie. They brought them all together, and that's why it made $2 fucking billion.
Oh yeah,
almost. They didn't alienate anybody. They were like, hey man, it's okay if you don't like Tom Holland. Here's some Andrew Garfield. Hey man, you want to watch him rescue a chick? We're gonna do that. Spoilers. And, hey man, you're a Toby guy. He's gonna save Green Goblin, and then Green Goblin's gonna shank his fucking ass behind his back. But it's like everybody got something, and it was emotional. And I wish they could do that for Batman fans.
Oh, I know.
Superman fans.
Oh yeah.
Just something. Just do
something.
Recreate. And it's not even like it's a special recipe. All it is don't have toxicity. You know what I mean? It's like bring everyone in. That Spider-Man movie is a masterclass at doing it. That's why it's so fucking good. And
and what's funny about that too is like watching that. I mean, you still have the actual story, and I was like, okay. We got the beginning of the story, and then yes, Peter. Everybody knows that he's Spider-Man. Shit. It was kind of like one of those things where it's like, I was like, come on, let's go. I want to get to that moment. I want to get to that moment, kind of thing. Oh yeah, Aunt May died. Okay, but
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah. I know. I was surprised about that too. I was kind of like, are they gonna do that? And sure enough, man, and I was like, oh, as soon as like the glider like slammed into and just like caused all that I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, and then when she got up and she's like, oh, I'm good. And I'm like,
yeah.
All right, well, fuck. Aunt May's
part. And then she stumbled, and you're like, oh no. Yeah. But I mean, it led to like a very awesome, I mean, obviously, like the way that it all, Tom Holland Spider-Man. I mean, that when he just goes at it with Goblin, I mean, that was a fight scene like no other Tom Holland fight scene.
There's a fly in here. One thing
Yeah.
that I did notice about the movie, I wasn't bored in the third act. I wasn't going, man, there's still more of this movie. Like they make you, everything builds to that third act perfectly. You want to see all those Spider-Mans do shit. You want to, and again, everybody got a moment. And then they all hugged at the end, dude.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine if they did a Batman like that? Where we get Keaton, we get, fuck it, man. We get Kilmer in there too. We get Christian Bale, we get Pattinson, we get Batfleck. We get all that shit.
Doing like
it's a moment. That'll never happen because Batman's not a character.
When that was happening, and it was like funny because like, obviously, you got Toby is like holding on to, he's holding on to Andrew because he got stabbed, of course.
Yeah.
So you have that, and then they're just talking, and then Tom Holland's like, well, I gotta do it. And like the whole time you're just going, fucking hug them, please. And then all of a sudden he like, and then he just goes in, and the whole theater just went, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so perfect. No, they nailed that shit. Yeah, if they could do something like that with anything over here, man. I mean, at least we're gonna get two Batmen in the Flash. I'm kind of curious.
They won't share a scene though. That's the problem.
They don't share a scene?
Nope.
They're not going to share a scene.
At least from what I have heard.
Yes, I know.
Anything's possible. Maybe they did a different cut and they haven't showed it to people, and they're just kind of like, hey man, they shake hands in it or some shit. But they don't. They're completely separate entities.
Because obviously there's multiverse time travel shit and all that stuff. But no, when it comes to I mean, obviously we heard Ben say that he had a great time, probably like the best time. And it's funny when people reacted to his quotes about him saying that, he probably, I figured it out. I had like a really good time with Ezra and on the Flash. That it just felt like I finally got, and I just kind of going, well, don't take that as offense to what happened in the previous movies. But I mean, let's face it, the previous movies were always it just seemed like Warner Brothers had a magnifying glass like over it, just kind of going like, hey, we're watching every little thing. And then this one, they were like, oh, we're not going to do it so much. I don't know.
Well, I also feel that I blame a lot of this on Avengers.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
I do. Because they're like, Warner Brothers saw the potential to make $1 billion with a superhero movie, and they were just kind of like, hey man, we want our does DC have a Avengers, a Justice League? We want that. Build towards that. And it's like, and that wasn't going to work, because proof of that is Wonder Woman gets her own movie, does amazing. Aquaman gets his own movie, does amazing.
You realize that that's the top DC movie.
Trying to force a Justice League before it's not ripe, you know what I mean, was stupid. And the fucking bullshit of it all is everyone's getting a movie except Affleck. The one fucking character that I wanted to see get his own movie, they're like, at this point, it's just funny. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you could say, I see it on Twitter, man. I see people getting all like fucking angry and toxic about shit. And I won't feed it, but I also won't apologize for being an Affleck fan. I really fucking
no, never apologize for that. Fuck no.
But it's also it's just Warner Brothers has to know there's value, whether it's $1 billion movie or even just fucking rabid desire. I feel like there's enough of a population of people that are just kind of like, we really fucking like this version. You don't have to make it your franchise, but it's just like, it's kind of stupid to just kind of go, well, we're not going to do that one. You know what I mean? It's like Cavill is Superman. And I've heard a bunch of wild stories. I see other scoopers being like, well, he rubbed Warner Brothers the wrong way. It's like, what are you fucking kidding me? Like, what? Like just put on the fucking costume, make fucking stupid movie. You know,
he didn't rub Warner Brothers the wrong way. I think it was just, I think there was some, negotiations that just kind of didn't fall through with maybe, but at the same time, I'm going, hey, Warner Brothers, why are you not throwing money at this guy? His value is increasing every fucking year.
Just give him a cut. Just give him a cut of the fucking, like,
that's all they have to do.
I don't know. Again, I don't work at the studio. I just, I'm sort of like the guy that, like, I have friends that do the sort of construction side of movie stuff, like costumes, hair, makeup, that kind of stuff. So they're seeing everything through a different lens, you know what I mean?
Of course,
through like a worker lens, where they're just kind of like, they're not in those meetings, but the results of those meetings, they can see like in the production that they're on. So it's like, the ignoring the potential for keeping a brand going. You would think that they would want to do that. You know what I mean? Especially when all it does is just, keep people happy. You know what I mean? Like right now, like after Spider-Man No Way Home, you don't fucking think Warner Brothers is sitting there going, how can we do something?
How do we do that? How do we do that? Oh yeah, I know.
Or something like that. And you don't think Sony is like kind of going, well, let's rethink this Andrew Garfield thing. Let's see if we can get them in one more movie. I guarantee you do it.
Oh yeah. There's no way that they don't. Even with Toby, people are going, can we get that Spider-Man 4? I mean, you brought Sam Raimi in for Doctor Strange, so
after Spider-Man No Way Home, the person that was talked about the most was Andrew Garfield.
Oh yeah, because everybody wants
the circles that I was in. Yeah. Everyone's just like Andrew Garfield. It's like it was Tom Holland's movie, which, by the way, I feel like this was the first Spider-Man he earned. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like, I feel like everything else was like a fucking Mr. Stark, fucking, that kind of shit. I didn't like that. Like I like now he's got nobody and he's Spider-Man. I like that.
Well, we've talked about this too, like on the stream. It's like he had the longest origin story. He really did. How many movies was he in? I mean, he was in, Civil War. Yeah. I mean, like he had a long origin story. And then when you see that last scene, that last sequence at the end where he makes his own costume, it's fucking awesome. And he's swinging through, New York during the winter. And we're like, it's like, all right, now he's Spider-Man.
Now,
how about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It took like 5 or 6 movies, but we're here. It's like,
I mean, he had 3 of his own movies.
Yeah.
He was in both Avengers.
Civil War, Infinity War.
Then he was in
in Endgame at the end. Yeah.
Yeah. Civil War. Yeah. It's like he's gotten a lot of Spider-Man time,
He definitely has. But I'm excited to see where he goes from here.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like you said, I mean, like when it came to the death of Aunt May and then the fight between him and Goblin, and then just that scene when I love that shot when he's seeing J. Jonah Jameson on the screen and he's just standing there in the rain, just like in tears, bloodied up. Yeah. I was like, God damn, thank you, John Watts, for finally because I was not a fan of Far From Home. Homecoming, I was like, okay, good introduction, fine, but Far From Home, like that's rough.
I had so many problems.
Yeah.
Far From Home. I feel like with that movie, it was just, let's not keep him in the full suit ever.
Yeah.
And it bothered me. Like when he's like, like the night monkey, I'm like, that's a fucking suit. And I never liked the Iron Spider suit.
I was never really a big fan of that either.
I could never really get into Tom Holland because he never looked like Spider-Man to me. Like I'm just like, yes, I know it's a Spider-Man costume, but it's like, there's something to be said for having it be really close to the source material. You know what I mean? Have a look like the source material. And I think that's why everyone loved the ending of No Way Home when he sewed his own suit and shit. That looked just right out of comics. And I was just like, yes, give me that. Give me 2 hours of that. But
I mean, I don't blame him for like going, okay, you're going to do a different version of Spider-Man. He's, full on high school, and he's going to be kind of like an apprentice to Tony Stark. Tony Stark's going to make the suit. I like the fact that they kind of, they went they went with the eyes that can move a little bit, and I thought that was cool. But at the same time, it was like it kind of got old when it came to the tech side of the whole thing. I'm like, can I just get a Spider-Man that just swing,
because he's not making his suit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the tech. He didn't even invent it. He got it from Tony Stark. Now I know Peter Parker's supposed to be like sort of like a genius, but it's like it would have been nice to have seen that. That's why I liked in No Way Home when all of them were in the lab doing shit.
That was such a great scene.
So cool.
Yeah. And that's what was great about that too, because a lot of people were kind of going, oh, Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire, they're just going to show up in the final act and that's going to be it. But I'm so glad that it was right. It was right kind of like in the middle. I mean, they were on screen for a good amount of time. It wasn't just we're going to show up and save this Peter's ass and then fight everybody. No, they actually had full on scenes. I mean, when they're on the rooftop and you see that shot of them like right up there, and then they come down and then they just talk about the losses that they had in their lives. I mean, it's just, I mean, they really were like, no, we have to utilize as much as possible when it comes to bringing these two back. And it worked just so well.
Yeah.
So well. But I also wanted to ask you, we kind of briefly talked about it. What do you think of the Batgirl suit?
Well, the suit that we've seen so far, is
he said so far.
Yeah, she got another suit.
Oh, of course.
Like Keaton isn't gonna let her run around in that piece of shit. You know what I mean? It's like that's like if anybody remembers the Batgirl origin story, she goes to a police costume ball, dresses up in a Batgirl costume, and at midnight, when everyone takes their masks off, she wants to oh, hey, Dad, look, I'm fucking, and so that's like, she makes the costume. That's why it looks homemade. And even her cowl is like literally a modified bike helmet with a little masky part and some ears on it. That's why it's all carbon fiber looking. But she's got a different suit.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing.
I have not seen, I've just heard about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's obvious that I mean that when that first reveal of it, and everybody was like getting all like, oh, it looks CW and all this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, it's supposed to. It's like, come on.
Has anybody ever read the fucking comic?
No. No.
I don't know. Like, when I saw it, I go, oh, I know what they're doing. It's like, I got it immediately. It's like, I just feel like people like no one's going to be happy, or I should say, not everyone. You can't please everyone. There's going to be a little bit from column A, a little bit from column B. It's like that's it. That's the best you could hope for, and they're going to kind of give you that in the show. You know what I mean? Like they'll start her off with her fucking, hey, I made this homemade suit. She meets Keaton, and she does, and he's going to be in the fucking suit because he posted a selfie on his Instagram, which I saw stoked about. Because not only are we going to get Keaton in the Flash, we're going to get a de-aged Keaton in fucking in Batgirl. Because there's no way he's going to be in the suit for Batgirl. I think that we're going to see flashback shit.
Oh yeah, there definitely is going to be. Well, we saw the Gordon. Yeah, we saw the Gordon when he's got like red hair and full head of hair. So we know we're gonna get back. Yeah, we're definitely gonna get that. I'm just kind of wondering like how it's all gonna work, because it's like, okay, we have the Gordon that's supposed to be a Batflex world, but it's Keaton, and then there's some multiverse stuff. It's all kind of confusing.
I think. Yes. I kind of feel like when the Flash, he even says it in Snyder Cut. Funky things happen at time when I go past a certain speed, and and I think that's what happens. I think, when he goes, there's going to be some point in the movie where I'm assuming he talks to Bruce Wayne about it, where they kind of figure out the cosmic treadmill where he can go and save his mom. But I think in that conversation, he's gonna be like, but I might erase you from time. It might be weird. It might be this. It might be that. And I hear that's where Ben does his heavy lifting acting.
Yeah.
In a way where he's just kind of like, I'm in, like again, it's alluded to. I don't know, like a couple people that I follow actually got to screen The Flash.
Yeah,
they're not saying shit. They're not saying shit. I'm begging them. I'm like, I don't care. Spoil the movie for me. I don't give a fuck. Just tell me what you. And they're just like, do you know the stack of NDAs I signed when I went in there to see, like there's no fucking way I'm letting a shred of this out. So I'm like patiently gonna keep pursuing details, but I'm guessing that'll be explained, like why we get a Gordon from Batfleck's universe, and then get a Supergirl, and then like have the Keaton Batman. Like I'm sure it'll make sense, but I'm real curious to.
So am I. Well, so I mean, I've talked to people. I've talked to the VFX artists on here, who worked with Zach. I had two of them on. I had DJ and Brian Hirota. Yeah. And I mean, they won't say shit, of course, even though how much I like. So but the fact what keeps me hyped about The Flash, because it's a fucking cursed movie. Come on. I mean, this movie has just been so fucking cursed.
They can't catch a break, man.
Can't catch a break. Not even
fucking, I don't know, man. I feel bad for Ezra though.
So do I.
Clearly got there's clearly shit going on. And the last look, think about your worst day at work. Okay. Now add fame and pressure on top of that. You don't think you're going to imagine a fucking potato chip? It's like, I think that some people can handle it. Some people can't. I don't think he's the type of person that can.
Well, he's never been a lead of a big, huge movie. He's been a lead maybe in like an indie film, but he's never been,
and Flash. Those are the two.
But he's never, he wasn't a lead. He wasn't a lead in Zack Snyder's Justice League. He was a, side character. Same with Fantastic Beasts. He's a side character. So he's been in big movies, but he's never been a lead in a big movie. So, I mean, at least when you look at someone like Pattinson, he had all that fucking Twilight shit over, 10 years ago, so he already had, I think that's why Pattinson was actually like, when you watch him during like interviews and stuff, he's like just kind of just joking around and just whatever the fuck. I've done this before when I was in my 20s. Whatever. Ezra, on the other hand, this is something new, and I even said this on Film Junkie Live with all this new shit that was coming out. I was like, this is a lot of pressure. I mean, I can understand are the meltdown claims like true? Maybe not. We don't know. But I can totally see it where like maybe there's times where he just like, oh my God, I'm feeling the weight of this fucking movie, because first off, it's been in pre-production hell for like 5 years, it seems, and so many directors, so much of this, and he's been every part of the pre-production, the writing process. He was trying to, he wrote a script with Grant Morrison, for fuck's sake. He's been, from what I gather, from what I've heard, he's always been a part of the writing process. A lot of fucking pressure for this dude. And, it just seems like sometimes, when all this stuff, the movie's cursed, but at the same time, talking to DJ, talking to Brian, DJ even said when I had them on a stream, he said like he was done. He was done with superhero movies after what happened with Justice League. He was like, that's it. That's it for me. But, and same with Brian, but when they read the script, the current script, Brian specifically said there was something, or he told me, I remember, and then even DJ said that on the stream. He said there was something about the script that they were just like, wow, this is something special. We're in. So that's just kind of that. Ever since I've heard that from them, I can't just go, no, fuck this movie. It's gotta be a piece. It's racing the Snyderverse. And no, I can't do that.
There's couple of things. One, I don't think it's erasing anything. No, I think it's just like, I mean, it depends on the language you want to use. Like and this is what and again, I got to be really careful with saying things that are like, because I don't want it to sound like, like, oh, this is like fucking actually happening. But if Ben really, really wanted to be Batman, he'd fucking be Batman. I believe again, I don't want to speak for other people, but he just doesn't like how being around that type of production makes him feel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like too
well,
many
he said that.
bosses.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, I know.
He has an
I
idea
mean,
about doing it a certain way, and he's a fucking Oscar winner. And it's like they're like, slow your roll, bro.
Two-time Oscar winner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
and see, that's the thing. Is like
he wants to be in anything where he can't have a lot of freedom to do it the way he wants. And
that's the thing.
And
that's where I was like, there was like, I remember I was hearing little things here and there that maybe the HBO Max structure, he was going to be like, he thought maybe that would be a little more freedom. But then he had that article where he goes, he talked about not doing like these big IP movies anymore because being away from his family for long stretches at a time and all this stuff. It seems to me, and like this goes back to what you were saying too about the whole crisis thing, if they're going to lead up to that, is the door is always open, but he's not going to want to do like a heavy Batman movie where he's full on like star
cameo.
Yeah,
he can cameo.
Exactly.
That's the best I think we're ever going to get from
Yeah.
Affleck. He will cameo. And I'm telling you right now, timestamp this fucking conversation.
Right here. A minute 11.
You know what? If there is, I will happily stand corrected. Because trust me, man, the one thing I want in this life is a Batfleck movie. But
fuck yeah.
We'd have gotten it already. What's he gonna be, 60 and make it? No.
Dude, I mean, that's the thing. Is like the thing about all this shit too is the fact that we would have already had a Batfleck movie, we would have had the Flash movie, we already had 2 Justice League movies by this time, but Warner Brothers had to be, stupid shits right now and everything.
One of the other things that I see, the arguments that get brought up is because I've said this to other people who are like super invested in like having an Affleck movie, and I'm like, man, I'm on your level, man. I would love to see one. I'd love to see one completely fucking done by Affleck. But like time is not on his side, and then they pull this bullshit. They're like, well, Keaton's 70, and they dusted him off in the brain. I'm like, he's cameoing.
He's not fully in it.
Batman movie. He's fucking mentoring. Stupid ass. Jesus Christ. It's like saying Nick Fury's getting his own movie. He isn't.
Yeah.
Guy that
knows Jackson just pops in at the very end and says, hey,
and that's what we're going to do. I'm
Initiative.
telling you right now, if Affleck isn't 100% done and he's like, well, maybe I'll do like a week. I'll put the old bat suit on and fucking, and I'll do some shit. It's like, I can see him doing that. I can see that being a thing where everyone kind of gets what they want. Warner Brothers gets what they want. Fans get what they want, kind of. And then fucking, Affleck doesn't have to really commit to 5 months in a strange place with huge pressure and a bunch of studio meddling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
He can go in and kind of go, and he can play hardball. He can go, if you want me to cameo in this, I want to write my scenes and I want to be in charge.
Which is what he did for the Flash, right?
Exactly. That's what I hear.
Yeah.
I already fucking wrote his own shit. I could be wrong. It could be a fucking completely bullshit story, but I kind of believe the story.
Oh, I believe the story too. I think like if Ben Affleck goes, let me see the pages.
Yeah,
I want the fucking page.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure the Muschiettis were like, hey, we're working with you. Let's do this, Ben. It seems like Muschietti is very much like one of those directors that like, hey, you have some input, fucking bring it. This is a big fucking movie.
Well, I mean, you don't get an actor like Ben Affleck and then put a leash on. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Same with Keaton.
You get someone like that who knows how to. It's like back in the day, like when Nicholson was the Joker, they just gave him an outline. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that was.
Went on his own fucking way. So it's like you don't. I mean, unless it's something really specific to the plot, I get it. But if it's like emotional shit or whatever, it's like you're gonna have to let them play around.
Oh yeah. Definitely do. All right, we got a couple of guys coming in. We got KC and Scott right here.
What else?
Sean, I mean, if you have to go, let me know. I know you said
I got 10 more minutes.
All right, 10 more minutes. We'll fuck around. But hey, buddy. Oh, I know what you're doing. Because you saw the movie too.
Kung Fu.
Oh, Jesus Christ. By the way, you guys need to see Everything Everywhere All at Once. Did I say it right?
That is, you actually did. I'm proud of you.
All right. Thank you.
That is the most batshit 2.5 hours I have seen, and I loved every fucking minute of it. I mean,
Yeah.
my God, that was a crazy ass movie I saw last night.
I mean, there's shit in that movie where you go, well, what is happening?
What?
But I love it. I love this. I mean, it was like the writers of Rick and Morty took over at one point. I mean, it felt like that. If you watch Rick and Morty, Jesus fucking Christ, there's some things in here. I mean, you saw it in the trailer. There's literally a part where they have hot dogs for fingers. I mean, for fuck's sake, who the fuck comes up with that shit? I mean, it's insane.
Dick fingers.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
His humanity card.
Which was really funny to me, Dave, because you know what I found out last night that I had no idea. Because it's called a film by Daniels because there's two guys named Daniel who write and direct these movies. One of them's from Birmingham.
Oh wow! Right around the corner from you.
I found this out because my high school theater teacher commented on my Facebook post about seeing the movie. He was like, "Oh yeah, Daniel, he's always been great." And I went,
"Oh,
why do you know this guy?" And then I look him up and I go, "Oh, he's from Birmingham. Oh, okay."
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty awesome, right there.
Crazy shit.
Yeah. But anyways, guys, thanks for joining. We're just talking some Batman and Batfleck and all that stuff and just how everything is right now. I mean, obviously with the merger, obviously we want to see more Batfleck, but it just seems like he's in a very healthy, comfortable spot that he needs to be, and he just wants to, he's got J-Lo back. He's healthy, and it's like I want to see a Batfleck movie like no other. Trust me. I'm like, anytime that we heard specific details about it from Joe Mang or even him, I mean, it hurts my heart and everything, and I wish that something could pull him in to actually go, all right, I want to do it. That's going to be my opus. It's going to be my send-off for Batman. Sure. But at the same time, I'm like, whatever you want to do, Ben. This is all about you. If you want to just show up every now and again, I'm also good with that. That's the thing.
That's what I think. That's what I think the deal will be. If there will be a deal after the Flash, that's what I think. Because there's he's not looking to repeat what the fuck happened on the Justice League debacle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, because he wanted to fucking. I mean, I was hearing straight up from like people that were very much was in the know. They were like, oh yeah, he wanted to walk off those reshoots. He was like trying to get the whole cast to like do a walk off because he was like, fuck this.
No shit. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that's what I heard. I heard he was like he was just not about what was happening and wanted to just he wanted to do a walk off because of how shitty. I mean, it was shitty. I mean, look at what Gal said about Joss. What pretty much everybody. What Ray Fisher has been saying. I mean, it was.
I feel like a lot of. I gotta be careful. I feel like Joss Whedon isn't working for a reason.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if there was nothing to those stories, it'd have been a blip on the fucking radar. That motherfucker is in his house, just like watching the news, not doing shit. There's a reason. Because all of what was said about him might be kind of fucking true. You know?
Oh yeah. Well, when you have like cast members from Buffy going, oh yeah, he's a dick.
Or all these stories have been going on for years and just have been ignored, and now that it actually costs Warner Brothers money, now they're going to enforce some bullshit. You know what I mean? Which is kind of shitty, but it's like, get it to yourself, bro. Like, I don't know.
Karma's a bitch.
Yeah.
Karma's a fucking bitch, man. I tell you.
Yep.
No, but I mean,
great, man. It doesn't care who it falls on.
No.
It's gonna come for you.
It's all been crazy. It's all been crazy, but I mean, I think the only thing that I would always the only shot that I actually thought, that looked pretty cool in Justice League was when he's perched up on the gargoyle. I was like, oh, that's a cool shot. That's about it. Other than that, it just kind of like, that little reshot scene on the rooftop. Yeah. When you rewatch it, it gets a little wonky with the whole like, oh, the parademon just blows up, and then you got like the three mother boxes form that made no sense. And
dude, That movie is horse shit.
Oh yeah, that's why we put it to bed.
Uh,
Well, Scott and a couple other guys, we were fucking had a drinking game, and we put it to we live watched it and just
You made me watch it after like a week after I'd watched it on my own show to put it to bed. I was like,
I did not make you do shit. I didn't make you do. You volunteered, man.
Dude, I had a funeral for that movie. It's fucking buried in my backyard. No gravestone, nothing.
Oh man. Yeah, just bury it like a dog would bury a fucking bone or something like that. Fucking, I know. It's just there's just nothing. You couldn't get me. I mean, they still show it on TNT every now and again. I know people are like, oh my god, they're watching it. It's like, well, they have contracts. They got to put something on, I guess.
First of all, who the fuck is watching TNT?
I know.
Exactly. Who the fuck would watch that on TNT? Like, oh hey, Justice League's on. Let's watch this. No, that sentence doesn't exist.
Nobody does, man. I tell you, and it's just I mean, like you said, I mean, we would have already had a Batfleck movie. We already had the Justice League sequels. I mean,
I will. This will be my closing statement.
Okay.
Ben Affleck wanted to be Batman. He'd still be fucking Batman. That is my closing statement.
There you go. It's a good little send off, man. If you have to take off, thank you for joining, Shawn. Go ahead and promote anything you're doing right now. I know, anything.
I'm drinking. I'm happy it's Friday. I can't wait for this heat to die.
Yeah, it's supposed to die down Sunday. Thank God.
Well, you're in Alabama, right, Scott?
Yeah, and it's freezing right now.
Oh my God! Let me go to Alabama. Holy
right.
shit! It's so hot here.
Yeah,
and it shouldn't be. It's fucking spring. It's like, and like Casey, where are you coming from?
I'm in India, and
he's in
here
India.
Oh my God! Okay, well it's fucking hot here right now.
Yeah, it's hot here too.
Yeah, I'm sure it's hot in India also. It's usually pretty hot.
Why? How did I end up with the cold front? Explain that to me.
Dude, like I'm looking at the weather right. It's currently 84, not too bad, but it was 97 today.
Yeah, man.
It's 40. It's 45 right now.
45 degrees at your house. Dude.
Oh, man.
Half. Man.
Put me in 45 degrees right now. I would love that.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm out.
Appreciate it, Shawn. Always good talking to you. We'll talk to you soon, man. Appreciate it. See ya. Oh man, I love talking to that guy.
He seems like he's fun at parties.
Dude, I mean, he just like, somebody even said it too, like people are like, oh, he sounds like Bill Burr. I'm like, yeah, I get the Bill Burr vibe.
Yeah, I hear it. Yeah.
Hear it, you know?
Yeah.
No, I totally get it. But no, it's just, I mean, we've been talking about him coming back on again because, I mean, he came on last year. I mean, this was before we saw a bunch of different bat suits. Now that we've seen more suits, Batgirl, it's like good to get it. And then, of course, when the Batman came out, I wanted to get his opinion because, he's not too thrilled about the suit. He's expressed that before, especially the cowl, as he said. Especially since he makes bat suits. I mean, you see the fucking, if you go to his Instagram, my God. And then he'll post it on Twitter every now and again, but his Instagram, he posts a lot more. I mean, the fucking, like, how he crafts these suits to make him look so legit to 89 Returns. I think he did the with the Frank Miller the Dark Knight Returns anniversary. He posted shots of him when he made a suit that looked like, I mean, he had the mask where you literally saw the wrinkles in the fucking nose and the nose part of the mask. I was like, Jesus Christ, man. Guy's like dedicated and like into all that shit. So yeah, it's just fun to get his opinion on all that stuff. But I love it. He'll just say it as he says it. But anyways,
that's what I was telling someone as well. Like, I love how he's so passionate and raw. Like, he says literally anything, and he doesn't care.
Oh, he doesn't care. Like, he was saying shit that probably would make people mad. But I mean, when it comes to the Ben Affleck being Batman, it's like, I mean, that's just logic right there. It's like, okay, if he wanted to do his script and his movie, we would already be hearing. I mean, Warner Brothers would be blowing that shit up. Like, hey, we got another version of Batman. Remember Batfleck? You guys like him, right? We like him. You know, and for a while there, it seemed like, yeah, that maybe he would want to do it. But then you get that interview where he goes, you know, I don't want to do these big, huge movies anymore. I don't want to be away from my kids for this long. I don't want to. And it's just like, you got to respect that. And I love the fact that he's like, yeah, I'll come back. If you need me, something's cool that you need me for, hey, let me read the script and see what happens. And that happened with The Flash. I don't know if it's going to happen with anything else anytime soon, but that's what's that's what you got to take in. You got to respect. I mean, because the man went through fucking hell.
Yeah,
the man went through hell.
And then he does movies like The Tender Bar and Deepwater that didn't require anywhere the near amount of effort.
I didn't see Deepwater.
So good.
Yeah, I didn't see Deepwater. I heard it was dog shit. And I don't really want to see it.
It's not. It's okay.
It's not.
I watched it this week.
Okay.
It's not dog shit. I'll. You know what my death curse on it is? I was bored.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, see, and usually when it comes to me, by the way, the massive talent of, the Nicolas Cage movie, I guess reviews are flowing in and everybody's giving it a fucking big.
I'm so
ready for that movie.
That movie.
Dude, April is just such a great movie.
Well, what gets me is that it's coming out the exact same weekend as The Northman.
I know.
And I think also because I have, children, The Bad Guys.
Oh yeah, I'll probably wait on that. I'll wait on that, but that looks good. Sam Rockwell. I mean, come on.
I'm sorry. Liam is like, we even saw a preview of it again before we saw Sonic the Hedgehog 2 tonight, and Liam is like slapping me, going, "Daddy, Daddy." I'm like, "Yes, I know. I'm taking you. I'm taking you to that movie.
Yeah,
I understand."
Yeah. There you go. And let's bring in Mr. Ray. There you go. See, I remember his drop, but I didn't remember Scott's drop because I'm like lame. I can't even find your Scott. Your oh, there it is. Scott! All right, made up for it. Casey, I need to come up with one for you. I don't know how though. Anyways, Ray,
get any Batfleck one in there.
so there are movies in April. We're not just skipping to Doctor Strange.
Oh, hell no!
Ray,
you need to understand this. One,
I haven't
even bought my Doctor Strange tickets yet because all my A-list reservations are like, I had to go see Everything Everywhere All at Once last night to free up a reservation so I could get my Northman tickets, and then
stop bragging.
And then I had to finish Sonic the Hedgehog 2 so that I could try to go see Everything Everywhere All at Once again tomorrow night.
Yeah.
What'd you think of it? What'd you think of it, Scott?
Of which one?
It's got Sonic.
I did not care for the first movie. The second one? Better.
Whoa. Like, I'm with you on that. Like, the first one's enjoyable. I was like, okay, I'm okay with it. I was a little like, all right. But this one, I was like, wow. I mean, obviously they have to get it, the whole origin and everything is gone now. It's like, let's just bring some shit in. We'll bring Jim Carrey back. And man, was there just a lot of callbacks
to the games.
To the games. I mean, there was one in particular thing where like that happened. And I laughed out loud because I was like, oh yeah, it was just so quick that I was like, oh, that's a callback. I mean, it was just a little move. I mean, it's nothing made. It's not even spoilery, but there's a sequence that happens. I don't know if you played the game, but when Sonic gets
thing,
when he gets hit, there's like one point in the game where like he literally is like stretched out and
They did
that. They do that. Sorry, I don't mean.
And I'm going to tell you, my kid.
There's like a spot where he goes.
Did the ring jingle happen? Like, did it go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And my kids were like all in because when I went to the first one, it was just Liam. Yeah. Tonight it was Heather, it was Liam, it was Declan, it was the crew, and Declan has been the one that's like, I've only taken him to one movie. We've taken him to several movies, but we've only gone to one movie that he was like held him. And this is only the second time I've seen Declan in a movie where literally you just watch him and he's like this the whole time. Yeah. And there's a mid-credit scene and they lost their shit. They
Oh,
lost shit in that mid-credit scene.
my theater lost his shit, and I was like, "Is it gonna be?" Yep. There
Yep.
it is. I was like, "Yeah, we won't say anything. You could probably guess what it is."
Yeah.
If you played the Sonic games, you could probably guess what it is. But it was just like I was like, "All right." I waited. I was like, okay, they're probably gonna do like, and then sure enough, I was like, that there it is. I'm like, all right, but that final battle, I was like, wow, like they did. It wasn't because it was three. You have three animated creatures. I mean, there was like this really stupid subplot twist thing.
Well, you know what? But it was a stupid human subplot that was fine. It gave you a break from.
It gave you a break.
It gave from a break from the anime. But that was the point that I loved about this movie was that it focused on the animated characters.
Yeah.
It's like what we used. It's like what I used to complain about with the Bayformer movies. It's like I'm here for the robots.
Yeah. I mean, it got to a point where I was like, okay, that's weird. That's a weird twist. And then it kept going with certain things. I was like, can we get back to the animated creatures, please? And then, but it's not a long little, detour. And it does add to the actual story, sure. And it was just like, man. But that final battle was just like with the three of them.
I was sitting there going, you know what? I'm in. I'm enjoying this movie. I already pre-ordered it digitally to own because I know my kids are gonna want it. So I just went ahead and was like, I went to Vudu. It was like pre-order 4K. There we go. I'm good. So the only movie that's come out this weekend that I haven't gotten to see yet is Ambulance.
I know I haven't seen that either, and I want to see it, but I was like, no, like. So I mean, if Everything Everywhere All at Once was had a Thursday night showing, I would have saw that first, but they had no Thursday, so I was like, "Oh,
I had the Thursday last night. I was there 7 o'clock.
No Thursday here," and I was like, "Okay, that's fine. I'll go see Sonic." It was a 6 o'clock showing. Cool, that's fine. And then I looked, and there was a 4:30 today, right after work. Just rushed right there and saw it. And my God, guys,
I saw your first reaction,
dude. I walked out just like whole like. There's things. I mean, Michelle Yeoh. Oh man, I think I've always crushed on her since I think the first time I saw her was Tomorrow Never Dies.
Tomorrow Never Dies.
Oh
yes.
God, man. I mean, geez, and then just everything else. Crouching Tiger,
Hidden Dragon.
Yeah. She was in Super Cop. I want to say she was in some Jackie Chan movie. Anyways, but yeah, you guys. And I was even telling Scott in a message. I was like, how did I not know that Short Round was the fucking husband from Indiana Jones? What the fuck? I didn't know he was the husband in this movie. I was like, what? Totally did not know. And it was just. And by the way,
James Hong is the dad.
Yeah, James Hong, of course, who's been in so many movies. He's great. This movie's it's batshit crazy. I'm telling you, it's like I said, if you watch Rick and Morty, it seems like the writers of Rick and Morty came in and started writing some shit.
all I'm gonna say is this will be my favorite multiverse movie.
Oh, I mean, probably.
It's just
well, I even said that in my first reaction. I'm like, you ain't gonna see this in the Multiverse of Madness. Some of the shit they see in this. Oh my God,
Ray, are you just uncomfortable right now?
So all right, so there's like I was looking at the week Ambulance, Everything Everywhere All the Time is now playing. Like it went into like 1,100 new theaters, like wide release today. So yes, it is totally like down the street now. And then the Sonic movie, which I still haven't even watched the first one. And then there's this.
It's so funny though. Sorry to interrupt you, but Heather realized she never saw the first one. She was fine.
Yeah.
Well, you don't. To be honest, you really don't need to.
The first movie.
I mean, you kind of maybe there's a little bit of
callbacks.
Yeah, but not much though.
No.
Not much.
Then there's this Northman movie that all of you have been like geeking out over. And
Robert Eggers, man.
What has he done? I don't know.
The Witch and Lighthouse.
Oh, okay, there you go. I
haven't seen one of those. What?
I haven't seen.
Yeah, you got to watch both. Yeah, I mean, your list just keeps getting.
Well, that's
every Friday your list gets bigger.
We'll see. And it just like clues me into something that I think a number of us in our circles are kind of realizing, which is that like this is, every day, what like Scorsese and what like Coppola have been saying about like movies is like coming true on a regular basis. Like, there's so much preoccupation with cape shit, like from either side, and what gets lost is stuff like this. Like this, the way that this April is shaping up, it's reminding me of, Scott, you will remember this,
the May of
2019 when we started doing, and the quick story for this is that there was a point where there were movies that Scott and I wanted to see that Brent had no interest in seeing. And so we ended up doing a show called Fans Without Borders Plus, shit that Brent won't watch. And we did that for the Squadcast Patreon. And it was literally Scott and me going to see movies like every week, the month of May, because that month Detective Pikachu came out.
Hellboy came out the last week of April.
Right. John Wick Chapter 3
Men in Black International.
Yep.
God damn that movie.
Oh yeah, that was, and our review pretty much reflected that too.
But there was Godzilla King of the Monsters. That was another one.
Yeah, May of 2019 was pretty fucking hefty.
Yeah,
it was doing some heavy lifting.
Yeah, and
it's like this. It's like what this April is this year, where it's just like there is literally, because like for me next week I've got Secrets of Dumbledore.
See, I'm not a big
I haven't
fan
watched. I haven't watched any of the Fantastic Beasts movie.
So I can actually.
For me, I haven't enjoyed the Fantastic Beasts movies all that much, but this one's got Jude Law. So it's like, I'll be honest, Jude Law and Mads Mikkelsen taking over as Grindelwald. That's kind of sucked me in.
So that's why he's been doing press. That's why he said that. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, that's why that's why he's talking about the
whole method acting thing. Yeah. Well, I wondered.
Like I think that was a jab at Jared Leto, because remember, like there was like they said that Jared Leto, like who knows if it's actually fully true, but it took him like it would take like a half an hour to 45 minutes for him to go to the bathroom because he would walk slow. Like the
Morbius story, yeah.
So to the point where they got him a wheelchair to wheel him into the bathroom or something like that. And I'm like, did he really take it that extreme? You know, and at the same time, it's like I get the whole method, and I actually liked what Mads Mikkelsen said. And I mean, even when somebody else said it on my timeline too, it's like, you know, the fact that you could just turn it off is probably more talented than you can't turn it off, to be honest. I mean, but then again, every actor is different. I know, what's his name? Totally just drawing a blank right now. Who played Abraham Lincoln?
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Day-Lewis. Jesus Christ, his name just eluded me. I know he kind of goes method too, as well, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like especially for any of the Spielberg or like like Gangs of New York, I think was one where he totally did that. And you kind of like on some level, it's almost like, okay, I kind of get it to like stay in character for a piece like that. But by the same token, there is something, especially like if you watch behind like this, I can't wait to see. This is one of the extra reasons I'm excited for behind the scenes stuff for the Batman, because I want to see Robert Pattinson in the cape and cowl in his normal voice.
Oh, there was a video that came out. There was a video on Twitter where I think it was the final battle on the scaffolding, I think, and he was doing something, or maybe I don't know. But then he yells out about like and then he's just like,
it was Catwoman. It was him and Catwoman.
Oh, it was that scene. Okay, I remember seeing it was really quick, but it was just kind of funny to hear his actual voice come out of that cowl. But we got two more gentlemen right here who are going to have a long beard contest. We got Mr. Joey Beard and Mr. Steven right here.
And Steven having his Sonic dog.
Yes.
we got father and son in here.
We got father and son right there. We got Beanie and Beard coming in right here. Jose, hit up we got some bots in the fucking chat. You're right when Joey shows up. See, I mean, Joey hasn't been on in a while. Look what happened.
I bring my bot fans with me.
Yeah, you know, and it says hot girls and hot boys. I mean, my God, what are you bringing into my thing?
You got to stop responding to those DMs on Twitter from the brand new accounts with no followers who are like,
but they say I'm hot.
Thanks for joining up, guys.
Oh, yeah.
No, but it's like just, you know, I April is so low. I mean, last couple of days hasn't just been like, oh, Doctor Strange selling out. I went to go look on Fandango. My theaters aren't, but my theater is not sold out for it.
It's not Spider-Man. It's not Spider-Man.
No,
I know
it's
there's
not
some people.
Spider-Man.
There's some people that are thinking that. I mean, yeah, it's gonna make $1 billion, sure, but I don't think it's gonna do No Way Home number.
What people don't always consider when they look, because I had the four of us went tonight, me, Amanda, and both of our kids, and I didn't check later showings since we were taking the kids, but I checked every showing between like 4:30 to 5 to up until like 7:30 or something like that, but I had to drive 20 miles to find a theater that had 4 seats available next to each other. Everything else was sold out. There were a couple places where we could have sat like right up front, but when you start clicking on them though, there was like half the showings you would have for something like Spider-Man No Way Home, and also a lot of the screens were not like the biggest screens. And so when people start seeing stuff like sold out, like it was packed, it was way more packed than or harder to get tickets for than Spider-Man and stuff like that. But we're talking about smaller screens and fewer of them, and so
or theaters like me where there are fewer seats because they're the premium theaters where they literally ripped out 2/3 of the seats because your seat now takes up the space of like 3 people.
Right.
Yeah. There's that. I mean, they went on sale like early in the morning. I like woke up and just looked at my Twitter feed and went, "Oh shit!"
Yep.
They went on sale, and then I just went to the IMAX that's going to be over here, and I mean, it was probably about 75% of the theater was gone, but I was able to get 3 seats. When it came to Spider-Man, it took me an hour and a half. It took an hour and a half to get those fucking tickets.
And I don't always have those issues either because it all depends on, because like I used to live like in Chicago, like in the city, and also in the suburbs for a long time too. And so in those places where it's like denser, you can have a situation where like if you want to see something opening night, you have to get tickets early, depending on what it is. Or a lot of things for like most big releases, you could get them like that afternoon and be fine. I live in Iowa now, and so usually I can just show up and be fine. But if it's something that I want to if I want to guarantee I have a good seat for a specific showing several days ahead of time because I have a specific schedule to meet, then I have to get it. But otherwise, I'm like, well, I want to see it sometime during the weekend, and then I can just play it by ear and say like, oh, cool, I've got time later. And they'll almost always, especially when it's just me and I just need one ticket. That's easy to get. But
that's a Midwest thing because it's pretty much the same thing here in Michigan. Like even for Cape shit, like it's like really just been okay. Buy in advance for Spider-Man, yes. Well, buy in advance for the Batman, yes. But everything else probably be safe.
Yeah,
like as far as the weekend.
And when I was in Chicago, that would be like I remember when like The Force Awakens. Obviously, that's an entirely different animal, but that's something I had to get like a month or so ahead of time.
Oh, that was
every single theater was sold out 100% within like hours. And there's scalpers and stuff involved in that also, but I haven't ever had to do that outside of bigger population centers.
Yeah, I woke up. I think they went on sale about 9 our time, right, Steven?
I wouldn't even know. It was something like that, but I didn't get mine until I got mine this afternoon.
Oh, wow.
for Sonic.
For Sonic.
So like,
I'm saying, but it was almost sold out though. Is why that's notable.
There was one seat. I checked at about our showing started at 6:30. I checked about 6. We had 1 seat in the entire theater that had not been purchased.
For Sonic?
For Sonic. Yes.
Oh yeah, Sonic's going to do fucking numbers.
Well, because you've got, I mean, our entire theater was parents and
kids.
It was 1 or 2 parents and then like 3 or 4 kids in every row. And like I tell you, I haven't seen like when Tails showed up, and then I don't think I've seen a cheer that enthusiastic even in like a Marvel movie. And then in the mid-credits scene, the theater went more berserk than I've ever seen for any Marvel.
I was wondering if when that started going, I'm like, oh, I already know what they're gonna tease, and then I'm like, is we gonna get? And sure enough, and it was great too because I mean, my theater was probably about 70%, maybe 65 or something like that. It wasn't like too much, but I when I go by myself, I always go like I'm always on the bottom part. And like try to like right in the center. Everybody else, like the families and stuff were all right there. So but it was just kind of nice to be like, I just kept going, all right, this movie's really gonna do some numbers. I mean, for a franchise that was almost doomed from the first trailer.
Well, forget the first trailer. I was thinking about the first poster. Do you remember that first poster that was just like James Marsden and like I don't even think Sonic was on it. It was just like the speed gun or something. I remember seeing that and being like, oh, that's too bad.
Yeah,
like that's too bad. That's what we're gonna get with
this franchise was almost doomed from the get go.
After
and
Sonic
somehow
2,
they right the ship. Like,
I'm like
great.
so high. Like give me a full cinematic universe. Like
Well,
I mean, Sonic was
yeah.
the first Sega Genesis game first video game I played.
And part of the reason though that you had like that reaction when you saw the first poster is because there's been a stigma for the last 30 years about video game adaptations, and now we're starting to hear people say after this one, like I've seen this on Twitter like the last day or so. That how this is destroying the video game movie curse, and I'm like, finally.
It's not just that it's a video game movie though. Like if that first poster had been so many different things, like because my expectation or what I would have wanted from this, I feel like is give me like a Sonic and Friends versus Robotnik. Like, well, why is there human characters? Why is James Marsden the only person on this first poster? It just creates this like, oh, it's just gonna be a dude talking to a CGI creature the whole time. That's awesome. And then, but what I think the fact that you've got Jim Carrey acting against nothing in front of a green screen, like Jim Carrey in front of a green screen, just like let loose for half the movie. And then the other half of the movie, you have Ben Schwartz acting in a sound booth. I don't know. He's not Dave's favorite. I love Ben Schwartz.
Well, you know what? Did you watch my first reaction?
No,
I actually said, yeah, that I was not a big fan of Ben Schwartz. I like Ben Schwartz as an actor and the things he's been in. Was not a fan of him being the voice in the first one. When I watched this one, I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm good with it now.
There are
like,
so many deep pulls in this one too, not just from like, even more so than the first. Were you talking about the when you were talking about the little Easter egg? I don't know if you said what it was. It sounded like you were dancing around it. Were you talking about the part where with the bubble?
No, it wasn't.
No?
It wasn't the bubble. It was like.
Spoilers.
It was a scene, I did say it. I did say it. It was basically they just kind of captured a shot that was in the fucking video game when Sonic gets hit and he kind of
that's right. I heard that.
Like that.
No, because there's another moment.
Does, like this whole thing. They did it.
There's another moment.
Is there a moment where like he's underwater and it's like dun, dun, dun,
well,
dun, dun, dun,
it doesn't do the music. I was waiting for the music, but there's this whole thing about him not liking water, and I don't want to get too spoilers. But there's this entire thing that's like it only makes sense if you've like played the games. If you haven't played the games, you're like, okay, I guess that's just a thing. When you played the games, you're like, yeah, why? Why is that the way that works? And it's like, oh, because of the game. Like, and then there's an Easter egg associated with that, which I probably spoiled it for anybody who has basic wordy association and played the games. But
I've having only past the first two because I've only played the first two.
Well, I don't know, but I mean, it's just a basic Sonic. I mean, it would be from the first two because that's mainly my experience too.
Then in my head, I think I know what you're talking about. To which I will but I'll probably still like Easter eggs like that. I'll probably like when I do see it, I'll probably still.
It's not something that can like be spoiled. I'm just being extra sensitive. Just, like if I told you about it, you would still. But I very much had the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I was like, guys, do you know what that is? Like,
yeah. Yeah.
So
exactly.
Are there any music callbacks?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, there's one in particular.
There's one in particular that I'm thinking of. In his pocket that.
Oh, don't say it.
I know. I'm gonna do it now.
You can say. Honestly, you can say it.
Oh, it's in the trailer.
I know.
They released that clip. Yeah, it's the clip of him at the wedding where it's his cell phone has a Sonic ringtone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, wow, that ruined the movie for me.
Isn't that the same thing from when you're doing like the snowboarding? Isn't that what or like the racing? It matches up with the.
Is it the theme or is it Green Hill Zone?
It's not Green Hill Zone.
It's not Green
No, I
Hill
think
Zone.
it's the main theme, right?
It's the main theme.
No,
It's Green Hill Zone.
It is Green
Hill Zone.
Yeah, that's Green Hill Zone.
Oh, okay.
It's Green Hill Zone.
Yeah.
But what's great too is like, I mean, there's like this whole sequence that, takes place with like, pyramid-y kind of like, and it kind of reminded me of the, certain levels like of the thing and the
Labyrinth
way that
Zone.
Yeah,
there were numerous things in this that were like callbacks to the game or like places where they took physics, or it was an Easter egg or something that was based directly around like this is how things work in the game, like the coin thing, for example, where you see that and you're like, most other video game adaptations, it feels like that's their starting point. And they're like, oh, we've got to have him lose his coins whenever he gets hit. And you're like, okay, that's a dumb movie now because it's just like watching someone play a video game.
Mario's coins. It's rings. It's
Rings or whatever. I'm saying for game adaptations in general, where they have.
I know.
Those.
I heard it too, Ray. I was like, rings.
But yeah, but like you have like with like that's like the Super Mario Brothers movie. That's like the epitome of like, okay, they started with like, well, what do you have with Mario outside of that? It was the same thing with Sonic though. Like Sonic, I guess there was a lore, but if you look at the earlier games, there's not this like as much of a story to follow.
See, but this gives me hope that they'll finally at some point like and look, we've said before like we haven't had you don't have an issue with the casting for Super Mario Brothers. The casting was fine. The story was iffy,
Shit.
but like. This gives me hope that I will finally get my Mario Brothers movie that will be,
think of this movie
badass.
This way. If we're going to talk about shared universes, like imagine if Iron Man 2 worked.
Yeah.
Right? Like that level of.
I don't
like
hate that movie, but it's definitely.
I know, but take the Iron Man 2 level of like, oh, we're going to do all this stuff. Except it doesn't like get overloaded and bloated because it's not all about setting up sequels. All the stuff that's in there where you're like, oh, they can do more of that and they can do more of that is like it's like an Easter egg or whatever in this, but
it's organic.
They could do spin-offs and they can do all sorts of stuff. I mean, it'd be hard to get away from Sonic, I imagine, but they can. There's definitely spin-offs and certainly sequel opportunities.
I'm still waiting for what the director keeps saying that he would love to do a Super Smash Brothers movie. I'm just
that's what we're hoping that.
Yeah,
that's.
I made the joke like, hey, if we're gonna do Sega, let's do Streets of Rage, but it's not very kid friendly, so I don't know if they could do that.
But my son, this is the greatest thing. My parents gave the game to me so that the boys had to share it because neither one of them owned it. It was Daddy's game. But for Liam's Nintendo Switch, I got the Sega Genesis collection that has like all 50 of those OG Sega games that you can play on the Switch. So now, like when the Sega title card came up and it has like all of the screens of all the different Sega games. Oh, it was so funny watching the boys go, oh, there's that one, and there's that one. And as a dad, I'm just sitting there going, I have won. I have won this.
You're totally in Palpatine mode.
Good. Yeah, I mean, when walking out of that, I just was like, yeah, that was really enjoyable. I mean, I'm not gonna say like, oh, is it like everything was perfect? No, but it just did what it needed to do, and they, like I said, that final battle, they really upped a lot of things like from the first one. The first one, of course, was it's like, all right, we're only going to have a certain amount of budget. It seemed like when it came to the VFX with this, they were really, really good. And then, of course, it's like you said, you have Jim Carrey
model out 6 months before.
Oh,
you have to swap the character model 6 months before release.
And then they have 2 other characters. We're like, all right, we're going legit to the fucking design of the game here, folks. We're not going to try to do anything different. And they were great. And then Idris Elba as Knuckles, he had a lot of good lines, I would say.
Oh yes,
he has a show coming, right?
With the what?
He has a show coming, right? For that.
For Knuckles?
Yeah,
I didn't know. Does he?
Yeah,
I hadn't heard that. Like where?
Joey, what? Joey, come on, you're supposed to be on top of it.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, cool.
The show's coming out tomorrow.
The sequel and the spin-off was screened at the same time
on Paramount Plus.
Who is
Paramount
is
good?
Sonic is Sonic a Paramount movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sonic is a Paramount. So that means 45 days.
Yes.
It'll be on. Okay.
Yep.
Right.
There you go.
Because they also do something really cute with the Paramount logo that my wife was like,
oh yeah,
oh my god! And I was like, yes, honey, yes. We
It's cute. No, but and then like you said, Steven, just having like Jim Carrey in front of a green screen, just doing Jim Carrey. I mean, that's what was so great about the first one. That's what I loved most. And same thing with this one. Even though I think this one I was more like, I kind of liked all the these animated characters doing their thing, but Jim Carrey just doing his thing. It's just
and the fact that Ben Schwartz could anchor his end of it too.
Yeah.
Where like the fact, because you have to have that counterbalance where, and these are two people who Jim Carrey is not really interacting with humans for 90% of the movie. And then Ben Schwartz is like, I guess they have he shows
Mocap,
up on.
right?
Yeah, but he's not. As far as I know,
know,
he's not like on set when they're shooting
no,
these.
no,
At least for the
no,
first
no.
one, he wasn't. And so to be able to have those two performances, which are not organically created on set with the rest of the cast, yet able to make the movie not feel like massively unbalanced in favor of like Jim Carrey just being like, there's the Jim Carrey scenes and then this other stuff happens. Like the fact that they're able to keep that up is like, major credit to both of them to be able to pull that off, not just with energy level, but without anyone to really even play off of or whatever. There were tons of huge pop culture references from
big
Sonic
time.
2. I mean, it was even at a John Ralphio line.
Nice.
Like yeah, I mean, like that was like because there were so many kids, there were jokes that like all the parents laughed at, and there were jokes that everyone, and that was one of the times where
there was a YouTuber apparently in it that my son, that Liam was like, oh, he's on YouTube, and I'm like, okay, I believe you.
Does Knuckles say we're canceling the apocalypse?
You know what? If he did, it would have fit in just fine.
It would have. Because his character is like one of that, like, I don't really fit in. I have my own ways, so I act kind of this way, and that's what's funny about it, especially when it comes to Sonic. Yeah,
he's very like Thor from Thor 1.
Yeah,
yes.
There you go. It's very Thor from Thor 1 when it comes
the good
to Knuckles.
Thor.
Yeah,
yes,
Thor. The good.
I know that's probably a hot take. I'm just saying.
No,
it's
not in
not.
this circle.
I was gonna say my Thor ranking is like Thor, Dark World, Ragnarok.
It's
in
1,
that
2,
order.
3.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
it's probably going to continue that way with Love and Thunder. Love and Thunder is probably going to be fourth if I had to venture a guess.
Damn.
Just
I'm a good company then. Cool.
Yeah, see, that's what I said. Not in this circle.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
we're all
Joey,
like, the
and
first Thor.
you get to see the perfect multiverse movie. I saw that you were.
My God.
You saw it too?
Yeah,
I saw it today.
Oh.
It is. I think I said it in the chat. It's like one of my probably top 3 of the year so far.
Oh yeah.
It was fantastic.
I heard somebody whose opinion I value compare it. He said it was as groundbreaking as The Matrix.
Oh yeah.
And that is a bold ass statement.
I mean,
there's
honestly,
yeah, go ahead.
I mean, like I can definitely see someone making that comparison because it was just it was so unique, and like half the time you're like, am I actually watching this movie?
Yeah.
Am I actually laughing at this? Yes, I am.
Oh my!
Yes,
I
am.
Okay. I went to see it with my friend the trophy scene where they're.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh
don't even say.
I know.
Anything more?
We were cackling like to the point where I was like, I don't think anybody else in the theater is laughing as hard as we are.
Okay. And but when you first saw those trophies, did you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
I turned to my friend. I was like, that
looks
weird.
like. Yeah,
Okay.
I immediately thought that too. I'm like, huh. And then sure enough, it comes into play.
Yeah, and then like it was crazy. Even at the end, I won't say what happens, but like it was a movie where an hour ago I was laughing my ass off, and now I'm like bawling.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it turned into a family movie where it was like, oh, we're getting some, mother-daughter again, I mean, obviously when it came to recent Pixar movie, it's like, oh yeah, we got some mother-daughter thing going on right here. Cool.
Yeah. And I mean, everybody in that movie just played their parts so well, and just I don't know, like I can't honestly think of a flaw. Like I can't look at this movie and say I wish they had done this different,
For what it's worth, I think it's like high 90s in both scores on Tomatoes.
I think it's still 97.
I mean, it's got some Matrix in it. It kind of reminded me a little bit of I don't know if you guys remember the Jet Li movie, The One. I thought it has a little bit of that, has that elements to it. I mean, maybe even a little bit of slightly Ready Player One vibes, or there's like a little bit in there too, and like, but then like I said, then I was like, there's scenes where I'm going, did the Rick and Morty fucking writers just come in and start doing some shit?
So were the directors the ones who also made the Turn Down for What music video?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that who it was? Okay.
Yeah, and like like hearing that, I'm like, That makes
Makes
sense.
sense.
You go back and look
Well,
at that.
I still need to go back and watch Swiss Army Man.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
a
I
good
haven't
one.
watched
That's
that
a good
either. I
movie.
need to watch
Mhm.
that too. Yeah.
Well, and I read an interview the other day. Michelle Yeoh was talking about how like she is glad to be doing. She's glad to show that she's capable of the kind of stuff that she's doing, like in a comedic sense in this
Oh,
movie, because she's
she was
never
so
really been
good.
cast in anything like that.
Yeah.
And she's
was so
done. I
good.
mean, she has like so many. I'm still waiting for the Section 31 show that they promised they were going to give us with her, because she was badass in the first 3 seasons of Star Trek Discovery, and I still want to see what happens to
I also
Georgiou.
love there's
So-
this very meta moment where they're like doing the whole like they're catching her up on their other life in another multiverse, and they use a clip from her on the red carpet at Crazy Rich Asians.
Yes.
And I was like that. I was
Oh
like,
yeah, they use like clips from her from like I'm like, oh, that's like real shit right there.
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
Red Carpet. Yeah. Yeah. No,
But
they
yeah,
they,
no, it
yeah,
was- it was
they do a
fantastic.
really good job of splicing that in. Yeah, you guys really, I mean, do not pass up on this. It's just one of those movies where you have to see. And by the way, did you guys the Marcel the seashell with
Shell with
sneakers?
shoes.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
have you
Or
not
with
seen those
Shell with-
videos?
No,
I've seen the videos from a long time ago. I
Okay.
did not know they made an actual movie.
I
And
didn't know
see
that
the
either.
trailer for this too. And it's funny because the woman who does the voice, she's actually in everything.
Mhm.
She's in there. And I was like, what the fuck? This was like big so long ago, and they finally made a movie about
Mhm.
Marcel the seashell. with
And that
shoes?
is Mona Lisa Ralphio, sister of John Ralphio, aka Ben Schwartz. We brought it all around.
You brought it all
So-
around
so
right there. So you bring it
were
back.
these like shorts on you? Like, I was watching this trailer, going, why does this feel familiar?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like little short, like it was just little short videos. I think they even played them on Comedy Central, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
But she was like, it was like big for a thing. And I remember watching it way back and going, what the fuck? But laughing at it because it was so crazy. And now A24 is like, we're going to make a whole movie about Marcel the seashell with
Like
shoes.
it's a documentary.
Yes, documentary style. What the fuck?
Yeah.
A24, I love you.
I
So-
love you. I like you're making movies.
that nobody else wants to make.
No.
And they're good.
Oh, they had me
Okay.
before. Like I liked them, and then they made the Green Knight, and I was like, "All right,
Oh,
you got
Jesus
me.
Christ.
I'm completely in your camp. You can make whatever movie you want to do."
I just remember. I think I saw A24 movies before, not knowing they were A24 movies.
Yeah.
But then I got on that. I got on that string of I saw Uncut Gems. Then I saw The Lighthouse. Then I saw The Green Knight. Then I started renting or buying, like some of their older movies, like
keep
Right,
going.
yeah,
but-
write 'em down.
High Life, Under the Skin, and then
Under
Good
the
Time.
Skin. Nobody talks about that a lot. That movie.
Isn't
movie-
Good Time an A24
good.
movie?
Good Times in A24
Yeah.
movie.
Good Times
yes.
is also at
And then-
A24. Yeah.
Are both Ari Aster movies A24?
I'm not
I know
sure.
one. I think I know. I mean,
Is Midsummer?
yes,
Yes,
Midsummer's an
Midsommar,
A24
AC.
movie.
Hereditary is also a 24.
Those are crazy movies. Well done.
Ex
I
Machina
never-
is
I never want to
A24.
watch any
That's
of those.
right.
Ari
Ex
Aster
Machina,
movies.
which is like just that's like one of my all-time, like in my top like 20 movies.
Mhm.
I love
I'm
that
totally
movie so
with you,
much.
Joey.
Oh, I never want
I
to watch
love
those movies again. I was like,
Oh yeah. When it comes to Midsummer, yeah.
Midsummer and
Midsommar.
Hereditary. I was just like, good job. I don't want to watch any of these ever.
Yeah, Midsummer. Yeah, same with Hereditary, and then you got a movie like Mother, which is not. That's not A24, but it's like you watch those movies and go, yeah, okay, I see what you're doing here. Not gonna probably watch this again.
Yeah.
Ever.
Very terrifying. Great job.
But then I
wish
did
could
watch
forget
Midsummer
this.
twice, but it's just like, god damn, I'm like,
Oh, I've watched it countless times. I love that movie.
yeah.
Wow.
And I always
I
watch
still,
these
I
director's
I know that I just bought. I still need to see The Lobster and Killing of the Sacred
Oh,
Deer.
the Lobster.
yeah. Those are both
Fucking
good.
A, dude. Colin Farrell is so goddamn good in that. I still need to watch his new movie that came out the same
After
time as that one.
Yang.
Yes.
Yang, yeah.
Because that's A24.
That's
Yeah.
A24 as well. And it's like, I mean,
it's
but
on
I was like,
Showtime, and then also Joaquin Phoenix and Come On, Come On. That was A24.
Oh, yeah.
Both
Yeah,
of those are on Showtime now.
right. I got to catch up on some of these ones that just fell under the radar. I mean,
So I
that's
watched.
what, I mean,
I watched
I-
Killing of a Sacred Deer like a
Oh,
week.
I still have to watch that too.
So I won't like give anything away. I watched it a week before the Batman came out because
That's got Barry also,
Yep.
right?
in it. Yeah.
and I was like, okay, I don't know like what's what he's doing in this, whatever. So I watched it and I was like, I'd be good with him being the Joker.
Even in the Green Knight, he kind of played a jokery, creepy dude too. Yeah.
Twere not enough. Twere not enough.
I have seen
God, I gotta watch that again.
one A24 movie.
One?
Wow.
I've seen
That's better
one
than zero,
A24
I guess.
movie. And that was so what?
I said it's better than zero, I guess.
And it was literally just I didn't even watch it because it was A24. I watched it because it's a Villeneuve movie, and that was Enemy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
Enemy kind of freaked me out because of the spider thing, because I'm not too good with big spiders. But you know, it's only a little part of the whole movie, but still enjoyable. But yeah, when sometimes I'm like, you know, when it shows up, I kind of get uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But it's not much, obviously.
But it's just I just want to throw money at them because it's just like, please keep. Even if I don't watch every movie you make, because not every movie you make is something that I'm interested in, I'm just happy someone's
is making
them.
Well, then I don't think like especially like that. Apparently they have one that's being called Sharper that's going to be co-distributed with Apple TV Plus.
Well, because the Tragedy Macbeth, that was
Yeah.
A24.
I still haven't watched that because I don't have Apple TV. I think I'm gonna get it.
I don't think you have any. You know what? Okay,
Val was A24.
Here's one that I'm actually.
Oh right.
One that comes out in May that I'm actually really interested in because the trailer looked really creepy, but I don't want to watch it until I watch this director's other movies. Is Men.
Alex Garland. That's Ex Machina
Garland.
and Annihilation.
I will watch anything that man makes. I mean,
still need to watch
let's not
Devs
forget
on
that. Let's
FX.
not forget. Yeah. Let's not forget that also. I mean, when it came to Dread,
Right.
it was mainly him. It was mainly him with that whatever the situation happened behind there.
He basically directed it.
He basically
directed
that whole.
it.
He wrote it and basically directed it, and it was like, Jesus Christ. I mean, to this day, it's like, how is there nothing more that came from that when everybody is going, yeah, that was perfect. Like
Dread was fantastic. Dread was a fantastic movie.
I mean, Jesus Christ. And even Carl Urban's like, yeah, I'm open to do anything. Hello, phone's not ringing. It's like, what the hell is happening with that?
Well,
that was like, what, 2014?
He hates something that because it comes out and it's so obviously fit for sequels and spin-offs and and they were doing developing a TV show or something, right?
Yeah,
City one, I think.
Yeah,
and it's just shocking that nothing comes of it because, like, the budget to box office on that was pretty
good, right?
It didn't do big numbers, but the budget was so low.
But it had such a cult following too, though. That's the thing, and it was just, I mean, you know, when anybody who like wanted a Dread movie, I mean, obviously you had the still, you know, you had that stuff, but
I've actually never watched that all the way through.
Oh yeah, it's a good watch.
The original.
I was wrong. For some reason, I thought this did like a few $100 million. I thought it was like a 300 situation.
No,
it was very wrong. It made less than its budget.
Ooh.
Oh,
so it cost 30 to 45 million. Only made 40 million. But I mean, there's no way a sequel to that. I mean, that movie should have made 200 million easy.
Well, I don't remember it being like it didn't get a ton of theaters. It didn't get a ton of screenings.
And weirdly, like I thought, everyone's always weird on 3D. I thought it was a phenomenal 3D. I think it was even called Dread 3D when it was released, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
because like the slow mo in 3D because it had the shimmer and like that final shot where she's falling with the glass in 3D was like insane.
That is a top 5 most satisfying villain death in history. Like literally, like when you have a character in a movie that is so horrible that you want the worst possible fate to befall them. That was like when that happened, I was just like, you deserve every second of this, and I am really happy that this is happening as you descend 200 stories down into a pile of blood. On the ground. You deserve every bit of that. It was amazing.
They got a
China release, but it did less than 5 million in China. Although I'm wondering if it had like if it was like an insanely like bad edit or
Censored.
something, because you think about like the concept of that, and there's no way that China's not going to be like, oh, we don't want some of that stuff in
right,
there.
especially considering who is in it, because not only, I mean, Carl Urban and Lena Headey, of course, but also Wood Harris and Domhnall Gleeson is in the movie.
Oh yeah, he was in that.
Like,
yeah.
this wasn't a nothing cast.
Right,
Like,
he's
Steven.
probably like an albino dude, right?
Steven, are you looking at the release dates? Because I
I did not
remember,
look at the dates.
I remember like looking at this movie on IMDb a few years ago, and it says for some reason in the United Kingdom it didn't get it until like 2015,
Oh yeah, I'm seeing that now.
and then like Italy and Serbia got it in like 2019, and France got it.
I was saying that
last
kind
year.
of box office only makes sense if it's if there's some kind of release bungling.
Yeah,
like,
there's-
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
everybody at
There's
the
some
time was like, oh,
distribution
it's just a remake of, it's like the same thing as
The Raid.
as the Raid.
Oh right.
Yeah,
but
I
like
heard that too.
you could make a million different skins of the Raid, and I'd watch every single one of them.
Yeah.
I don't.
This movie,
Oh,
let's put it
shit.
this way: Dread got me to watch The Raid.
Because it had a Raid vibe to it. Obviously, it had like a similar kind of thing where it's like, all right, we're going.
Yeah, we're in
into
a building and we're working our
Yes.
way through the building. You know,
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
was gonna say,
I
you know,
mean-
criminals in a tower and someone's trying to take him down. That's Die Hard. So you could really just go back to
Yeah.
like any.
or
Die Hard, I mean, yeah.
or Game of Dragons, or what was it? Not Game of what is it?
Game of Thrones.
No, the Bruce Lee movie. The Bruce Lee movie where he goes up in the tower and he
The
fights
Game?
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
The game.
Which one was that? Which one
I'm
was
not
that?
kidding. Game of Death. That's
Game
what
of
it
Death.
is,
There you
Game of
go.
Death.
There you go.
Yes.
Love
Of course, it
game.
had death in there. But no, but I mean, that's what was so. Oh, man, and I always remember who's the actress who like plays the. She has. Like,
Psych.
yeah,
Wow.
I always thought like, man, if they. I always thought she would have been a perfect April O'Neil if they did like an actual kid, like
wow.
you know, yeah, because I mean, obviously when they did the another version, they're like, hey, let's get Megan Fox, and I was like, hey, that's a terrible idea, and it was a terrible idea, and I'm like, man, I mean, I remember watching Dredd, going, she would be a perfect April O'Neil.
You're
I don't
talking
know
about
why
the other
they-
judge,
yeah,
Yes.
who had
Olivia,
the
Olivia Thirlby.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Was it her first day in that
Yeah, it
movie?
was the first
It was,
day.
yeah.
Yeah, of course. But see, what was great about that is like, Dredd never took off his helmet. It was 100% just him, just talking, and that's
Yeah.
why everybody was like, man, he'd be a good Batman. It's like, yeah, Carl Urban would have been a good Batman at one point, but I want to
I
keep
still
him in
love that
Dredd.
picture of him sitting on Battinson's Batmobile,
Oh,
the
yeah.
Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
And they did it with
Like-
Jensen Ackles too. He sat on it, I think.
It's also frustrating because, like you said, he had the helmet on the whole time, and there's that whole like, oh, we can't have him take off the helmet, or we can't have him leave the helmet on because we got to show their face. And like, I get that maybe for a movie that costs like $100 million to make, you've got to show
Stallone
some.
was like, yeah, when they
show
did the
some
Stallone
movie star
version, he was
face.
like, you gotta see my face, man.
But like, it seems like whenever they have the balls to have a movie where like the helmet is on the whole time, it's almost always better. Whenever they end up taking off the helmet, it's like,
not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, like I said, if you watch that original one, I mean, the original one was so 90s, and it was such a like, okay, you have Stallone, you have a big name, and then you have the comic relief, which was Rob Schneider, and it was like, what the fuck are you doing?
But the
here?
funny thing about the Stallone movie though is that if you looked at just like the plot, like they had a lot of legit like mythology, like Dread mythology stuff.
Yeah,
in
wasn't
the,
the villain Armando Sante?
Santi?
Armando
Yes,
Santi.
it was.
Armando Sante.
There,
Yeah,
there was so much, and Diane Lane was like the other.
Diane
like
Lane
this
was in
And
partner.
there.
Max
too.
Van's and Max Van
Max von Sydow. Yep.
Sydow was the I forgot what was his role. It's like the head judge or
Yeah, he was like, the weird thing was like, for somehow like watching that, it's not like he can't do this, he can't play these types of roles, but that almost like prepared you for Lamar Burgess in Minority Report.
yes,
Because it's
yes,
essentially the same
same
character.
thing. Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that was that cast, and like when that's a pure 90s movie. I almost don't even like comparing it to Dread because they're just they're so widely different.
It's,
I mean, I know
yeah,
it's the
so
same
widely
character, but
different. Yeah,
it's like you're not. It's such a different era. Like when it's even for comic, we know this, Scott.
We know this.
Watching the Cape shit from back in the 90s, it's like, yeah, it was martial law, Wild Wild West, with all those movies, especially anything that wasn't part of the big two. And even with the big two, they had like Marvel had so many issues back in the 80s and the 90s trying to get stuff off the ground. And DC was really just like Batman, and that's it. And then when it was Dark Horse,
well, DC always had all of the stuff that nobody knew was comic book movies that was pretty good, and a lot of that was in like the 90s and early 2000s. But
there's all these Road to Perdition.
Yeah.
Which
nobody knows that that's actually based off of
a comic book. I know, right?
Wasn't it like History of Violence? Yeah.
Yes.
That was History of Violence. But even that was like History of Violence was even like we're getting into like the 2000s with that movie, like because V for Vendetta is another one because people didn't know until like the logo popped up and it did that. There was a cool transition where they had like the DC into Vertigo logo, which they also did for Constantine, which was another one. Like at the time, I was like, "Oh, this is a DC? All right, okay." But like, it's.
I just wish Dark Horse would actually, I mean, I thought after Deadpool, I'm like, where's the actual authentic The Mask movie? I mean, the Jim Carrey shit was cool, but let's get the real version because you guys watered it down and made it a PG-13 comedy, which I love.
You didn't like Son of the Mask?
What the fuck? Which Infinity?
That was yesterday. That was yesterday that I reviewed for Son of the Mask drop.
Oh god, that's right. You did one, and I think I actually commented. I sent you a GIF or something where I was like, "Oh, that movie was like just so bad."
Oh, that was a movie I watched. That was a movie I watched.
What's wrong with it? It had box office star Jamie Kennedy.
we are never gonna get that life force back.
No.
Like that was
just my lord. But I'm just saying, like I was like, I even made a video like after Deadpool came out. I'm like, all right, where are we at with the Mask? Where are we with Big Head, which is what they call him in the story. They call him Big Head. Like, what the hell? Like, where are we? I mean, it's essentially Deadpool where he breaks the fourth wall, but he's essentially a big, huge villain. And like,
the best Dark Horse we really got was Sin City. Oh, that was so good.
Yeah,
Dave, they might be afraid to touch it because of Carrie. That's the problem. Is like because the first one did so well, and there's just the general audience's perception is that he's the Mask, and it's like okay,
that's what sucks though. But it's so funny
the
about
Hellboy
that.
Movies
like,
were good, Scott.
I know that. Well, no, actually, I'm not gonna argue. I like the Hellboy movies. So
which the Del Toros?
No, I'll
those were Dark Horse, weren't they?
Yes.
Those are Dark Horse. Yeah,
I like the David Harbour movie.
I didn't mind the new one either. I thought it was actually pretty decent.
Like I
thought so too.
It
could have been a lot better, but it also could have been
just a lot worse.
Yeah,
it had its moments.
I think
that last sequence when they were like they like showed like, all right, this is where it's headed. In that last sequence, I went the whole when that whole thing and then it ended. I went, why wasn't that the whole fucking movie?
Well,
because that last sequence was fucking perfect.
That was kind of how I felt about Golden Army because, like, I don't like the first hour of Golden Army, but I love the second hour, and I'm like, how come the whole movie couldn't be the second hour of Golden Army?
I still have only seen Golden Army once, and it was when I saw it in the theater, and I need to go back and do a rewatch of Golden Army, which we'll eventually get to.
That stuff is always like with the new Hellboy, it's always like a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
Because if you just jump into that, people are like, they needed 4 movies to build up to this moment, and they needed to give a solo movie for every single character, and if they do that story, it cancels out these other stories they can't do now.
Where's the Abe Sapien movie?
Whereas if you just jump to the part that like everyone wants, even if it works, then everybody's like gets mad about that. But then, I don't know. Like you do it the other way, it's like then people complain. It's stupid.
Steven, you mean people complain? Okay.
No, not. What are you talking about?
I also knew because didn't that movie have post-credit scenes? The newest one.
Yes.
Yes.
It had.
I knew as soon as I saw them, I'm like, this isn't going to be anything. Like we're not getting a sequel.
No.
Like, as much as I enjoyed it, I was like, this isn't going to be for everybody, and it's I don't see a sequel happening.
Yeah.
Well, and that was another one where the behind the scenes situation was like insane.
Oh yeah,
it was
where it was like ghost directed and like I think they took it away from what's his name, the director.
Yeah. I mean, well, speaking of that, I mean, how are we feeling about like, hey, we got, Warner Brothers Discovery, what's going on? Mergers fully formed. Are we
Speaking of
feeling
what?
good? Are we
I'm
feeling
no,
like it's back on the
I'm
right
feeling
track?
like I'm gonna sit back and wait because fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. I'm sorry. No,
Well,
we've done this dance. I am not.
especially with AT&T,
It's
yeah.
very, I mean, with AT&T, I mean, I was there on the ground to watch the whole AT&T thing and to live through the AT&T era. I'm sorry, you are not. I am cynical. I am jaded. You're not going to find me dancing a jig or anything. I'm just going to sit back and go,
Especially when Toby is still there.
Toby's
I was
still
gonna
there.
say, but look, and I know, and like half the people are like, his contract is up in December. They're waiting
None
for
of
that. It's
that
like, I will
matters.
believe that shit when I see it, because tomorrow they could announce an extension for another couple of years, and
Or
we're
they
just
could
Yeah.
fire him. Like
That's what happened with Hamada. People were saying he was gonna get the boot, but 3 years he got.
right.
And I was like, okay.
So
Oh yeah,
I'm,
there were
I'm,
so many people that were like, "Oh, is Hamada going to the boot?" I'm like, I haven't heard anything about
Uh,
Hamada. I mean, the
I
whole
am
thing was like
well,
about what
and
Toby Emmerich is going to what's going to
people
happen.
I don't know, there's a lot of, and this happened with AT&T too, where you get a lot of like film fans who don't like, and this is commented on about Snyder fans a lot too, about like most people don't even know, like Kevin Feige is the only, or maybe Kathleen Kennedy, but like people don't know who runs these studios usually, and it doesn't really matter.
those two. You're right. Those are the only two.
But Snyder fans know like the whole corporate hierarchy from like WB, and but there's no I don't know. I guess you get in trouble when you say this. But like, there's no like real business sense for a lot of people and how this works. People that have like that either know the industry or have personally been through mergers and acquisitions and know how that goes.
Hey,
But
didn't Patrick Bateman say murders and executions?
but
that just reminded me of that.
for like the anyone who's like familiar with that process or any of this works would know that like Toby was never going to go day one. Hamada's never going to, like, anyone, the high ups, like the C-suite, everyone almost always gone day one or before for an acquisition. But anyone who's like in charge of a product line of any kind will always at least be around for a transition period. At the end of which
period.
they'll either stick around or they won't, depending on like the performance of that. But I mean, Emmerich is coming off of, he's gonna try to claim credit for the Joker regardless of if he deserves it or not. He's got Dune, he's got Batman, which people say that Batman wasn't a success, but if you look at the way that was reported in the merger stuff, it's being what's being touted about it is a COVID era reboot of a character that has had trouble being rebooted in the past, and it did better than it needed to make its budget back. And there's significant enthusiasm about it, very little drama outside of whatever corner has their agenda about it. And so how does that, I don't think Emmerich and Hamada have as much to do with any of that as like they would have people think, but it still looks, it happened under their watch. So
they get to claim credit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and the other thing to remember that I feel like I always have to bring this up. The other thing to remember is that they're entering I almost feel like they're doing the same thing that Paramount is doing now, because Paramount's new CEO is like all about Paramount Plus, and just about every decision he's making is geared towards the streaming app with respect to release dates, with respect to content, with respect to every decision they're making. And that is totally what David Zaslav said from day one.
Look at the new logo. Look at the new logo. They changed it to look like HBO
Max. Yeah,
right.
The purple.
I maybe I don't know shit about marketing. I only did TV marketing for 7.5 years, whatever. But like
a lot of people do marketing don't know anything either. So
yeah,
to be fair.
But I feel like they should have just done what like Viacom and CBS just decided recently. Okay, we're just gonna screw it. We're gonna call ourselves Paramount. No more Viacom, CBS, Paramount. Just call yourselves HBO at this point. Everybody knows what the fuck that is.
And HBO actually has actually smells like roses to everyone. You say HBO, people's
I don't know. I think in a way, but I think there's a lot of nostalgia for HBO, but there's also a lot of stigma and people that are going to be held back from it. Like HBO is not a family brand.
No,
Like
that
if
is
you're
No,
gonna
it
be,
isn't.
if you're gonna be
That's
making
true.
family
Oh, yeah.
content, you
That's
don't want
true.
to be like, check out the Aquaman cartoon on HBO. Like nobody's gonna.
Followed
the
by
network that brought
Euphoria.
you The Wire and Sopranos and Game
Yeah.
of Thrones.
Well, not just that, but like
Yes.
look at the animated content. Like they've done some animated content. And it's adult
Followed
animation.
by real
Like,
sex.
there's a lot of
Captain
families
Coolface.
who would consider like I grew up with a lot of families
Joey gets it.
who
Sorry.
considered HBO, like they'd get called up like for a telemarketer, like call up and try to sell them HBO for their cable, and they'd say like, oh no, we don't purchase
Hey,
pornography.
I heard that those were some dated shows,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah,
caught that.
real sex
Yeah.
bites, Texas
Yeah.
Cabin Sessions, HBO, baby.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Well, and that's what it's
Yeah.
like. That's like the reputation it has is either this like really adult stuff that is like not popcorny fun or like softcore. Like and that's kind of but HBO Max has they I think have successfully branched out pretty broadly by contrast.
I'd say
It's like the
so.
opposite problem of Disney.
They also have the
It
cartoons,
is.
right? From Cartoon Network and all that.
Right,
Yeah,
but like people would
Network, they've got Adult Swim and Crunchyroll. They got
Mhm.
Sesame Street.
yeah.
Oh, and
You
all
not
the
believe
and-
it?
and-
Sesame
and-
Street.
Sesame Street now on HBO.
and they brought a bunch of
Joey's like, I gotta go, guys.
well, and even like the old classic stuff that they had on Boomerang, like the old Looney Tunes, like not all of
Oh,
them,
yeah,
but like
Boomerang
most
stuff,
of them
yeah.
are there.
Well,
on the
pound for
service
pound,
now.
it's the best catalog
Oh,
out
dude,
there.
the
It doesn't
Turner
have the
Classic
widest
movie catalog
selection, but it's got like
good.
Netflix and Prime, especially Prime, Hulu a little bit. You start scrolling through that, and you get to like after you get past all of like the worth watching stuff, you're like, whoa, this is like real low budget. Like
Yeah.
the box art is always a lie. Like if it's anything fantasy, sci-fi, whatever, and it's older than 10 years, it's like don't judge by the box art. It has a $10 budget.
Netflix has been getting better the last couple of years, especially with the project that they're working on now that just got some really the
Oh,
cast
yeah,
for that
Rebel
fucking
Moon.
movie is amazing. But like
Carry
That's
our
it,
way.
but that's an original?
You wish.
right,
The Emperor.
But of the back catalog though, of
But
stuff
the-
that's not for streaming, on HBO Max, anything that's older than 10 years old is like an award winner. Or
Oh, yeah,
bona
right,
fide
exactly.
classic.
So
Turner
if
classic movies.
if we're talking
yeah.
subjective quality, HBO Max is second to none as far as the library is concerned. Their
That's how I've
library
been
Or-
watching The Sopranos.
Or objective quality. I mean, if we're talking about award winners, we're talking
we're-
about
if we're
things that
talking-
have been held up socially as examples of quality.
If we're
Like-
using awards, if we're using like award winning as an objective qualifier, yes, I would agree with that.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Absolutely.
No question
Yeah.
about that.
or
I'll
have held a
take a
place in the
dive.
zeitgeist. Like that is an objective,
Right.
movies that like the name of. You're like, oh, that's
Even if you haven't
Hitchcock. That's
even if you haven't seen the movies,
Yeah.
you know the movies.
it's like my
Right.
list. I scroll through HBO Max. I'm like, this is my list that I always talk about.
Yeah.
that I've
Yeah.
been meaning to
open
get
up,
to.
you open up that
I-
TCM fucking list. You go, oh my
I
god.
saw
I
that
there's a
Hey,
movie I meant to watch.
Yeah.
There was they did the Twitter account posted like it was a list of movies to watch in preparation for the Batman's arrival on April 19th, and one of them was 7.
Yeah.
I was like, oh well, and then I forget what the other 3 were, but all 4 of them were like, well, these are
Here's your
4
shot
fucking
right
good
here.
movies. So yeah,
I'll do one
but-
too, Jose.
A shot
Steven,
of
were
what
you
is
were
that?
you able to were you
Mountain
able to
Dew?
talk this yet?
I have not. I saw that you posted about that on Twitter, and
Yes, sir.
I'm a big Baja Blast fan, but I'm not always a hard like soda like.
No, I get that.
I don't get how anybody can drink Mountain Dew.
I'm
I
back
don't
and
get
forth.
it.
It depends. The big problem
I'm with
is
you,
if
Greg.
it's not like sugar free.
I don't like.
You get like a
I don't like soda and vet.
you get like a Four Locos or something like that. It's just too like way too much sugar, and you get like a
Yeah.
hangover.
Mountain
even
I
with
honestly,
caffeine.
I don't even drink Mountain Dew like regularly. I just wanted to get this to try it.
Mhm.
I will say it is dangerous because it's just like drinking juice. Like you could have 5 of them and be like, all right, I'm starting to feel it. But
I blame Dave for getting me onto hard seltzers.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Like White Claw and shit?
Yeah, White Claw.
the Bud Light ones. Yeah, because it's just like, hey, you know what? If you don't like beer, get this. It's like
especially
sparkling
if you're familiar with like Mike's Hard or anything like that, because
Yes.
the like seltzer or like lemonade style booze
Oh,
turned.
the Mike's Hard lemonade seltzers have been like some of the best I've
Oh, really?
tried.
Yeah,
Because
but like-
years ago they
but
turned a
it's
corner though,
fine.
where like you could drink Mike's Hard all night,
Anybody
and
remember
unless you were like
Zima?
going hard, you wouldn't like
But-
even get a buzz from it. But now like like a White Claw, you start drinking White Claws, and then you get 4 deep or whatever, and you're like, oh wow, this is not like.
well,
what
the
I
thing
thought.
about seltzers is like, you know, like if you have, I remember when Mike's Hard Lemonade, you know, that's still a thing and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, but it could be a little too sweet. When it comes to seltzers, they're not sweet. That's what's dangerous
They're
about
only
it.
like 100 calories a can.
Yeah,
too.
exactly. And it's like you could just like get through 6, and all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, I'm buzzing, and I'm like hydrated.
A couple of years ago, that was like they were making noise because like around here in Michigan we have like a ton of craft breweries.
I knew they were gonna make this.
And so like I think it was like 2019, 2018, 2019. All
Yeah.
of a sudden, just
2019.
White Claw was fucking everywhere. It was
Dude, the first time I had one, like I didn't have White Claw, but I had the Smirnoff seltzers, and I went, oh my god! I'm like, wait, this only has like I barely tasted any sweetness. It's like got a hint, and it's got what? Oh, this is gonna blow up. Every fucking alcohol company is gonna want to like get this, and sure enough. Every beer company, they were all trying to, and you go and there's like you have a beer aisle, you have a seltzer
in the aisle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
it caught
but
on like the milkshake IPAs did a few years
ago.
We wondered if it was going to push, like if it was really going to press like the craft beers. It really hasn't. The craft beers are still like where they're at, but it definitely had like a spike, like a massive spike.
Definitely.
And now it's just here to stay. It's like just a thing. So,
and it could be dangerous, but you know, at the same time, it's like, hey, you're hydrating while you're getting drunk. Why not?
I still haven't had one yet. I still haven't tried one yet.
Ray.
Because I'm a beer drinker. I like
get some White Claws and watch some A24 movies.
Wait. Okay, so you want me to watch like Midsummer Drunk? Listen. Everybody has scared me.
No. You should get some special gummies to watch that.
I don't want to watch that.
I have seen way too many reactions to that movie. Like people that are exactly what you said, Joey. That movie was awesome. I will never watch it again. I'm like, I don't even know if I want to fucking watch this movie.
But you have to experience some of these movies, man.
Oh God.
It makes it better knowing that in the middle, like while they filmed Midsummer, I think that Florence Pugh was also filming Little Women.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So like having to go from like those two different sets.
Oh, that reminds me of another A24 movie, Lady Bird.
Oh, that's right. I didn't really like Lady Bird as much. Like, I mean, it was fine, but I just didn't like when that whole group of I see Steven like, you know, shaking his head. I'm probably because he's saying like he's judging me because
I haven't seen it either. But
yeah, no, I know, but like
I saw right before Little Women because it was Greta.
I didn't even see.
And
yeah,
Saoirse
but
Ronan. Yeah, and
I don't know. I mean, it was.
Chalamet.
Yep.
I just didn't find it very relatable.
It wasn't relatable.
Oh, no.
That's what I was. Yeah, so I was about to say, Steven. God damn it.
You got some Turning Red?
Oh
yes.
Man, I was just about to. Yeah, I knew when I saw Steven shaking his head, I was like, "Oh, he's gonna bring out that." I knew it. I fucking knew it, and I was trying to beat him to the punch, but it didn't. I know. No, but hey, maybe it was. You know, like I don't know. Maybe it was, I don't. It just didn't. It was good. I'm like, I understand. I was like, when I watched it as a movie, oh yeah, great. But I was like, I don't find the character that likable, to be honest. Like,
well, I mean, honestly, I Dave, I can feel you on that because I know one thing that like I'll get canceled over is that like I don't like Perks of Being a Wallflower. And
oh yeah, that had Ezra, right?
That had Ezra.
I think that's an acceptable opinion now.
Ezra and
I thought it was an okay.
Emma Watson. Right?
Emma Watson. There you go.
Well, my problem is that it was cursed because when I finally read the book that it was based on, my problem was that when I read the book, I was too old to read the book. Like if I had read this in high school, I'm like, maybe this would have. It's like Catcher in the Rye. It has to hit you at the right place,
right time.
Yeah. And by the time I read that book, it's like I'm looking at going, I want to bitch slaps. I want to bitch slap the person who is whining in this book, because it's like I've reached that point in my life where I was like, I was married. I don't think I had a kid yet, and I'm reading this book going, who gives a shit? And I had already reached my get off my lawn moment to where
your Gran Torino moment.
I had reached my Gran Torino moment. So I read the book going, why does everyone love this fucking book? And then the problem with watching the movie is, the movie's actually a really faithful adaptation of the book. Well, that doesn't really bode well for the movie when I hated the book.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, sometimes I mean, there's just things that they hit certain people, and it doesn't hit other people. That's fine.
If it doesn't, and if you don't experience it at the right moment in life,
but at the same time,
people talk about movies. People talk about movies that's like, I've had people talk to me about movies that I absolutely adore, and they'll be like, I don't get it, or this or that. And I'm just like, because you didn't watch it when you were 7. You didn't watch it when you were 7.
That happened. The two different franchises with Shonda. She never saw Back to the Future as a kid, and she didn't see the Indiana Jones movies when she was younger either. So
what did she do?
She doesn't. That's
when you propose to her.
Let's just put that where it is. Let's just leave that where it is, as far as like why she didn't see them. But when I did introduce them to her, like, when you introduce those movies to somebody as an adult for the first time, and they're like in their 30s, the nostalgia that the rest of us have for when we saw them as kids is not there. There's nothing to harken back to. There's no like warm fuzzies that you get.
It was like
from the first time you watched the movie.
Princess Bride. He finally saw it like in the last while we've been doing the podcast, Tim finally saw the Princess Bride, and his opinion made me want to like reach through the mic and like slap him like, you do not desecrate the Princess Bride.
Hey,
speaking of the Princess Bride,
of Tim,
right?
No, speaking of Tim. No, I was gonna say, speaking of Tim, hey, you finally got to meet Tim in real life.
We had lunch. Our family.
So glad you guys finally got to share something that so many of us have already been able to experience.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hey. Meanwhile, I'm over here in California, and nobody's fucking. It's okay.
No one's driving through to see you, Dave. Is that what you're saying?
No. Like, hey, you guys need to go to Vegas. I'll meet you in fucking Vegas.
Hey, Tim and his wife, we watched Zack Snyder's Justice League.
No, fuck you, Ray.
I was there too.
Anyway. Oh, screw you too, man. Jeez. Anyway.
Yeah, second Warner Brothers.
I don't know why I felt suck it, and I was like, whatever. Anyways, but you guys finally, I mean, that when that popped up, I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? What's going on? And that's why I think I messaged you. I was like, what happened? What's going on? Like, so what happened? You and Tim finally face to face after
it only took 6.5 years.
That was also the perfect thing to record. Like that had to be the thing that you recorded. Had to be that.
I was impressed we got it right. Because
you guys did a good job with your.
I mean, it's 6.5 years. We still read the intro off the script.
Yeah.
You
didn't miss a beat.
Well, I don't know if you go back and listen to it, if technically all the pieces are all part of the same script. I think we maybe mixed and matched maybe 2 or 3 different versions of the script we've done. I don't know. But yeah, it was great. It was great. And it was really weird because you would think there would be some awkwardness of meeting somebody in person that you've talked to on the internet for 6.5 years. I'm going to tell you, it was like, we just rolled with it. And it was really funny. Our kids were there. And we were like, you know him. You've seen him on the computer screen before. And, of course, Declan's like, yep. Can I go eat now?
Yeah.
I'm
bored.
Right.
Yes, that was very much I wanted to look at Declan. You were born while we were doing this show.
He's just like, Dad, I have friends too. Don't get all
don't get all mushy about this stuff.
This show is older than you are, son.
I get what you're saying though. Like, you're right. There is no awkwardness. Like, oddly enough, you think there would be, but it's like, no, I actually do know this person.
Mhm.
Like I just haven't known them in person. I've only known them through the screen, but still, you know, and it also helps. I think it also helped with us, Scott, because like
we were doing these Zoom calls,
right, which started, you know, during the pandemic, before it was just all Skype and we wouldn't see anybody. So the only time that we would know, like, famously, you guys didn't know that I was black. The first time, first time that I came.
Very true.
Yes,
Tim had to tell me that. That was an interesting.
Oh man,
it's a DCTV Squadcast, and I went,
hey,
he's black.
Yeah. So no, that I think I think the Zoom thing helps with that now, because we've seen each other like in like action, like at least on a screen. So it's like, okay, I recognize it. Yeah, the only thing that I will say was kind of jarring. Like, how tall are you, Scott?
I am 5'10".
Okay, I'm 6'2". So yeah, like when Tim,
Tim's shorter than me.
Yes, yeah. Oh, he's shorter than me. So
I was kind of the same way when we went to the BVS Comes Home thing back. Like it was like a year ago now.
Yeah.
And I hadn't known Anthony for 6.5 years, like, you know, Scott has known Tim, but we Steve and Amanda and I were sitting down in the hotel, like at eating breakfast, and I was just like, what's it going to be? Because Anthony was going to meet us there. He's about to walk in. I was like, what's it going to be like? What we're going to do? And he just walks in and sits down like we're at lunch. And I'm just like, okay. Like we're just chilling. Like we're just, like we've talked before. And now we're just friends.
Well, and then what happened? You like threw something at him when he was in bed, or what happened?
When he was in
He
bed.
had like laid down and go to bed, and everyone else was kind of still hanging out.
Oh, no, I told him I loved him.
No, but I thought that happened after you had done something. You thought you had pissed him off because you were like,
I think
you were like keeping him awake, and he's
yeah,
like, I'm trying to go to sleep, and
pillow.
you're like, oh, sorry,
Yeah, I might have thrown
love you, and it was just silent for like 5 seconds, and he just goes,
was
love you
this
too.
and
You're like, I was so scared you weren't gonna say anything.
Was this the Saturday or the Sunday?
This is the night before.
The night before. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I honestly can't remember that whole weekend. Kind of
Because the night of is when we were all then there, and Enosh was there, and he did that video where I was just on Enosh's show, and he
I saw that.
and he shows this whole clip from like he went up and he was singing with ladies at the bar.
Yeah. Oh,
and,
he was like the court.
He got into it.
He was like the court jester. Like he was totally like holding.
Well, he takes out the video to just be like, "Hey, everybody!" and, like taking a video of our table eating pizza, and then he like turns it over to these women at the bar, and he's like, "We're on a YouTube show," and they're like, "Are you famous?" And he's like, "Well, we have like a few thousand subscribers," and I'm just like, just get me off the camera, get me off.
The rest of the table just turned like, okay.
It reminds me of that meme that I saw that I totally shared. Is like the guy standing in the corner, like with the drink in his hand, wearing the Zack Snyder's Justice League T-shirt, going, everyone else is like partying, having a good time. He says, "They don't know that I'm mildly popular on DC Twitter." And I was like, I have never felt more seen than I have on this meme.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh, that's exactly what
So
it was like with.
It's always an interesting thing. Yeah, it's always an interesting thing to like meet people in purpose. I mean, with me, like they're like, "I thought you would be taller." I'm like, "Thanks." Yeah, sorry that my genetics didn't.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'7".
5'7". Okay.
7,
well,
5'8".
The first time I met Steven and Amanda, I had known them in person for all of like 5 minutes, and then Shepard gives me a good old punch in the balls.
Oh,
because I don't know. He just loves.
He just does that sometimes.
He just loves the chaos.
He does that sometimes.
What's also weird for me is like, hi Mark, if you're watching, who I bumped into at my Walmart grocery store, and it was so sweet of him. It was actually, I don't think he didn't know this. It was my birthday that I was there doing some grocery shopping, and wearing my Zack Snyder's Justice League, ball cap with my, the 40 I just turned 40 shirt that my parents made that looked
40
like
club shirt.
My 40 club shirt that looked like a Jack Daniels bottle.
He's officially a 40 clubber.
Yeah, it's officially biologically 40 club.
You know what? I'll rock it. Now
that's what you call objectively 40 club.
There you go.
Hey, dude, I'm almost there. I'm a year and a half away, so
Ray's got a few months. He'll be there.
Yeah,
soon.
December. late December 25th.
Oh yeah, whatever. Still, you're still gonna be 40, dude.
I'm not even 30 yet, so
Well,
Seriously?
Yeah, I was
Is it
gonna say
that
you
much
put
of-
me in a good position because I almost always feel like I'm either like the oldest or close, especially because I have an August birthday, and so I was always like the oldest person up through school and everything.
Oh, right.
so was
yeah.
I.
And
So was I.
um,
October always was like a I
yeah,
was
or I'll
always
go on
like,
streams or whatever. It's like everyone is like a baby.
yeah.
But I've got I'm a few years younger than Dave, but I'm also not the baby on the stream. So go me.
Yeah, not this time. Not this time. This little baby.
KC would be the baby if he would, be on camera.
I know. I think KC's pretty.
is he?
Yeah,
I don't know.
he's the youngest, I think.
Yeah, he definitely is the youngest.
How-
Right?
He needs to watch more movies. Just,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true. KC, where are you? How old are you? Come
Yeah,
back.
I know. I forgot exactly how old he is, but we
He's
busted-
young. He's
definitely
a
young.
youngin.
I know there's many times where I think there was one stream we were like talking about certain movies and we kept and they're like, Casey, have you seen this? And he's just like, no.
No,
He
We
watches
just,
a lot of stuff though. He does. A
he
really good
no, he
job.
does watch a lot of stuff, and he watches
That's
like
why
a lot
that's
of.
why we kept on saying that. Like
He does a
have you
good job
seen
with
it?
prestige TV also. Like he's
He's really good with
if
TV.
you're gonna talk about movies, like modern movies and TV as like not like he treats them like homework, but if you're gonna talk about like as homework, he's always up on like whatever it is that needs to like whatever the
Be watched. Yeah.
like he's trying to get me to watch Severance now, which or,
I've had that on my like. to-go
Apparently, I
list.
got to watch that. I hear it's great.
Everyone has been telling me
it's
I
been
need
on
to
my
watch
list since I saw the first trailer. It's just I don't always have like I don't have Apple TV, so
Dude, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say he's also up on Star Trek because like I've been
Yeah.
posting a lot about that the last couple of weeks, and he like likes and is excited for like Picard
Oh,
season
the
2,
Picard?
like all the and
Picard
then
bringing a whole generation.
that
crew
dude
back?
that was like
Ooh.
I've never gotten like that emotional over a teaser
Hey,
before.
there's Casey.
like Casey, like you saw that teaser on Wednesday, like the revelation that the whole fucking TNG cast is coming back for season 3 of Picard.
Yeah, but sorry to disappoint. I am not a big Picard fan.
Ooh.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, well.
Yeah, I like the OG Star Trek and the J.J. Abrams ones.
Oh, that's right. Yes, you did. We have talked about Calvin Timeline before. That is true. Yes, for sure. But
No, but I figured when it came to Picard, I haven't watched any of the episodes, but I was like, all right, so how soon does everybody just kind of come back? And now they're like, hey, this is the last season, or is there going to be?
The plan for him, because he's 81. In fact, he'll be 82 later this year.
God damn it, he looks so fucking good.
He does, but like the plan was always 3 seasons. And they've already filmed it. Like they're in post. Like season 3, they filmed season 2 and 3 back to back. It was 13.
Perfect way to send it off. It's like bring everybody back. I just wonder what they're going to do with Brett Spiner. I'm like, a lot of makeup.
That's one of the well, the thing is,
or is Data going to age like the Terminator Genesis?
Data was in season 1. He was.
Oh, did he show? He did show up, huh?
There's a way that there's a storytelling device as to why Spiner's also playing other characters. Like he played a version. Basically, like what they've done is they've taken the Soong, like Dr. Soong, his creator, and they've basically just put him in. Like there's a version of him in Enterprise. There's a version of him, like there's different versions of him in TNG and other stuff. And like now there's other versions of him in this show. And there's even a version of him that they're dealing with now in this season of the show.
Oh, wow.
So they have creatively found a way to bring, because Spiner played Soong, and he played Dr. Soong in TNG, just with all the stupid, like all the bad
latex
90s age
and everything.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember that episode.
So they have creatively found a way to bring Spiner into the show, just not as Data. But he was Data in the first season. So we don't know how exactly what it's going to. I have a theory. They could. Do you see Nemesis? Star Trek, the last TNG movie?
I saw Nemesis in theater.
I saw Nemesis too. Yeah.
So before
I walked out of Nemesis.
Before is still around. I did not hear what he said. What did he say?
He said he walked out of Nemesis.
There is like I think
to its credit, or not really to its credit, just like in my defense. I don't think I'd seen any of the other Star Trek movies before that, so it's not a.
That's the
was-
one with
That
Tom
you
Hardy,
wanted,
right?
man.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
consider
Tom Hardy
myself a
is.
like high authority
The one
on
with
that.
Tom Hardy.
Tom,
Yeah,
Tom,
yeah.
Tom
Yeah.
Hardy and Ron Perlman. Yes.
Yeah.
No, that is not one to start with. That is
No,
not a starting point
definitely
whatsoever
not.
for the franchise.
If you're going
at
to
all.
start with one, if you're going to start with a movie, start with First Contact. That would probably be a good starting point, maybe.
Well,
But even then, it's like
I wouldn't even say
you
that's
can
a
jump because man, you have to be up on like
there's
the
some
board.
history.
I'm
but
just kind of
there.
thinking. I'm trying to think of like somebody who's like coming into this thing who doesn't know enemies. I'm like First Contact, maybe because it kind of has that
First
history.
Contact's a good one. though.
It really is a good movie. It's so
it's
good.
First Contact is really good, but like no, there's a lot of lore, not Easter eggs, but lore that you're missing
Yeah,
if you
true.
start with that one.
Really
And
need to
inside
make the best
jokes.
of both worlds.
Yeah, you got to go
Well,
back.
if you want, yeah, there's Star Trek Generations, which is also good.
Yeah, if you're
You wanna have
I,
both.
I've been asked this question because people are starting to watch the Paramount Plus shows, and they're like, okay, or they like the Kelvin Timeline movies, like KC, and they're like, okay, where do I start with the shows? And I've honestly been telling people start with Discovery because because the first 2 seasons of Discovery happen 10 years before the original series, chronologically speaking. So it prepares you for the lore and for what you know, like if you're interested in that type of storytelling, if you're interested in the world with those first 2 seasons, then see what you like out of the older ones. But the big caveat is you have to understand and accept that it's 1966 visual effects, or even in the case of TNG, 1987 visual effects
on syndicated
That goes
television
for
for
Star Wars
TNG.
as well,
right? So what?
That goes for Star Wars as well, right? Like people still watch the first one and they like it.
True.
So,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
that was cinematic, like TV. Like we're not talking TV budget. We're talking about groundbreaking practical effects
right
on a low movie or mid movie budget. At the time.
Episode 4 looks much better than the first 3 seasons of TOS. It just does.
Especially if you watch the new George Lucas remastered them in like the 90s and added all sorts of great new CGI and stuff. It looks so much better than it did in 1977.
Did you know that Jabba the Hutt was in the first Star Wars movie?
Okay. Yeah. The funny thing about
Hayden
that, Steven,
Christensen was in Return of the Jedi.
And Han Solo walked across his tail.
The funny thing about that, Steven, is that they actually have done that with the 3 seasons of the original series. They actually have remastered and added a lot of CGI for things that they didn't have the money to do. Mm-hmm. Like there's a lot of cases where they're facing a Klingon ship and they're like on screen and there's nothing on the screen like at all. Mm-hmm. So now they're like, okay, let's go back and put this ship in here. Let's give the Gorn a ship.
Doing that. There's nothing wrong with doing that, but I thought like when it came to the special edition Star Wars, I thought the Jabba the Hutt thing was a little too much. I mean, to the point where like I said, Han Solo, they had to because it was actually a dude who was a dude, So when he walked behind him, and then they had to go oh, well, Han Solo now has to literally walk up onto his tail, and it's so weird and wonky. Like
it
I'm
is
like
wonky. It really is.
It's like, and then they had to have
the newest versions for the Blu-ray.
They had to have
a lot better, but it's still
react to it. Go oh,
and that's something that Steven, I've been meaning to do is I need to watch. I got the 4K box set of the entire Skywalker saga because I actually to this day has still never seen
the first
Phantom Menace where they replaced Puppet Yoda with. CGI.
I have. Oh, I've seen that. I have. Yeah.
I'm a big defender of that too. I think he makes way more sense CGI Yoda.
It's better. It's better.
I didn't like Puppet Yoda in
Puppet Yoda looked weird
in the Last Jedi. Even
the puppet looked weird.
The puppet didn't look like Empire or Return of the Jedi puppet. It was weird. Yeah.
No. Well, okay.
The eyes were weird.
Their excuse at the time was that he was younger, and it's like, well, it hadn't been that long. He didn't.
He was 5% younger.
Right. Yeah. No.
So they did something weird. Like I said, his eyes just.
If you watch, because I went back after to figure out why I didn't like him in The Last Jedi, and I went back and watched The Empire Strikes Back, and what they do with his eyes in that movie is kind of insane that they pulled it off because he feels so real. Like his eyes look wise, even though they're like Muppet eyes.
Well, no, right. It's but I think that's the difference, Stephen. Like Henson was around back then, and
Oh.
he obviously isn't. Like that, the whole Henson, like his workshop, like had a hand in that, like with Frank Oz, you know, being
Yeah.
a part of that. So I think that really lent to the believability
The
of what we
Yoda's
saw.
the Dagobah set was all trenches, and they were down in like in a little trench.
I love Hamill in Empire of Dreams. He talked about how he was the only human being on the call sheet for months because it was just him and that puppet, like, and that was it, like for a long time. It was just him and props. Yeah, that soundstage was insane.
Got a preview of what the prequel actors would have to deal with.
Well, I'm still looking forward to. I think I'm waiting for the summer, but I'm still looking forward to when I finally show Liam, start the original trilogy, and yes, like I said before, the non-special edition versions. So.
I've always been a big defender of. I mean, I'll make fun of it, but I've been a big defender of, and maybe it's because of nostalgia. Because I saw those versions. It was the first time I saw it in theaters. Which was
same for me. Yeah, I was a sophomore in high school when I was like, I finally get to see Star Wars on the big screen.
I think a lot of the complaints against it is Star Wars has a lot of like, a lot of the stuff that you see in it is very much like, well, I was there in 1977 and it wasn't as good as that. It's like, well, nothing will ever measure up to watching Star Wars for the first time in 1977. Not just because it's not the first time anymore, but also because literally it was mono sound and the screens weren't like, at the time it was groundbreaking. But if you go back, like with the film knowledge that you have today, and go back and watch that, it wouldn't be as impressive as people like to think that it would be. It's the memory of it that's impressive in contrast to everything else that happened. And I'm not knocking the movie at all. I'm just saying that every movie that we watch every weekend is built on the shoulders of that. And so there's a lot of rose-colored glasses when it comes to that kind of stuff. But also a lot of the special edition changes. Jabba is arguably unnecessary from a story perspective, and Han shot first is always going to be a debate. But there's a ton of, like, those are like the two things people complain about. Whereas, like, there's a ton of little things that people don't notice. Or they'll complain about, like, the Ewoks blink, and they're like, I don't like the Ewoks blinking. And I'm like, the Ewoks blinking is fine. You're just looking for things to complain about. Like,
for me, I love the additions. I love how they extend in episode 4. I love how they extend the dogfight at the Death Star.
Yeah.
Because actually, and not all that CG. Like, there's some shots in there. Like, wait, no, that's a practical X-wing model. They just found other scenes to put.
No,
there's like that one scene where like. There's like that one scene where like the two X-wings are like sandwiching a TIE fighter, and they blow up the TIE fighter and they like pass each other, and it's like, I remember they put that in a commercial for the special edition back in '97, and I was like going, oh, I get more dogfighting, because
and also
there's some things they did even really well with that.
Aside from how it fits in the movie on its own. Even if people don't love the movies, that's also a George Lucas thing, is the massive like archive footage and stuff that Lucasfilm has that other studios don't have at their disposal, where his ability to go back and like find those shots. It's the same thing that they did to make so much of what they did in Rogue One work. So much of that was them digging back through old reference footage and stuff. They even inserted some shots that were unused of like B-roll
of the pilots. I was sitting there with my wife going,
and like their ability to do that is largely because of.
And your wife's like,
because of the special editions, because they went back and chronicled all of that and have it in the archives.
And remastered it before the negatives, before the film, like completely.
Yeah, I mean,
degraded.
not everything was necessary when it came to the special. But like when the stormtroopers are in the desert looking, and you have one that's just riding like one of those alien looking like fucking rhino things, whatever.
The Ronto is the one. It's a.
It's like, did we need that? No.
I like that one though. That's one of the ones that was less obnoxious.
Right? Yeah.
Whereas you get into Cloud City and you've got the fighting robots, and that's where you have the Ronto that rears up. But they added the Outrider in the background though, and that's cool.
To this day, even more than Han shooting first or Greedo shooting first, even more than that controversy, the one that still bothers me the most by far is getting rid of Jason Wingreen's voice for Boba. I hate that change.
Yeah.
I don't like that change at all.
Well, there's also the change too at Return of the Jedi, putting Hayden Christensen.
That one doesn't bother me.
Ghost.
That one actually doesn't bother me.
And I think that actually makes
Okay.
more sense in with the lore also.
Some people kind of like go back and forth on that, but yeah.
Well,
I mean,
and the thing I've discovered about that in general is that there's an argument about Hayden Christensen made me realize that there's a lot of people that KC is one of these one of those that
one of those
disagree with the Vader redemption story point, or disagree or don't like the Vader story point, which to me was always such a fixture of like, it's the epitome of like this big story of good versus evil, is that anybody's redeemable or whatever, and a lot of the young ones these days don't like the historical context is so different now, whereas like people see that it's like, I don't know, do we really need to give people like that second chances? But I can see both sides, but
you were right about me.
Hey, but all I gotta
your sister, the one that I tortured, tell her that you were right.
The one that you made out with.
She was wrong. Tell her she was wrong about me, and I was redeemable. And when she thought that I was evil when I was torturing her, she was totally wrong.
Hey,
sorry for
it was
blowing
good
up
the whole time.
Sorry for blowing up her entire planet.
Yeah.
But hey, we're all happy about Return of the Jedi getting a CGI, singing creature, singing that one song when they're
Jedi rocks.
Yeah,
No,
I know. Yeah,
actually, I don't
are
like
we
that
all
either.
happy about that as
No,
opposed
I
to
don't
just
like that
having
either.
like a puppet?
I don't
Why
go-
the fuck?
I don't
That
go-
was like the most useless thing.
I
Yeah.
like the original. I like
Yeah.
like
The
that.
original one, it's like, hey, you just have her and she's just going da da da. But then they had like a whole dance number and like, what the hell are you doing?
No, but
here?
they did add in the what's the Ola I used to know her name because she was on a cover story for Star Wars Insider. They shot new footage of Twi'lek dancing.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
did.
they got the original actress back. They did.
She was wearing she's green body paint and the black net suit.
Totally.
And
Back to
like,
the CGI Anakin thing, I don't really go, which way on if he should or should not have been redeemed. But I just remember watching those special editions where he was in there, where like that those
But
were
it was
the
the
first,
DVD. It wasn't
Yeah,
even
yeah,
just
yeah.
the
It was
DVD
the-
release
it was
where I was like, what the
it was
hell?
the DVD, and I remember like that was the first one where I could actually like retain a lot of things going on. Like I had watched them when I was a kid, but this was the first time that I remember stuff. So I'm watching that and I see Hayden Christensen and I'm like, how the fuck did they put him in this movie all the way back then? I didn't realize that like they had remastered it. I was like, I felt so stupid, but I was like, what?
well, that's like with Tarkin in Rogue One. There's a lot of people who were like, I don't know how they did that. Like they thought they found an actor, or they're like, wow, that guy didn't age at all.
Yeah, that was the one I was thinking about. No, honey, he's dead.
Yeah,
he's actually not alive.
Which is always the
No, he's
response to
not.
people who are
He's
like, oh, he looks
unclean.
so fake. And it's like, maybe, like, to some eyes, I can get the uncanny valley, but there were literally people who thought it was a human actor, so you can't.
Well, and that's crazy to me because I'm the one knowing that Peter Cushing is dead, and I'm going into the movie like, I don't know how you're going to pull this off, but let's see how it works. And I'm thinking that like all we were going to see was his reflection in the window, and then he turns around, and I'm like, oh, you went there.
Yeah, I was actually surprised
All right.
how much we see his face.
Yeah,
But another thing too, when it came to the special editions at the end of Return of the Jedi, is like they showed like the celebration of like different planets.
I was so happy when I saw Coruscant for the first
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
To be honest,
And
I
they
thought that was
inserted-
actually cool. I thought it was a
That
cool
was,
little ad.
yes.
And they
to add
inserted
to it,
Jar
you
Jar
know?
Binks going, "We's a free."
yeah, that was okay. At the time, that was the one part where I was just like, wow, that
God damn it.
almost ruined this whole fucking movie. Almost did. Like so close. but-
I'm sorry, not to break any of this up.
Ben Affleck and
did
Jennifer
we
Lopez
talk
got
about
married.
J-Lo and Ben Affleck are now engaged.
Oh, they're
Oh,
engaged.
Oh, they're
Jesus Christ.
engaged.
Who
Let's
saw
go.
that coming?
Sorry to steal that from you. I saw that I was going to bring it up, and then the second you're like, sorry to interrupt things, I'm like, oh, that's where he's
You're
going.
You're always taking, You're always taking the spotlight from me, Dad.
Well, it's we all knew that was going to happen again, right? I mean,
I don't know.
hopefully it's,
I didn't really care either way.
Yeah, I know. It's like, did we not think that was going to happen?
I'm gonna be honest, and maybe I'll get canceled for this too. But whenever this happens, I just feel so bad for Jennifer Gardner. because like
What?
I'm like that
I like
woman
her.
was there.
I like her.
I like her. It was like seeing her in the Adam Project again. Was like,
like was
yeah.
well, like what it's like did like why would that's not a cancelable take, is it?
No,
Like,
no, it's not.
what's
It's not.
there's nothing wrong with Jennifer.
Well, I don't
Garner.
think he means like
Hey,
not
Louis
cancelable
C.K.
so
won a
much as, like,
Grammy last
unpopular.
week. Nobody's going to get canceled. So let's just.
No, there's a plenty of people
I
who
did
complain about that.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah.
We don't need to get into that. But yeah, that's
No.
whatever.
No, but like I get what you're saying, Scott. It's not cancelable. No, it's like it's interesting to see. I mean, obviously, people grow apart, and Affleck had his demons and all the kind of stuff. I'm sure she had her issues with things too. It's never one sided when it comes to that stuff. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's like but nobody cares about, hey, what's Jennifer Garner doing right now? Everybody's like, hey, look at hey, Ben and Jennifer are back. Hey, look at this. And I always was never like, I'm like, oh my God, is this going to be the same thing back in the early 2000s where clearly Jennifer Lopez was dressing Ben Affleck? It's just like when you saw his outfit, you're going, yeah, that's not you, man. She's dressing you. What is fucking happening? Thank God it's not happening now.
Yeah, like he's
You know what,
Well, he
Scott?
learned how to
I'll
dress
cancel-
himself probably
I'll
from
cancel
that.
you, Scott,
Oh
just
yeah,
for you.
yeah.
he's definitely like grown up. At least it seems like he has from that point. Thankfully,
It took him to play Batman. That's what it was.
Yeah, but well, somebody was like I guess they were at a movie the other day, like not too long ago. The both of them were, and he's in a suit and tie, and like he's escorting her, and somebody was like, he's Bruce Wayne even when he's not Bruce Wayne. It's like, all right, okay, fine. I mean, he does always have that look, but like, I don't know. He's always been the bigger, like even when Daredevil came out, like he was still like the bigger build star, even though she had Alias, even though like she was like
True.
on the rise. Like he's always just been like one of the like I think she's way more private than he is. Like he acts like he hates the paparazzi, but he's always in front of cameras.
Yeah, but I mean, like he won an Academy Award early on in his career, and then he starred in a Michael Bay film. So it was like
in an era where he won an Academy Award in a stage of his life where he was still like a heartthrob material. I mean, like this is like boy band era. Like
he was still doing Kevin Smith movies when he won for Good Will Hunting.
Yes.
But also, you look at his first few movies in the '90s too. I think I've referenced before that I did a piece where I broke down a Rotten Tomatoes score from. I have a whole spreadsheet with every single Rotten Tomatoes score from his entire career. Not just the score, but like the score, the critic score, the audience score, the number of reviews, number fresh, number positive, the ratio between top critic, audience, etc. And
Steven, you have a problem.
Yeah, why do you have all this?
Well, because I did a piece on it, and that I broke it all down for, and it was crazy because I applied a gradient to it to like track like the running average for like over his career, and his most successful period ever, he had like 6 movies in like the 90s, or in the 90% in like the 1990s. And then he had like 13 rotten movies out of 19 movies between like 2000 and 2011. It was just like straight green on my spreadsheet. But he, so not only did he win for Good Will Hunting, but prior to that he was in Shakespeare in Love and a bunch of stuff that was like.
No, he made a lot of good decisions.
Like very, yeah. It was a
Not
really hot streak, huh?
Not Reindeer Games.
But
I liked Reindeer Games. I thought it was.
I know. I was about to say not critically a success, but I can enjoy that. Gary Sinise as a fucking villain. Fuck yeah!
Dude, I watched it for the first time, like I think this past Christmas, and I was like,
"It's not a bad movie." Charlize Theron, come on.
It gets you right into the plot very quickly, and it's kind of.
Hey, like, I'll even vouch for Paycheck because that's like John Woo's like one of his last movies.
You know what? And John Woo doing a Philip K. Dick story is an interesting mix there. I have to say,
it's good sci-fi. It's good sci-fi. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna put my hand up for Boiler Room. I know he's not the lead in Boiler Room, but like that's like I see people compare.
That was when Vin Diesel had hair. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, yes, it was because that was before Saving Private Ryan, I think even.
Yeah.
Before that, but there were people that compared Affleck's scene in Boiler Room to like. You know, like Wolf of Wall Street and like other and Wall Street, like those types of.
Yeah,
So
I
in the
also know-
90s, he was in School Ties in 92. That got 60%.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Dazed and Confused.
Sorry.
Dazed and Confused in 93
Yep.
had 92%.
Mhm.
Mallrats had 57%. But that's
Mallrats.
looked back on fondly. It's a cult
That's,
classic.
Mallrats
that's
is a
the
cult
first time
classic,
that's the
yes.
first time I got associated with Ben Affleck.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Going all the way.
Buffy the Vampire Slayer, kind of. but, yeah.
Going all the way in 1997 had 68%. Chasing Amy
Chasing
had
Amy.
87%
So
in
That was, I think,
97.
I think that was my introduction. There.
And then Goodwill Hunting in 98, and he followed that with Shakespeare in Love which has 92%.
Armageddon was also 98.
And then Armageddons and Phantoms, and Forces
Dogma.
of Nature.
dude,
Dogma.
he's
Dogma.
he's one of my
And
favorite parts
Dogma
of
after that,
Dogma. He's really good in that, I think.
Oh, Dogma. He's
No,
so fantastic.
But listen to this.
Yeah.
In 2000 and 2001, he did Reindeer Games, Bounce, Pearl Harbor, Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Oh, yeah.
And then 2002, 2003, let's see, we have Sum of All Fears, The Third Wheel, Daredevil, Jiggly, Paycheck, Jersey Girl, Surviving Christmas.
Oh, dude,
Applesauce, bitch.
dude, I actually also really liked Surviving Christmas. I thought that was
Really? That's
Ah!
kinda-
With,
that was
yeah,
the movie. He was
stand-up
sitting.
meeting?
He was sitting
Yeah.
in that movie when he was like, my career is over if I don't start directing. So
Yeah.
I guess you can like it for.
I see, and I don't care the hate it gets. I really like Jersey Girl.
Jersey
I
Girl's
do
great.
too. I think, although I will say that if we're talking about how much he's matured, go watch the scene where he cries in Jersey Girl, and then go watch The Way Back, the therapy scene
Oh,
in Way
yeah,
Back.
that's-
And you're like, oh
yeah.
wow, no, this is like a different person.
Yeah,
like I don't know if I've
he's-
seen anyone over the
yes.
course of their career
people
gain that
don't
much.
talk about
like,
the way back. People don't talk about the way back as I mean that was right before the pandemic.
That
That
was
was
before
like
the
last-
pandemic.
That was
Yeah.
Dude,
before
that was
the
the
movie
last
I saw.
movie. That was the last.
It
I think
was.
that was the last movie I saw before the pandemic
Mhm.
hit.
Same here.
And
Yep.
I praised the absolute shit out of that. I was like, man, this is Ben Affleck at his fucking best.
God,
right
that
now.
was
will-
that was like
I-
that week of like I had the Way Back, Bloodshot, and Emma,
Yeah.
and
That-
then that was
that
how
was-
it
that
goes
was
to
just
the
I will-
pandemic.
I will
just really
personally
shitty
count.
timing.
I will personally count The Way Back as my last movie before the pandemic because it was actually The Hunt with you guys.
Oh,
remember
yeah.
that?
Yeah,
You remember the
yeah.
Hunt?
But
That
that
movie
was
is insane.
I'm just gonna count The Way Back as my
That's,
last
that's,
movie.
that's fine. That's fine. Understandable. No, I remember. Yeah, because I remember like that when I was in the theater and there were a lot of old people in the theater, so decent amount of coughing was happening in the theater. And I was like, But this was the week before. It was just bad timing because it was the week after that movie came out was when shit started shutting down and like everything went to it.
Yeah.
But no, that is a very underrated movie, and I know people have been talking about like Tender Bar, and I still haven't seen that
He's
yet.
really good in Tender
is
Bar.
So fucking
It's a good
good,
one.
man.
Tender
It's
Bar
so
is great
good.
because it's a movie that's like about a kind of nostalgic period in time and deals
Yes.
with like toxic masculinity and stuff without being like, oh great, it's a movie about toxic masculinity in the 80s, like which is like, so, I don't know, but it got a little bit of flack for that also, for being like
But it's not like
out
preachy.
of time.
It's
No, not at
preachy
all.
Not at all.
Not at all. It's just kind of it's just a story. Like it's not.
Okay.
But I think the fact that it's not preachy is kind of why some people are like, it's not. I don't know. It
Christopher
doesn't-
Lloyd's
Yeah.
in that too, right?
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
dude, I didn't even know that he was in the movie, and when he showed up, I was like, oh okay,
I
I'm
didn't
gonna
know
love this movie.
He was. I just saw Nobody a few weeks ago. For the
Oh,
first
Oh
time.
yeah, I heard
Yeah.
that. I you know what? I still haven't seen
I-
that either, but I heard that
Yeah.
he was in it.
I didn't know he was in that either until he showed up.
Yeah.
I was like, what? Like,
Yes. Anytime Christopher Lloyd shows up, you're like, all right,
and
I'm
he's
gonna
going to
love
be in
this movie.
season 3 of The
Season
Mandalorian.
3 of the
Yes!
Mandalorian.
He's gonna
Who
be
the
in the
heck-
season 3.
So-
What the
so-
fuck?
They also
well-
did a really good like TV spot or whatever. I saw it on Instagram for the Adam Project, and they
Oh,
were
yeah.
talking about like they're
Isn't
talking
he
about,
in
like,
that?
Time travel and
No,
stuff
he
like
wasn't.
that.
In,
Yeah,
he
I
wasn't
saw
in the
that.
movie, but he was in
Okay.
like this TV spot they did, and he talked about like, because it was right before daylight saving, and he was talking about how like he gave this like really good speech. But yeah, that was cool to see him there.
Christopher
Yeah.
Lloyd, seriously, he's like a franchise vet at this point because Doc Brown, obviously, and he was a Klingon. He was a Star Trek. He was a
Yeah.
villain
Search for
in
Spock.
Star Trek 3, Search for Spock, and now he's in Star Wars.
And
So,
he's
like,
the page master.
He is the page
he is
master.
the page master. Yes.
He is the page master.
The page. Oh,
Oh my god.
Through the books.
woo! That movie.
that's a movie that I actually have the storybook that came out at the same time because there's
Of
whole
course you do.
chunks.
That's awesome.
I could go grab it if
Do
it's
it.
not my ankles, but
Joey's like, go grab it. Go
but
grab it.
that was a movie that I was so looking forward to, and then I didn't see it till the Dollar Theater, and it's fine. Like the animation leaves
Culkin,
some.
right?
Oh, I love it. I love that
Macaulay
movie.
Culkin,
Macaulay
Patrick Stewart,
Culkin,
Yeah, Macaulay Culkin.
Ed Begley Jr.
Yeah.
Sir Patrick Stewart as well.
Well, Sir Patrick Stewart's
Yes.
adventure, Whoopi Goldberg as fantasy, and Frank Welker as horror.
Yeah. Okay.
You
So,
had
so
Jim
you're giving
Cummings
me
as Long John Silver.
Okay, so you're giving me Picard, Guinan, and
Doc Brown,
well, who's the third
and
one?
Kevin
You said?
McAllister.
Frank Welker.
Right, and RoboCop. You're giving me all of them.
No.
Oh no, Frank Welker. Sorry,
Not
Peter
Peter Weller.
Frank Welker.
Frank Welker.
Starscream. You're
It's the
giving me
same thing.
Starscream.
I'm giving you Starscream.
Starscream.
Hey,
no, that's not Starscream. He's Megatron.
Or Dr. Claw.
Yes, he is
Dr.
Dr.
Claw.
Claw. Yeah.
But hey, let's not forget that Christopher Lloyd also Uncle Fester. Remember
That is
Oh,
true.
yes.
Uncle
Yes.
Fester
and-
in the
and-
Addams Family movies.
And it's such a crazy
good.
thing. It's such
My
a
name's
crazy thing
Fetzer.
because
It means to rot.
even though he was awesome, like even though I liked the first Addams Family movie, he was better in the second movie.
Oh yeah, he definitely was.
Because
It was it was his story. It was
Right.
his story.
It was his story, and like he was Fester the whole movie because he wasn't
Well,
Fester the whole movie.
technically, both movies were his story because, like, the first one was like he had no memory and it was all
Oh
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was always revolved around Uncle Fester.
Well,
really.
but then he, with values, there was also the cool subplot with Wednesday and Pugsley at the camp.
The
camp.
camp. Oh yeah,
That's
that was. Oh my god, that was so
so
good. The way that... God damn
Love
it, man! Fucking Christina Ricci in Wednesday was just so. I mean, come on. When you're a kid and watching that, you crushed. Come on, who did not?
You know when I
crush on
crushed
her?
on Christina Ricci was in Casper.
Oh yeah, that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
as an adult, what's the Sam Jackson movie? Snake Moon,
Black
whatever.
Snake Moon.
Yeah.
Well, she was. You know what? People like the pic.
Jesus
Because
Christ.
she's been cast and she's gonna be in the Wednesday show, but she's not Wednesday. Which disappointed a lot of
No.
people. But
Some
like,
people were thinking that she was going to play Morticia, but it's
Oh.
not. It's
Yeah,
supposed
well,
to be a new character.
But like
What-
the photo that they used for her is she's in the Matrix Resurrections.
Yeah.
For like 2 seconds.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a waste.
Oh, she was in Speed Racer.
Yeah.
She was in Speed Racer.
She was.
That movie's
Steven's about to go off on an essay.
Why
I
do you
think we
hate
talked about Speed Racer, but I love Speed Racer. That's a fantastic.
Oh,
movie.
dude,
Yeah.
that
Racer's a
movie.
good
That
movie.
movie should have got so much more recognition.
If-
The way the Wachowskis fucking did that, I was like, how do you bring that to life? The Wachowskis.
If people
did that.
watched a single episode of the show, they'd understand
Mhm.
the movie.
how good the movie is.
Right.
I didn't
Watch
I didn't
one
watch-
episode of the show and you'll get
I
it.
didn't watch the show, but I thought it was the perfect way to bring anime to live action. So I did.
And it revolutionized or not even revolutionized because it hasn't really been done since. But I mean, what they did, the way they edited that,
Yeah,
and the way they blended all these like green screen. Well, I guess most of it was green screen, but they have these like the talking heads coming in and the pans and the swipes and stuff, and the way they blend with like a camera whip or whatever. I mean, there's very little like cutting, like traditional shot cutting in the way that like it's the composition is
that
set
movie. That movie should be studied.
Casey, that movie is as close to the original show as Zack Snyder's Watchmen is to the comic at certain
Yes.
times. It really, the way that it's shot and the way that it's composed, it's exactly like
It's
the
so hard
original.
to pull off. Like I've not seen the Netflix the new thing that released
Cowboy
last year.
Bebop.
Yeah, I haven't seen
Oh.
that, but people
It started
Yeah,
strong.
that right.
It was a show.
I haven't seen it yet either. I'm kind of afraid to because I really love the anime, but like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how Steve's like, it started strong.
It did. It was so disappointing because like
That show
It-
exists.
it started as a fan of the anime. I mean, it really is really faithful. I mean, because what they did was they stole some of Spike and who's the Spike and the pilot, his friend. They
Jet.
stole they stole some of Jet's and Spike's like backstory and gave it to I'm forgetting all the characters now, and gave it to Faye, which made all of them, instead of her just not being super developed, it was kind of everyone just wasn't super developed, and then they took all the back half slow burn stuff from Spike's backstory and stuck it in the front episodes.
And Ed is
So the
apparently
whole-
in the show, but not as a.
It's I mean, it's
main-
basically a post-credit scene.
Right. Yeah.
Because they end it halfway through the show's run.
Right.
Except there's no like how the show has all of that back half stuff where it's like that's when you're learning about Spike after the fact, and there's very little like mystery about Spike. They kind of just tell you everything up front, but then leave it mysterious for the other characters, so there's no tension there, and you already know. And I'm sitting there like, well, if there was a second season? I don't even know what I'd be excited for, because they're already. It's just like connect the dots now, and like the excitement of that was like the mystery and the slow burn of Spike's story.
So can we talk? So speaking of Netflix, can we talk about the casting that got announced today?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to admit,
Ooh, as you wish.
I'm
As
just
you wish.
well between Carrie Elwes and Corey Stoll. I'm
I
just
love Corey Stoll.
I
yeah.
just saw him as the lieutenant in Spielberg's West Side Story. I mean,
I still haven't seen that yet. Yeah.
oh, it's amazing.
But
Stoll is one of those actors that has that Snyder look about him that is. I mean, he's been in phenomenal stuff. I mean, I think I absolutely loved his plot in. I found him through the Netflix government show House of Cards that we all forgot about because of Kevin Spacey.
I just never got into it. I didn't really. Like that
but I absolutely loved him in that. But he's one of those actors where like you get a Zack Snyder lens.
Wasn't he the other reporter or?
He was the one. He was the hack. Or he wasn't the hacker, right? He was the He was the corrupt.
Yes.
He was the corrupt senator.
Yeah.
That's right.
Who was
Yes.
going to?
You know what? Yes, because that's why I recognized him in Ant-Man, which is what the general audience may or may not
Yellow
remember him from.
Jacket, yeah.
Right, but
Well,
that's
he was
why.
fine in that. There just wasn't a very thick.
But the funny thing about that is last week we saw a post where some fans were like, he should have cast him as Lex Luthor.
Marvel made a better Lex Luthor, right? Yeah. Yeah.
I hate that because
it's only because he's bald, right?
What else?
take any actor who's ever been bald, and I guarantee you there's a Lex Luthor fan cast.
That's why Cranston was. But before Eisenberg, if you remember, Eisenberg was cast, Cranston was being like
solely because if he hadn't been Heisenberg bald.
Said that. Cranston said that he's all. They're only saying that because I'm bald.
Nobody ever would have thought of him if he wasn't bald.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But at the same time, okay, I mean, like he's still a great actor, and
big tip to the next, like Eisenberg should have.
When he was in Midnight in Paris, he played Ernest Hemingway.
Are we back to Corey
Corey Stoll? Yeah.
Corey Stoll.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We back to Corey Stoll.
I thought you meant Bryan Cranston. Sorry.
No. I'm talking. Oh, and he was also he. Did you guys watch that Guillermo del Toro show on FX, The Strain?
Okay. Thank you, Scott.
He was the epidemiologist.
I was like, wasn't he in The Strain? I was looking it up on IMDb right now. I was like, he was in The Strain, right?
Well,
thank you, Scott.
He's one of those dudes who, if it wasn't like for Ant-Man and House of Cards, would be that dude you've seen in everything and never knew it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So did you see the other? Literally typing him right now. I'm like, I think he was in The Strain.
Because there were 4 castings today, and one of the other 2. Like I don't remember the guy's name, but he's totally the dead guy from Flight Attendant.
Yes, he's the dead guy from Flight Attendant, and he was also in The Haunting of Hill House on Netflix.
Oh yeah, in that. Oh yeah,
because he played the grown-up version of one of the kids.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in Twilight of the Gods too.
Yeah.
Wow. He plays a voice in Twilight of the Gods.
But seriously, like, go look at the Rebel Moon cast right now and tell me that cast isn't fucking loaded.
Oh, it's fucking fire, dude.
Well,
I mean, it's Zack Snyder. Come on.
I'm excited because Carrie Elwes being added to the cast means we're guaranteed to get Zach talking about Princess Bride during Rebel Moon press. He's gonna get asked about it.
Dave, you're gonna get a Zack Snyder as you wish drop.
Oh, God damn it. I hope so. I hope so.
But I love the fact that they've cast him as the Emperor.
Yes.
In the movie, because I've seen the dude. The problem is one of the greatest turns he has as a villain is technically a spoiler to talk about in the movie.
But he's also been a villain in Hot Shots. I'm just saying.
Yes.
He was the Iceman parody.
He was the Iceman parody.
Okay.
He's also got Matthew Good, Ozymandias vibes potentially if he's going to be like the Emperor.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Carrie Elway is just great. Come on.
He's also the villain in Liar Liar.
I mean, he's going to keep.
Do we know that because it's the king? It's the king of the galaxy, right? I think it's
Yeah.
so it's not necessarily because the Regent Bellis.
The Hollywood Reporter said the king of the Galactic Empire.
Oh, okay. But which I don't know because in the same article they referenced Regent Belisarius, and so I was curious if like he might even be a benevolent, like he might be like the king in Neverending Story, or like that type of situation where it's not necessarily,
he's not evil. He's just
like he might be a benevolent king, and it's.
Sorry.
No, I sneezed. Sorry, I muted it.
You look like you dabbed. You went like this. I was like,
if it looked cool, then yeah, we can just go with that.
By the way, Joey, you forgot Twister. He was the antagonist in Twister.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
He was the tornado.
Yeah.
No, not the villain. Not the villain. The antagonist.
Steven was like, was he the tornado?
Was he the tornado?
Oh.
That's some impressive prosthetics there, and like must have gotten dizzy.
No, but like it just
Jonas, son of a bitch.
Yes, but just have him keep his British accent. Whatever he does in this movie, have him keep his British accent.
And you know, people give him shit for Saw. I know that, like, but at the same time, Saw was so good. He was good. Some people give him
the Hollywood Reporter actually like touted that as one of his like.
Well, is that another? Yeah. Does that make him another? How many James Wan, Zack Snyder collabs?
That counts. I think that
because you've got him, you got Patrick Wilson and
Dijman.
Yeah. Oh, Jamin.
But and these aren't just people who have been in both their movies. These are people who like were involved in like the come up or the like. It's not just like they happen to be in both. But I think that Wan and Snyder have a very similar eye for talent or like talent pool they draw from.
But no, like we're totally at that point where like a new casting comes up and you start forgetting all of the other big names that are in the damn movie. Like Charlie Hunnam is still in this flipping movie.
Charlie Hunnam, can it be?
Well, and it's also as per usual with Snyder. There's a lot of names that like for example, Sophia Boutella is about to be the next Gal Gadot.
Yes,
right. Because like what was separating Gal from
at 40
Gal today versus the pre BVS Gal.
40 is the new 30.
I mean, if you've seen the Instagram vids,
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that so that, and even Charlie Hunnam is like he's not A-list, I don't think, but I think that
but he's known. He's known.
He is, but this is the type of role that would put him into like you look at I think we were talking about this last week. You look at like Gerard Butler, but before and after 300, for example.
Yeah, so like Sons of Anarchy is probably like Charlie Hunnam's. I mean, that's his biggest thing to date.
Or Pacific Rim isn't even really necessarily. It's I guess.
Yeah, well,
he's also in King Arthur.
Yeah, I was just saying King Arthur was kind of a
I was going to say it was like Pacific Rim, King Arthur.
But that movie did not. I think Pacific Rim made more than King Arthur.
But,
totally.
Yeah.
I think Gentleman was where I found out. I saw that he could carry a scene. Like,
I really enjoyed The Gentleman. That was a good.
I think he carried some scenes in King Arthur.
And Pacific Rim.
I thought he did in Pacific Rim.
Like the in Pacific Rim too, but I'm in King Arthur. I specifically say with The Gentleman because isn't that Guy Ritchie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in King Arthur you have some very Guy Ritchie-esque scenes where he like pulls off like a not a heist, but like he cheats someone out of a. Or when he's giving all the names, where he's like, "Oh, that's Two-Toe Jones," and and big nose and like all the nicknames for everyone.
A Guy
Can you give us all
Ritchieism.
nicknames, please, Steven?
Yeah, see, a Guy Ritchieism is he actually injected this into Aladdin, where it's like, all right, I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do, and then it plays off as he's narrating it.
Yeah,
that's a Guy Ritchieism.
He needs to get Luis Guzman to do that for him one of these days.
That's
well,
totally.
Here's the other casting that I was really excited about, which was Rupert Friend.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize that I'd seen him for years, because like he was in Joe Wright's Pride and Prejudice, he was in The Young Victoria, but I really started to pay attention to him when he was in Homeland on Showtime with Claire Danes and Damian Lewis, because he played like the CIA operative, and apparently he's also going to be in Obi-Wan.
So I think he's the Grand Inquisitor, isn't he?
Yes. Is that him? Oh, that is okay.
Yeah, he's got that round head.
The one I was about to say.
Also on the flight attendant, right?
No, that's the other guy.
That's the other guy. That guy. Okay. Because I couldn't see the picture. I was like, is that the guy who was also in the flight attendant who like
no,
who's the guy? Oh, okay. Yeah.
He's
the other good looking guy.
No, but that guy is. I mean, that's the other guy we were talking about who has been cast in the movie. The dead guy.
Yeah, but there's like the guy who was like who got killed in the flight attendant.
Yeah, that's it.
He's also cast in there, right?
Yeah, that's the third guy. It was the fourth guy that I wasn't familiar with, because I hadn't seen Sense8, and I haven't gotten that far in Ozark yet. That he just got cast.
Yeah, there's
who was it?
Because Duna Bay is in this now, right?
Yes,
she's casting it, and she's from Sense8.
Yeah.
So
I feel like there's a lot of future Jason Momoas and Gal Gadot's in this movie. Like a lot of people are at that place in their career where you look at like the pre-Zack Snyder, post-Zack Snyder effect. There's a lot of people that sit right in that pocket of like
Charlie Hunnam is gonna get that Green Arrow fucking
Will it be?
Will it be?
Okay, so
who was the other Sense8 who got cast today? What was his name?
I'll have to find the news article.
Because I love Sense8. I just finished that a few months ago. I thought it was pretty well done.
Okay, hold on. I'll get you the name. His name is Alfonso Herrera.
Right.
Oh, I bet I know that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, that's and I mean, I guess
he's the only one that I didn't know.
Yeah, he's the only one I didn't know either. So.
And I guess depending on, I mean, because they're shooting everything like all at once, right? Like it's going to be split into two films, but they're shooting it all at once. And I mean, just
spin-offs.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious because they said we've gotten the fact that there's two films mentioned a few times, and then this one said if all goes well, there could be spin-offs, which makes me wonder if the fact that it's being split into two and they're not talking about. If it goes well, there's more to the story. It makes me wonder if like why wouldn't they shoot all three back to back if they're gonna do two? I mean, obviously that's a much huger commitment, but it makes me wonder if it's gonna be a singular, two-part epic and not a trilogy or.
Maybe he won't do the spin-off. Like Army of Thieves wasn't directed by him.
Right.
Well, sure, but I'm saying I was expecting maybe a trilogy or more
not doing the spin-off
of Rebel Moon. But nobody's like there's been reference of spin-off potential, but not of trilogy potential, which makes me wonder if part 1 and 2 is the complete story that he has. And we know it's a complete story because he spent so long on the script that he even had it turned into a TV show at one point and has all these different corners of the galaxy mapped out, which is why there's spin-off potential. So I mean, he's got a sprawling universe pre-built with this. So it's not like, oh, there could be you would think we would know if there was a trilogy of movies already in there just based on this other stuff that we know.
I'm sorry, I have to, Ray, for your list. I'm sorry, I'm going to completely tangent, apropos of nothing. But on your list, Amazon Prime, all the old knives. This new
with Chris Pine and Sandy Newton,
Lawrence Fishburne, and Jonathan Pryce. I want to make when I saw Lawrence Fishburne, I was like, you need to know about.
And
this.
Finally, it answered why he's been bald the last year or so. I'm like, what in the hell did he shave his head for? That. So
he's been bald. Cast him as Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
All right.
Perry White turned
another Luthor candidate right there.
Yeah, if you want to get fan cast as Lex Luthor, or if you are going to be cast as Lex Luthor and you're concerned about like the Jesse Eisenberg backlash, just like you don't need to shave your head. Just put on a bald cap and like take off your hat in public briefly or something, and Twitter will be buzzing. Like if Jesse Eisenberg had leaked a bald head before the news came out, I bet it would have been a polar opposite. People would be like, Mark Zuckerberg is bald, make him Lex Luthor. That's a brilliant idea. But instead, they were like, Mark Zuckerberg with hair is going to be Lex Luthor. That's so against the character. The hair part specifically, like.
I remember. I fan cast Mark Strong as Luthor before
because he's bald.
Well, yeah, but also because I liked how he was, and then he ended up being,
Well,
and also, yeah.
Well, and in fairness, it's not like, okay, yes, the laziness of casting just any bald actor in the role, but at least half of them.
Jason Statham has been fan cast as Lex Luthor. Believe me, I was on a tangent about this the other day, and I went through and thought of as many bald actors as I could and did Lex Luthor fan cast, and someone has done like a Photoshop for every single one.
I know. Can you imagine that? Superman, I'm gonna get you.
Like that's a really good game actually. Is do a Google image search and name me a bald actor, and I bet you if you search their name,
The Rock.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah,
animated. He's the animated.
He's
yes,
totally
exactly.
the animated version. He's
Yeah.
totally
because
the animated version gave him that.
Because the animated version is not white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a tan. He's got a good tan.
Mark Strong did a good he was a good mashup of kind of like a Lex Luthor and Kingpin and Kick-Ass. I thought he was like a really good villain in that.
See, that's why I was like, Mark Strong, I think would be a good Luthor.
Yeah.
This was way before. This was actually I cast him before that whole thing.
He was so good in that I didn't.
Ray, you should also put another thing on your list.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that. The animated Luthor was.
Or someone said Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel, but The Rock would have been pretty perfect for that.
There you go.
Yeah.
There he is.
Hey, Mark Strong. I saw him in there.
Okay, but why are they using the shot where Vin Diesel has hair? Why are they using that?
I know.
It's character development. What the hell is that?
They're highlighting the fact that he's bald.
Look how bald he is.
He looks so puny right there.
Yeah, that's not his body. What?
No, that's not his body. That's
Definitely not his body. That's
Photoshop.
weird.
That looks like Tom Cruise with like the Mummy photo op or something.
Yeah.
See, Mark Strong right there. Yeah.
Billy Zane.
I think Mark Strong could have been a good strong Luthor.
Billy Zane definitely.
They've been saying Billy Zane for years.
If they went that route, but I was Billy Zane also. But I think Mark Strong would have been a good if they went that route. Sure, but I do like. I mean, I still love Eisenberg.
Okay? How about this? Are there people that are now like kind of retroactively thinking of D'Onofrio as?
No.
Here,
because of
let's look at a fan cast list, and I bet you every person on it has previously appeared in something bald.
I love how nobody ever fan cast John Cryer as Lex Luthor, and they're like, let's go with that.
Oh, see, first one.
See, Chris, he was already in the fucking franchise. See, Mark Strong. Mark Strong. He was also Sinestro.
Oh, see now they're giving me all these like it breaks my rule.
Yeah, what the fuck, Bradley Cooper?
Yes, this totally breaks. Yes, this does break your rule.
But they're also all bad, so I guess maybe.
Hey,
what every single one of them?
Hey, I would love to see.
All right,
no, some of these I would
follow my internet rules.
Be good. Some of these would be good, but
because they're not based on.
But no, you're right, Joey. John Cryer. John Cryer is a phenomenal fucking Lex Luthor.
Actors who could play Lex Luthor on IMDb. Here we go.
He's not great. I don't think he's a good Lex Luthor.
Oh, I've loved him as Lex Luthor.
I mean, that's
Kingsley.
I will agree to disagree on that one.
Kingsley, Val Kilmer, what?
Patrick
Timothy Dalton.
Okay.
Bruce Willis.
Oh yeah, I've heard the Bruce Willis thing.
Are you joking me, Christoph Waltz?
Matt Damon. Oh my God, Johnny.
Michael Chiklis. See, Michael Chiklis only tell me one quality of Michael Chiklis. Not that he's a bad actor, but tell me one thing about him that makes him a good Lex Luthor.
He's
Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey, really?
Billy Zane, that'd be awesome.
Billy Zane, I think, could pull it off.
Ray Fiennes might.
Voldemort.
Orlando Bloom?
What?
Alan Rickman is for sure dead.
Alan Rickman.
He's dead now.
Cruise would be a crazy.
Tom Cruise?
Cruz would be a crazy Lex Luthor. They would do a
Superman
Jason
You would
Statham.
start yelling at the phone.
Wait a minute.
Superman
Okay,
turned to
Cruz
face
Jamie Lee
can,
Lewis?
194.
Cruz can only be Lex Luthor
Liev
if he does it in Les
Schreiber?
Grossman
Oh.
style.
Timothy, Colin Farrell, really? Well, then again.
Timothy Oliphant was also.
Oh, dude, I would love a John Malkovich Lex Luthor. I would
That would
say
be pretty
that.
crazy.
John Malkovich, Lex Luthor. Okay, yeah.
Ron Perlman, no. John Travolta.
He was recently added to that list.
Yeah, I know because he got
Leonardo
rid of the
DiCaprio.
piece. He got rid of the piece.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark
Yeah.
Hamill.
Okay, well that's a little too meta having Clancy Brown in there.
Hopkins, maybe.
Oh, dude, I would dig a fucking Woody Harrelson Lex Luthor. Oh,
Matt Smith.
come on.
What?
Look at that. Frank Miller? What? What the fuck is that?
There's Corey
It
Stoll.
makes sense. There's Corey
What
Stoll.
the hell?
Arnold Schwarzenegger, yeah. I'm gonna get you, Superman. Come on, do it. Come on.
Okay,
know the
this,
oldest
see,
line
this,
in Malice
this list got
Senator.
out of hand.
This,
I got the kryptonite. What? Adam
This would be
Driver?
pretty crazy, actually.
This list has lost cabin pressure.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
I don't.
okay,
We've been
I
in
can
a
see
free fall
Joaquin
since
Phoenix.
John
Bruce Willis.
Cusack.
John Cusack,
Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks,
Bill
oh my
Murray.
God.
This, okay, people are just.
Bill Murray, and oh my God, this is getting ridiculous. All right, this is getting too
Alec-
ridiculous.
Sorry.
Kelsey Grammer. Oh, okay. Okay. Hey.
Stanley Tucci.
Matt Fewer, I can see. Stanley Tucci, I cannot see, but Matt.
But he's
Fewer,
bald, Dave. Stanley Tucci's bald. He'd be the
Fuck you,
perfect Lex
fuck you.
Luthor.
So is Matt Fewer. Yeah. I've been watching. Matt Fewer. I could see, man. Fucking Max. What was his?
Max Headroom.
Max Headroom.
Oh, and
But
he was,
I've been revisiting Eureka, and he's in part of that. I'm like, hey, I can see
was his
him.
name in Watchmen?
Oh,
Yes, he was in Watchmen also. As I
was
forgot.
he Moloch? Or?
Yeah.
Yes, he was Motley.
Yes.
I can see it. I could see that.
I still remember when he was the villain in the TV movie Generation X, when Fox was trying to do
I remember that. Yeah.
an X-Men spin-off TV
Yep.
show.
Yep. I remember that series.
No, it wasn't a
Did not
series.
work.
It was a pilot movie that
I
never
thought it was
went
a
anywhere.
series.
No,
Oh,
it was a
shit.
pilot. It was a Fox Tuesday night. They used to do that a lot.
I
They
remember
would-
watching it.
Yeah, it was a movie, and because I'm trying to remember the name of the actress who played Emma Frost in that movie.
How
And,
old was this? Like how long?
this
Oh,
is
this
this
is like
is
90s.
this is
right?
early nine. I was in middle school, because it would have been after the animated series came out. But Fox did that because like they did the Doctor Who movie. That's when we got
Yep.
Paul McGann as the
Yep.
Doctor.
I probably wasn't born yet.
Yeah.
Of course, you weren't born yet.
Look,
Baby.
no joke. First thing I ever saw Matt Frewer in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Oh, I know. I was about to say, like, Zelensky.
That's
Zelensky!
give it a rest. It's Saturday.
Dude,
Dawn of the Dead.
so many. Not Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I know it seems tangential. I'd explain my brain path, but it wouldn't make sense. So many Ghostbusters references in Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I was
Yeah.
shocked by how many Ghostbusters
No.
references there
Okay,
were.
I get why. I get the brain path now. Moranis, I get it.
Yeah.
I get. Okay.
Actually, it wasn't even that. It was, but that's probably what it was. But I didn't even realize it. But
There
yeah.
was so many Ghostbusters, and my kids understood them. So it was really
Proud father.
very proud father. Yes.
Yeah. No, there was a joke where, fuck, I can't remember what it was that I was like, I can't remember what it was, but there's something that referenced something recent, and I can't remember. God damn it, I can't remember what it
Flash?
was. It wasn't the Flash. God
I
damn
did.
it.
They did make. They did make. This is in a trailer, but they did make a Winter Soldier reference. Oh
Yeah.
look, the
Yeah,
Winter
there was
Soldier.
the Winter.
I mean, there was a ton of that.
Soldier.
The Rock Vin Diesel feud joke was
Yes.
hilarious.
Oh yes, that's what it was. That's what it was. You saw, yeah. They made a.
They've been
Rock-
warring tribes for hundreds of years. Oh,
Yeah.
like the Rock and Vin Diesel.
Yeah, and it's Universal that is fucking distributing this movie.
that's-
So I was like, holy shit!
Well,
Like I laughed because I was like, wait, this is Universal. What
No,
the
this is
fuck?
Paramount.
Oh, never mind. See,
It's paramount to
Wow.
remember the difference
Wow,
between
the-
studios, Dave.
the Buffalo Trace.
No, but
right?
it's
Big fan.
There's
No, but it's always fun when studios can, allow their filmmakers to make fun of themselves. It's part of the reason I loved Resurrections, because they
Yes.
allowed
Yeah.
Lana Wachowski to completely take a giant shit all over the studio.
Oh yeah, Warner Brothers.
I don't think they knew. I mean, if they knew what she was doing, they would have hired her to do that, or they wouldn't have hired her at all to do it, right?
I think
Like,
they understood.
yeah, no, I don't think they have that. You look at the decisions they make, and it's clear that what they wanted from her was a Spider-Man Homecoming, and what she gave them was it was the it's like the Banksy art. You ever seen the Banksy auction where he sells a painting that shreds itself after the auction is over? Like that when the gavel hits it, there's a shredder built into the bottom of the picture frame, and so someone bids like $1 million for it, and then it goes. They hit the gavel, it goes, and just comes out the bottom of the picture frame and shreds.
It's awesome.
And like that's what the Matrix Resurrections was like intentionally.
The executives probably were cheering at the, we need slow motion, we need all that. They were probably cheering. Yes.
I loved it. Like as soon as he said Warner Brothers, I was like, "You've got to be fucking kidding me!"
Oh yeah. I tweeted it out. I was like, yeah.
And not only that, but the thing that people I think didn't point out often enough with all the different meta levels is not only did they call out Warner Brothers, but literally the plot is that they have to dig up Neo and Trinity's corpse to reanimate them to make money for the suits.
Yep.
Like they even rename them like like literally they take these characters who have a complete character arc and respawn them to generate money.
The movie
for Warner Brothers is the plot of the movie.
The movie literally questions whether or not it should exist.
Yeah.
I love that. Fantastic.
I'll just assume that there's one smart executive who liked that and thought
just didn't say. He's like, I can't tell anybody. I can't tell anyone. It's like when someone is in on not in on an inside joke about them, and they'll start like dropping it themselves. And you're like, nobody.
I hope it was Charles Roven. I hope it was Charles Roven.
Probably was. Yeah.
But speaking of Resurrections and Matrix, you guys should definitely watch Severance. It's amazing.
Yeah,
I finally finished. Now you can see it.
So everybody's been talking about the season finale. Like they've been going, "Oh my god, this is like the most perfect thing." And when I see that, I'm like, "All right, that's a movie. That's the whole series I gotta see." Yeah, for sure. So it's really
and
good.
Now it's
right?
over, so you can just binge it and not get tortured week to week with the cliffhangers. So
yeah, it's on Apple TV, right?
I haven't even got to Apple. I have a list just of Apple TV shows.
Ted Lasso.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Lasso, Morning Show, C, For All Mankind,
Mythic Quest.
Another
Mythic
series. Another series to watch is The Dropout on Hulu. Oh my god! If you haven't watched that, Elizabeth,
I've heard most of the podcast. Well, and there's a movie about that coming too from. McKay? Did McKay do this Amazon or the Hulu one, or is he doing the movie?
No. I don't know if he did the. I don't.
Jennifer Lawrence is in the movie, right?
Is she gonna play?
No, The Dropout is there's a movie version of that same story.
It's Amanda Seyfried who plays.
Yes.
Yeah, Jennifer Lawrence is gonna play her in the movie.
What the fuck? They're gonna make a movie version?
It was like the podcast was like the biggest. It was like the biggest thing since Serial.
Well,
and so they're jumping all over. There's again. No, it's not in the Sonic. It's not in Sonic. Ben Schwartz made a joke about it in the Stephen Colbert interview, but about things being based on podcasts now.
I'm just saying, like Amanda Seyfried, I was like, wow, good for you. I mean, and that whole story is insane. It's insane.
Seyfried has been waiting to pop for a while too. She's one of those people who's like multi-talented that people only know from like internet videos. But she's like a writer and producer and all sorts of stuff on like some really awesome projects that people just don't know about because she is like known as a bit role.
I've loved her since like Jennifer's Body.
Oh yeah, she's always been good, but she is just so good in this. But anyways, guys, I think we're gonna end this right here because I think a lot of us got to go and we're almost at 4 hours. So let's go ahead and do the round the horn right here and let's promote ourselves. So first off, we'll just go right here. KC, go ahead.
Yeah, you can follow me at KryptonCaged on all social media and also at the Real Talk Live. We'll be talking about the finale tomorrow. And everyone just watch the show, watch the fucking show. It's the best Apple TV show. The best
I
show
love that.
this year. It's amazing. I just don't want to say anything about it, but the concept itself is so unique and
Mhm.
it's very thrilling. So you'll just be at the edge of your seat every single episode. So it's just watch it.
Nice.
I know. I'm going to. All right, Scott.
Didn't you save me for last?
I know, but you said you had to go. Do you
I
want
do
me
have to
save you
go.
for
Okay.
last?
No,
No,
put him last and let me go before him.
No, then I'll never leave.
But I was like, you don't realize the conflict I had in me. I was like, do I save Scott for last? Because you said you had to go. You want to go last?
I know. I'll go. I just felt the tradition pull me. I'm sorry.
You're
Oh,
not
Before you go, I've got a question.
No, you don't. Shut up, Colbert. Of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, where podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. And of course, every Sunday night, you can find me here on the Film Junkie channel with Batman the Fan Minute stream, where this Sunday night we'll be talking about Day of the Samurai and the Death.
Jonakin?
Jonakin!
Yes.
Jonakin! Yes. The death touch. Anyways,
Death
go, Joey.
Bye.
Joey.
Yeah,
Bye,
you can.
bye, Scott. Bye, Scott. Yeah.
Bye, Scott.
Bye.
Bye,
Take it
Scott.
easy.
We love you.
Bye.
Love you, Scott. All right.
Yeah,
Joey.
you can find me on Twitter at JoeBear94.
Joey, you can't hear you. I'm just kidding.
Wait, what happened?
No, I'm kidding. Sorry.
Okay. God, I didn't have anything
I know, I'm
planned,
a
but you
dick.
still threw me off. Yeah, you can find me on Twitter, JoeBear94. I've been told I'm really hilarious by Steven's wife, Amanda.
I was like, wait, finish that sentence. I do not recall this. I would remember.
Steven's wife, Amanda, told me that I'm the funniest person she knows. And you can find me on Vero and Instagram
She
at Joey
tells it to a
Burrito.
lot of people, but
And, well, no, that's not true. And Sundays on World's Finest with Wonder Megan Anthony.
Yes.
Ray
There you go.
Porter thinks you're funny. So
Does he?
yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
You're funny.
you're the one who gives those cool words things, right? From the chat.
Oh, yeah, that's me.
Yeah. So yeah, you are funny.
I got that going for me.
There you go.
I'll +1 Amanda on that one.
Yeah.
All right, Steven.
yeah, I'm Stephen Colbert. You can find me at Screen Rant and Snyder Minute, which includes BVS by the Minute, Justice League, Army of the Dead, and some Rebel Moon stuff sometimes. Mainly focusing on BVS. I know we're a few weeks or more behind on the next episode, but we're working on that. If you liked me talking about my Ben Affleck Rotten Tomatoes spreadsheet, I'm working on something similar for Michael Bay this weekend, which is actually a really interesting. I just pulled the initial numbers earlier today, and I was like, "That is a fascinating Rotten Tomatoes
Okay.
That's the
comparison
one.
to make."
I can't wait to read that, seriously.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna focus on the ambulance, but I may do a larger one about Bay after
damn
kind
it,
of
I
seeing
wanna
some of
see
his numbers. But
Steven,
yeah.
Severance is literally made for you. You have to watch it.
Dude, you are selling this movie.
Oh,
You know
man.
what? As you should, because I keep hearing from everybody that it's so good.
It is amazing.
So,
And this is the only way people will watch it because Apple TV, I don't know why their shows are awesome, but nobody watches them.
Well,
so it's
'cause
like
Apple
only
knows
me
how
and
to have a
Mark.
captive audience, and so they just kind of
Yeah.
Apple is just a bunch of people saying that everybody else needs to use Apple stuff. As
Hey, their model works.
yeah,
Hey, I'm not even an Apple product supporter or anything, but I just like their content, and this is definitely if I had to pick one of the Apple TV Plus things for people to watch.
when I saw the first trailer, I
Well,
was like, I am
Spencer-
in. I just haven't
Yeah.
I'll have to pull a
Adam
Band-Aid off
Scott.
on
Yeah.
Casey, have you watched Mythic Quest on Apple?
No, I haven't.
It's really well done. It's
I will check
it's
it
got a
out.
lot of those comedic yet heartfelt moments, just like Ted Lasso. So if you like that,
Oh,
you'll like Mythic
Yeah.
Quest.
And Another thing, if you have Amazon, watch Reacher. Reacher is actually really good.
Oh yeah,
I enjoyed that a lot more than I thought I would. It was
yeah,
weird.
yeah.
It was weird because it was like it felt like it was hard PG-13 that would occasionally be like, here's a severed penis. And like it's just like a really weird blend of like what's going on with this.
Yeah.
But I mean outside of that though, I thought it was really awesome.
Oh no, like
Like it felt like it was something that belonged to like TNT, and then
Besides
just every
the
once in a while it
severed
was like
penis.
that's not TNT content.
Are you being
Not at all.
literal with what you said? With what
Oh
you
yeah,
said?
yeah.
oh yeah, there's a severed penis. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It gets graphic.
A John Bobbitt reference. All right.
Yeah, there's a yeah. It gets pretty graphic, but it's really good. And Alan Richardson is just
Alan
very
Rickman's in it?
likable. Yeah,
Alan Richardson, who was he was Hawk in
Yeah.
Titans.
Or
Okay.
he was oh shoot, I should have that name on.
Oh yeah, what's his name?
in Blue Mountain Thad and Blue Mountain
Yeah,
State.
yeah.
Mhm.
Hey,
Joey,
Steven,
you've seen
have
Blue
you-
Mountain State, right?
Steven,
I have
you
not.
seen-
I've seen
Joey, that is your show.
Okay, I
Go
know.
watch
my
Blue
God.
Mountain
We
State.
talked about this
Oh,
before.
it
I will,
totally
I
is.
will.
Okay, have you seen his Jimmy Kimmel fucking appearance?
No,
Even you should watch that, dude. Oh my
Okay.
god, they actually have. I'll try to.
he's
find
one of
it.
those guys that's been waiting to pop forever. So I'm really happy to see him
long.
do well
Okay.
in Reacher.
But have you
But
seen
he-
him
but he
have
did
you
it-
seen him as Aquaman?
Oh yeah.
Wait,
yeah,
speaking of someone who is like somehow never popped, I hope Reacher kind of finally puts him in that place.
I totally do.
He's got Momoa potential.
Fuck, dude, the guy's.
He's like the white Momoa.
Yeah, Yeah.
Momentum.
but he's totally he says things as it is, and it's like he's like yeah. You just gotta watch Jack. You just watch it.
And he was Raphael in the Ninja Turtles movie.
He was.
Yeah,
and he
that's
got
right.
fucked over. He got fucked over with that
Yeah,
shit.
yeah,
Didn't he also
that
like say
interview-
later like how fucked up that whole experience was and stuff.
They were
Anyway,
excited.
guys, another great.
This is why Scott went after, or Scott didn't want to go after me.
Exactly.
Did we
Well,
skip-
When he said they had to go, I was like,
Did you
all
skip Ray because the windows got swapped around
Yes.
in between?
right. Ray, you went right.
No, he
No,
didn't.
no, we
Oh,
piggy
shit.
or we
Wow.
leapfrogged.
Boo,
I
Dave.
feel bad. All right, Ray, sorry, go. I thought, damn it. Yeah,
It's all
Ray,
good. It's
you're
all good.
last.
It's
Sorry.
all good. On Twitter at the Flightcast. You can find my blog and my podcast at theflightcast.com or wherever podcasts can be found. Check out my new videos on YouTube because I'm totally like actively posting on YouTube again now, and my channel should be way easier to find now because I have over 100 subscribers and I was able to do the name change thing, so like you can change the URL. So like that's totally up there, and I'm also still doing DCTV Squadcast over at Squadcast Media as well.
There it is. Sorry about that. I was like, yeah, I think the windows moving around just like mess with me right
I was
there.
gonna say something until Steven did.
Yeah, no. You know what? I did that to Scott one time where I was like when things got rearranged, it was like a while ago.
He got in
and-
trouble with his mom for that one.
Oh, dude, my mom fucking like went, you didn't even think.
Didn't she call you like when the stream went off the air and she
Well,
like called you right away? It was like you
called
forgot
me.
Scott.
He called me, and then when I had dinner with her, she fucking grilled me that night too.
Oh,
She loved
oh,
Scott.
no.
She loved Scott. Oh
yikes.
yeah, she loves Scott, and I was like, oh damn. And yeah, she grilled me because you know, sometimes in the vodka stream, with some of this stuff, I just kind of get a little tipsy, and I forgot.
All the things for you to get grilled by your mom for
I
that you put
know,
on your
right?
show.
Hey, that's
Jesus Christ, it happens, man. It definitely happens. But all right, we're all good. We all said
Yeah. I got a question though.
okay.
Um,
Okay, go for it.
What about shit. I should actually
Oh,
had a
damn it.
question.
Come on, Steven.
Awesome.
It's
Come
too
on,
late for me
Steven.
to. You guys like Reese's Pieces?
Oh, fucking hey, they're great.
No, I did not.
I not really. I
I
don't
wish
like.
I had
Not
some
a fan
right
of
now.
the peanut butter.
I found like a jackpot of like the snack size ones at the dollar store down the street from me, where they've got like a whole for $1. Well, I guess $1.25 now because I had inflation. But yeah, there's like 6 of these in there, and so it's like 2 king size equivalents basically. I think for $1.25. So I've had too many Reese's Pieces since I discovered that. That's the moral of the story. How about
So
you
that's
guys?
what it's
What's
like.
your favorite candies?
Thank you. Well, I would say, dude, I would say like M&M's mixed with Reese's Pieces, perfect. You sprinkle that on popcorn.
Oh
perfect.
yeah.
I'll take it. I'll take it a step further. Mini M&Ms. I don't know what it is about mini M&Ms, but I like them more than regular.
Better
Yeah,
than regular.
I think there's more because there's the candy to chocolate ratio is higher.
Yep.
Higher, yeah.
I got grilled tonight by my 6-year-old for sneaking candy in the theater. He's like, other people don't do that, and they sell snacks there, and I don't think that we should do that anymore when we go to the movies.
Did you say that as you were like getting popcorn?
No, on the way home. Which really, I think it's because he wanted nachos, and I was like, we're not going to buy nachos. We're sneaking candy because the nachos are too expensive. Okay, so he's smart, and he's like, Dad, you really shouldn't. You know, it's basically stealing. You know,
he guilty.
You know what stealing is? Charging $8 for a large drink. That's stealing.
Yeah. No, it just you got to be careful. You don't want him to rat you out next time.
Yeah,
because that could totally happen.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, "Did you hide the candy in your pockets again?"
He was closing the lights.
I'm a fan of Twix. I do like Twix. I really like Twix.
Yeah. The left or the right one?
Sure. Okay, you know what though? Marketing, that was a brilliant marketing campaign by them. That worked for it.
Mm-hmm.
Their marketing team is amazing. And Wendy's.
Of totally different marketing campaign that's not like Wendy's, but that is always one of my favorite stories is Alka-Seltzer.
Get the stream.
No, because Alka-Seltzer, they had a marketing guy come in. He was like, I can double your sales in a year. And they were like, okay, sure. And so they came out with the jingle at the end of the Alka-Seltzer commercials, where it's like pop, pop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is, with the lyrics. You only need one Alka-Seltzer tablet at a time. But because of that fucking jingle, everyone started using 2 tablets.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, doubled their sales. They didn't change their customer base.
Wait
they just doubled their sales based on the jingle.
I remember hearing about this.
We've been doing. Please tell me you're fucking joking.
Yeah, I'm serious. It's in the Freakonomics. It's in Freakonomics, yeah.
So we don't need to use. I've been using 2.
Look,
you
don't have to. One. You only need one.
Wow.
They fucking sold people on 2.
Unbelievable.
And then even say in the instructions or anything, all they did was just created a jingle that implies that you use 2. And then at the end of every commercial, it's like plop, plop, like, and so everyone wants to, in the same way that like you want the fizzing Coke or whatever is what they're
so devious. But brilliant.
I remember reading about this a lot. I was like, oh my God, I couldn't believe it.
I have to tell Shonda this now. I'm like, we're never using 2 again.
You only need one. You only need one. Oh my God. So great. Anyways, guys.
Did you guys know that when they tried to sell the Chevy Nova in Mexico and it wouldn't sell, and they found out it's because the Nova literally just means it won't go.
Google facts.
No, I mean it's just anecdotes that I'm aware of. Sorry, I was watching Ben Schwartz interviews earlier, and he does a shtick where he'll keep stuff going on as long as possible, and he'll like derail, like with Colbert or whoever. He'll like derail interviews, or like if you watch interviews with him, he'll hijack the interview where he starts asking the interviewer questions. And he's like real devious about it. That like if you don't notice about it, all of a sudden the interview time, like they'll be supposed to play like a Sonic clip. And he'll like keep the whole thing going for so long that Colbert eventually is like, well, I guess ran out of time for the clip, like because he's just like the ultimate troll, but like doesn't look like he's trolling. It's super awesome.
I love that.
Speaking of, a couple weeks ago, Paul Rudd brought back the Mac and Me clip.
Yes, that was hilarious.
Conan O'Brien on Conan's podcast, right? Yeah.
I saw the whole clip. I didn't realize what was going on until like, I guess until I got to the clip because I'd seen the without context on Twitter was posted.
I love
that. Was you know who looks even younger than Paul Rudd? Look at James Marsden. Compare him.
I know. I knew you were gonna say that.
It's insane. You know what? Paul Rudd probably looks younger, but Marsden is like really impressive, especially if you compare him to like Hugh Jackman from like that same time period. Marsden hasn't aged at all. I was like, he must have been like 18. No, he was 26 when he played Cyclops.
Yeah.
But he's 48 now, and it's crazy.
Guys, the bar's closing. We gotta
I was like, I stopped responding, so I guess there's nothing left.
I don't even know what's going on right now.
I think that means I got to the bottom of I ran the tank down to empty.
So you got to the end of the spreadsheet, the anecdote spreadsheet that you have like on just off screen.
It's up there. No, I could keep going. It's just I'm not gonna like monologue the whole time. I got to get someone else to start talking, and you guys kind of.
Oh man.
Kind of.
I could, but I don't know.
All right, guys. Make sure you smash that like, thumbs up, and
I noticed that people weren't liking the stream earlier. I was like, "There's 99 people and only 50 likes. What's with that?"
Yeah, that's not a good ratio.
Oh man. Oh, this is what I love about the box stream is we end on a high note.
Guys, start tipping to keep the stream going. $5
Right?
if it gets 5 more minutes.
We'll just go throughout the night, fucking into the wee hours of the night if you want to.
At least
anyways,
give it a like.
Smash that like, thumbs up. Jesus Christ. All right, guys. Yeah, just do all that stuff down below and everything. We'll talk to you later.